Chapter 4474. Zhuowen's eyes were already calm. He said lightly, "Family head Z, you can't kill me." Zhuowen had a treasure like the chariot of chariots. If he really wanted to run, even an lawful embodiment of heaven and earth cultivator would not be able to catch up, let alone Ziwuji, who was only half a step into the lawful embodiment of heaven and earth. Ziwuji frowned slightly. He did not expect that Zhuowen could be so calm in the face of his murderous intent. Did this kid really think that he could not kill him? The two of them confronted each other for a long time. Finally, Ziwuji completely withdrew his aura. He looked deeply at Zhuowen and said, "No matter what your purpose is for coming to my Zhu family, I can ignore it. But if you dare to harm my family and Ziyu, I will never let you go." After that, Ziwuji snorted coldly and left in a huff. "I, Ziwuji, am a man of my word. This fire pond is your reward for sending Ziyu back to the Ziyu family." In the sky, Ziwuji's vast and distant voice came from afar. It was endless and exploded out of thin air. Zhuowen shook his head and laughed. A trace of admiration for Ziwuji rose in his heart. This old man was obviously suspicious of him, but he still kept his promise. Ordinary people would not be able to do that. The fire pond? I wonder how effective it is. Zhuowen's gaze fell on the fire pond water in front of him. His eyes flashed with excitement. He could feel that the energy in the fire pond was much richer and purer than the Shinshu mountain spring. Zhuowen jumped into the fire pond, and a wave of scorching heat invaded his body. It flowed through his meridians and into his limbs and bones in an unending stream. In an instant, Zhuowen's whole body turned red. That was the sign of his blood vessels expanding to their limits. So hot! The energy in this fire pond is so violent. Zhuowen was shocked. He hurriedly circulated the primordial chant. After the primordial divine power circulated in his body dozens of times, his body finally adapted to the terrifying heat of the fire pond. Boom! Boom! While Zhuowen was immersed in cultivating in the fire pool, the huge volcanoes around the fire pool all stopped erupting magma in tacit agreement. It seems that the fire pond's energy mainly comes from the geothermal energy in the depths of the surrounding volcanoes. When Zhuowen saw this scene, his eyes revealed a look of understanding. Time gradually passed. In the huge basin, the volcanoes quieted down. In the end, not a single volcano erupted magma. The energy in the depths of the basin was basically absorbed by the fire pond and transmitted into Zhuowen's body. The flames on the fire pond were completely extinguished. Zhuowen suddenly opened his eyes. Dazzling divine light burst out from the depths of his eyes. Roar, roar, roar. He leapt up, the bones and tendons in his body cracking like that of a wild beast. An unprecedentedly powerful aura burst out of his body. The fire pool is truly miraculous. It actually allowed me to break through to the mid-cosmic Dharma stage. Zhuowen felt refreshed and refreshed. He felt indescribably carefree. Ever since he entered the cosmic form, Zhuowen knew that the amount of energy he needed was far greater than other cultivators of the same level. And this fire pond actually allowed him to advance a level. To him, this was truly amazing. At the same time, the communication jade talisman at his waist lit up. He flipped it over and saw that it was a message from Ziyu. I didn't expect that more than a month had passed. After reading the message, Zhuowen muttered to himself. Ziyu's matter had been settled. She mainly wanted to inform him that he could set off for the Purple Heaven sacred ground. After putting away the communication jade talisman, Zhuowen took out the divine worship and flew towards the Ziyu family. Soon he arrived at the Ziyu family. Ziyu had been waiting at the gate for a long time. Beside Ziyu was Ding Jia, whom he had seen before. Young Master Ziyu, only you were invited to Senior Brother Shui's birthday banquet. I'm afraid it's not very good for you to bring another person. Zhuowen had just landed at the gate when he heard Ding Jia's displeased voice. However, Ding Jia immediately noticed Zhuowen and hurriedly shut his mouth. Brother Zhuo, you're finally here. You haven't been cultivating in the fire pond until now, have you? Ziyu hurriedly came over and whispered, Is my grandfather suspecting you? Yes, Zhuowen said lightly. Master, this has nothing to do with me. I've never revealed anything about you. Ziyu hurriedly explained. I know. Don't worry about this. Take me to the purple heaven, sacred ground. Zhuowen said straightforwardly. Ziyu heaved a sigh of relief and nodded lightly. Okay, next. The three of them boarded the divine warship and headed towards the purple heaven, sacred ground. On the way, Ziyu also told Zhuowen the purpose of going to the purple heaven, sacred ground this time. It was mainly to attend the birthday banquet of a core disciple named Shuayu. Shuayu could only be considered above average among the core disciples of the purple heaven, sacred ground, but his talent and strength were far superior to Ziyu's. As an important core disciple, Shuayu's status in the purple heaven, sacred ground was naturally not low. Those invited to the birthday banquet were basically the true geniuses of Xiling City. The purple heaven, sacred ground was located in a misty mountain range in the northwest corner of Xiling City. The misty mountain range covered an extremely vast area and was shrouded in thick fog all year round. It was said that many strong cultivators who entered the misty mountain range would easily lose their way and be trapped in the mountain range until their lifespan ran out. The purple heaven, sacred ground, was hidden in the depths of the misty mountain range. With the existence of the misty mountain range, no matter how strong one was, they might not be able to find the purple heaven, sacred ground hidden inside. This time Ding Jia was the guide. The three of them easily broke through the rolling fog and finally arrived in front of a looming huge stone door in the depths of the fog. When they entered the stone door, their field of vision immediately changed. There was no longer any fog around them, and their vision became incomparably clear. What appeared in front of them was a magnificent building built on the mountain range. Between each mountain range, there was a flash of brilliance, drawing a colorful trajectory in the air. The owners of these brilliances were the disciples of the purple heaven, sacred ground. Behind the stone door, two young men in white brocade robes were guarding. They should be the gatekeepers of the purple heaven, sacred ground. Shidi, we are here to attend Senior Brother Shuayu's birthday banquet. Ding Jia stepped forward and handed a golden invitation card to one of the disciples guarding the gate. After the two gatekeeping disciples saw the invitation, they nodded their heads and did not stop him. Senior Brother Shuayu has a special cultivation mountain called Snow Moon Peak. After entering Snow Moon Peak, don't wander around. Ding Jia flew in the air. As he spoke, his gaze fell on Zhuowen. Zhuowen's lips curled up slightly. He naturally knew that Ding Jia's words were mainly directed at him. Brother Ding Jia, I have always admired the old lord of the purple heaven, sacred ground. Actually, I really want to see the old lord's glory this time. Is it convenient for you? On the way to Snow Moon Peak, Ziyu probed Ding Jia. Ziyu already knew the purpose of Zhuowen's visit. He was here to meet the old lord. She had to create an opportunity for Zhuowen and the old lord to meet. Ding Jia stopped and looked at Ziyu strangely. Brother Ziyu, are you joking? What kind of person is the old lord? How can we be qualified to meet him? Unless the head of your Ziyu family comes, it's still possible. Chapter 4475. Brother Ding Jia is right. Old sect master status is really too high. It's really impossible for us to meet. Ziyu smiled bitterly and helplessly. Her eyes moved. Old sect master rarely appears. Do you know where he has been in seclusion recently? Ding Jia frowned. He felt that Ziyu was a bit talkative today. Moreover, the topic was directed towards old sect master, but he didn't feel suspicious. He honestly said, Old sect master is elusive. It's impossible for us to meet him. As for where he is in seclusion, I've heard of it. Where is it? Ziyu hurriedly asked. Inside Shenshao Peak, Ding Jia whispered. Shenshao Peak? Ziyu raised her eyebrows. She naturally knew about Shenshao Peak. It was the main peak of Purple Heaven, sacred ground. The real big shots of Purple Heaven, sacred ground, basically all lived in Shenshao Peak. As the main peak, Shenshao Peak was naturally the largest peak in Purple Heaven, sacred ground. It was many times taller than the other peaks. Brother Dingjia, Shenshao Peak is so huge. Do you know the specific location? Ziyu asked again. Dingjia frowned. Brother Ziyu, your question is a bit difficult. I don't even have the qualifications to enter Shenshao Peak. How would I know where old sect master is in seclusion? Haha, I was rude. Ziyu laughed and glanced at Zhuowen. Zhuowen nodded slightly. Ziyu heaved a sigh of relief. This is Shenshao Peak. Snow Moon Peak is tens of thousands of kilometers away in the northwest corner of Shenshao Peak. We can reach it quickly if we fly. Suddenly, Ding Jia stopped. His gaze landed on an unusually large mountain in front of him, and he revealed a look of awe and envy. This peak shot straight into the sky like an earth-shattering pillar. It was surrounded by 7 colored clouds. It was like an ancient, immortal mountain, displaying infinite majesty and nobility. It's worthy of being the main peak of the sacred ground. This power is indeed extraordinary. Ziyu's gaze also fell on Shenshao Peak. She clicked her tongue in wonder. Zhuowen's eyes suddenly turned cold. He found that the mark old man Anqi had left on him was giving off a strong burning sensation. It was as if a red-hot iron had been ruthlessly branded onto his body, causing him to feel a burning pain. Hey, why are you in a daze? It's time to go, Ding Jia said coldly when he saw Zhuowen standing there in a daze. His face was filled with displeasure. Zhuowen came back to his senses. He glanced at Ding Jia, but did not say anything and followed him. If it weren't for young Master Zio, I wouldn't even bother with an itinerant cultivator with no background like you. How can he be so stunned after seeing the divine firmament peak? He's really inexperienced. Ding Jia led the way in front, but his mouth was muttering in dissatisfaction. Ding Jia was already very dissatisfied that Ziyu wanted to bring Zhuowen here. Now that he saw that Zhuowen was so inexperienced, he was even more displeased. Zhuowen frowned slightly. He didn't seem to have offended Ding Jia. Why was Ding Jia so dissatisfied with him? However, Zhuowen did not say anything. He just silently followed behind. He did not want to cause trouble in Purple Heaven, sacred ground this time. That would only cause unnecessary trouble. After all, he came to Purple Heaven, sacred ground this time with an important mission. The moment Ding Jia and Zhuowen left Shenshao Peak, an imposing and powerful figure sat cross-legged in the depths of a magnificent palace at the peak of Shenshao Peak. This figure looked to be a middle-aged man about 50 years old. He was dressed in a gorgeous purple robe, and his entire body was filled with an extremely terrifying aura. This aura was like an incomparably powerful invisible python that shot out in all directions, tearing the surrounding space into pieces. Suddenly, the middle-aged man slowly opened his eyes. The air around the palace suddenly stagnated, as if time and space had stopped because of this. His eyes seemed to contain a starry sky, resplendent and powerful. Old man Anqi's aura? That old man has finally sent someone here? The middle-aged man spoke faintly. His voice was like a sudden clap of thunder that exploded in the entire palace. He slowly raised his eyes and looked at the space in front of him. There, a huge furnace was suspended in midair. This furnace was dazzling with golden light. The top was oval and the bottom was square. In the center, there were 9 brilliant dragon heads that were spitting out blazing golden flames. The endless golden flames turned into a terrifying sea of fire in midair. They lingered around the furnace and began to spiral rapidly. Countless golden flames flew out, looking magnificent and gorgeous. It's time to return the heaven and earth furnace to Old Man Anshi. However, this furnace is of great importance. I need to test the person sent by Old Man Anshi. The middle-aged man slowly stood up. A terrifying aura exploded, and the surrounding space was completely torn apart, turning into pieces of debris. Withdraw! The middle-aged man gently stretched out his right hand. The golden flames around the heaven and earth furnace converged and then turned into a golden streamer that quickly entered the middle-aged man's sleeve. At the same time, the middle-aged man stepped lightly with his right foot and disappeared into thin air. The Snow Moon Peak was bustling with activity today. Streams of light fell like rain and gathered on the peak one after another. When Zhuo and the other two approached Snow Moon Peak, there were servants who came to receive them. Zhuo casually glanced at Snow Moon Peak and secretly compared it with Divine Cloud Peak in his heart. He realized that the difference between the two was like heaven and earth. Snow Moon Peak was far inferior to Divine Cloud Peak in terms of appearance, size, and grandeur. The three of them were led by a young man called Ayong. He was one of the male servants of Snow Moon Peak and was responsible for receiving servants who came to attend the birthday banquet. The location of the master's birthday banquet is in Snow Moon Hall. You can go straight ahead. I'm not qualified to enter Snow Moon Hall. Ayong bowed and said to Zhuo and the other two with an apologetic smile on his face, "We know. You can leave first." Ding Jia waved his hand and said in an indifferent tone. After Ayong left, Ding Jia skillfully passed through the courtyards and arrived in front of a huge palace. In front of the palace, there was a huge stone tablet with the words Snow Moon Hall written on it. At this moment, Snow Moon Hall was extraordinarily lively. Groups of servants were walking in and out, carrying delicious food. In the middle of the palace, a group of beautiful and graceful dancers were dancing to the melodious sound of a zither. On both sides of the dancers, there were rows of spacious and gorgeous tables. On the tables sat cultivators who were dressed in brocade and had strong auras. These cultivators were young and old. They were all high-spirited and were exchanging toasts. "Yo, isn't this young Master Zio? Didn't I hear that you went missing? They actually popped out again. I think they must have gone somewhere to have fun. Haha, young Master Zio, come and sit with us. Let's have a good chat." After Ziyu, Ding Jia, and the other two entered Snow Moon Hall, many people called out to them. Many people recognized Ziyu. Ziyu greeted them one by one, but did not go over. Instead, she looked at Zhuo. Zhuo was expressionless as he sat in an inconspicuous corner. Ziyu hurriedly followed and sat beside Zhuo. Ziyu's action immediately attracted the attention of many people in the hall. Many gazes involuntarily fell on Zhuo. Chapter 4476. Who is this person? Why is Zio Gongzi so humble towards this person? He's actually following behind this person, like a follower. This person looks unfamiliar. I've never seen him before in Xiling City. I don't think he's a disciple of a big force. There was an uproar in Shuiyu Palace. Ziyu's reputation in Xiling City was not weak. His family was second only to Xiling Court and the 5 sacred lands. He was considered a leading figure among the younger generation in the Divine City. But now, Ziyu's attitude towards Zhuo puzzled many people. After all, Zhuo's appearance and temperament were too ordinary. Ding Jia was equally puzzled. He quickly walked to Ziyu and said in a low voice, "Gongzi Zio, Shui Shixiang has already prepared a good seat for you after knowing that you're here." Ziyu did not speak. She looked at Zhuo as if asking for his opinion. "Since they've prepared a good seat for you, go ahead. Don't worry about me." Zhuo lightly raised the crystalline and translucent jade cup in his hand and took a sip before he spoke casually. Ziyu hesitated for a moment, but finally excused herself from Zhuo and followed Ding Jia. Before they left, Ding Jia looked coldly at Zhuo and said in a low voice, "Zhuo, I don't know what means you use to win Xiao Gongzi's trust, but one must know one's limits. Since Xiao Gongzi has given you a chance to enter Purple Heaven's sacred ground, you should be content. Don't try to obtain more. After all, your status is different from Xiao Gongzi's. Zhuo Wen looked at Ding Jia indifferently. He sneered in his heart, but did not refute. Know one's limits? Different status? If Ding Jia knew that Ziyu had already acknowledged him as his master and respected him like a god, would he still say such words? Suddenly, there was an intense clamor from the front of the palace. Zhuo Wen looked up and saw a handsome youth in feathered robes and a high crown walking out slowly from the inner palace. The youth was in high spirits and was surrounded by stars. He became the center of attention the moment he walked out of the inner palace. It's Brother Xueyu. What a powerful qi! It seems like Brother Xueyu's secluded meditation has been fruitful. This is a double blessing. No wonder Xue, you organized such a grand banquet. It's really worthy of celebration. In the banquet hall, most of the disciples of the Purple Heaven Holy Land stood up. They all held their jade cups and went up to Xueyu to offer their blessings. Zhuo Wen glanced at the young man who was surrounded by the crowd. His eyes were as calm as an ancient well. Xueyu did not restrain her aura, so he could tell at a glance that her cultivation level should have just reached the late stage, cosmic Dharma stage. This level of cultivation might be considered decent in Violet Caltrip City, but it wasn't enough to catch Zhuo Wen's eye. Now, Zhuo Wen's main concern was how he could approach the divine firmament peak without anyone noticing. From there, he could secretly contact the old sect leader of the Purple Heaven sacred ground. Suddenly, Zhuo Wen furrowed his brows. He sensed a malicious gaze on him. He turned his head and saw that not far from Xueyu, there was a beautiful woman following her. The woman's lips were as red as blood, and her beautiful cheeks were abnormally pale. The combination of the two added an eerie feeling. Blood beauty. The moment Zhuo Wen saw the woman, he immediately recognized her identity. Back in the Nuar realm, he had been chased by the bright lamp old man, Blood Beauty, and Yun Qinzi. If he hadn't had the invisible water escape technique, he would have been killed by the three of them. Now that he had met Blood Beauty again, it could be said that enemies were bound to meet on a narrow road. Blood Beauty obviously recognized Zhuo Wen as well. Her bewitching eyes shone with a cold light, and her blood-red lips curled into a strange smile. Zhuo Wen's gaze moved away from Blood Beauty and solemnly scanned the banquet hall around him. Since Blood Beauty was here, the bright lamp old man and Yun Qinzi were probably here as well. Sure enough, Zhuo Wen saw the bright lamp old man and Yun Qinzi exchanging toasts at a conspicuous spot in the upper left corner of the banquet hall. The two of them had obviously been reminded by Blood Beauty. Their gazes were intentionally or unintentionally looking in Zhuo Wen's direction. Brother Xueyu, long time no see. Ziyu and Ding Jia came forward and greeted Xueyu with cupped hands. Xueyu came forward rather enthusiastically and patted Ziyu's shoulder. He smiled. Ziyu, we really haven't seen each other for a long time. Some time ago, I went to the Ziyu family to look for you, but I received news that you were missing. Now it seems that this news is simply a fantasy. Ziyu smiled awkwardly and quickly changed the topic. She chatted with Xueyu about interesting things in the past. Young Master Xueyu still doesn't know? Young Master Ziyu isn't simply missing. You were kidnapped. Suddenly, the bewitching Blood Beauty beside Xueyu spoke in a sharp voice. Xueyu, who was chatting happily with Ziyu, narrowed his eyes. He looked at the Blood Beauty beside him and asked politely, "What do you mean, Miss Blood?" The Blood Beauty came from the Bloodthorn region, which was also a super region. Her identity and origin were quite extraordinary. Xueyu's attitude towards her was very modest. Ziyu's expression changed. He only noticed now that the Blood Beauty was behind Xueyu. He remembered that this Blood Beauty was among the people who had chased after Zhuo Wen. It seems that young Master Xue Yu still doesn't know. It's like this. Young Master Zio participated in the great hunting war at the Wujin Mountains, and then Blood Beauty chuckled as she casually recounted what had happened at the Wujin Mountains. Of course, she had also embellished the story. Zio wanted to explain, but he was just about to speak when an icy pressure suddenly shrouded him. His hands and feet turned cold. He froze on the spot and shivered. He lifted his head with difficulty and saw the Blood Beauty looking at him with a smile. However, her smile was bone-chilling. Her bewitching and beautiful eyes were like a venomous snake that numbed his nerves. He felt a chill down his spine and broke out in a cold sweat. Zhuowen, what a bold, itinerant cultivator. He actually dared to kidnap Brother Ziyu. Doesn't he know your identity and origin? Xue Yu's eyes turned sharp. His tone was even colder. The moment he heard Zhuowen's name, Ding Jia, who was beside Ziyu, narrowed his eyes. If he remembered correctly, the friend Ziyu brought was called Zhuowen? Didn't Ziyu say that Zhuowen was his savior? Why did Zhuowen become the culprit who abducted him from the mouth of the Blood Beauty? This Zhuowen is quite daring, isn't he? Not only did he dare to kidnap young Master Ziyu, but he also dared to come to Xue Yu's birthday banquet? The Blood Beauty covered her cherry lips and chuckled. Xue Yu's eyes narrowed. A cold aura exploded from his body and swept across the banquet in the hall. Blood Gunyang, where is this person at the banquet? Xue Yu asked coldly. The Blood Beauty faintly smiled. Her pale and slender, jade-like finger pointed towards the furthest corner of the banquet. Chapter 4477. Zhuowen had been paying attention to Xue Yu's movements. When he saw Xue Yu and Xue Yu talking in a low voice and deliberately pointing at him, his heart sank. He didn't need to think to guess that Blood Beauty had probably told Xue Yu the truth of Zi Yu's kidnapping. After all, other than Su Zhou and the others, Old Man Mingdeng, Blood Beauty, and Yun Qinzi also knew that he had kidnapped Ziyu. This time he had really miscalculated. He didn't expect Old Man Mingdeng, Blood Beauty, and Yun Qinzi to come to Purple Heaven, Sacred Ground, and participate in Xue Yu's birthday celebration. No. How can things be so coincidental? Zhuowen's expression suddenly turned cold. He felt that something wasn't right. Old Man Mingdeng, Blood Beauty, and Yun Qinzi were all experts from other super realms. Xue Yu was only an ordinary core disciple of Purple Heaven, Sacred Ground. With his face, it was impossible for him to invite Old Man Mingdeng and the others to come all the way here. Unless Zhuowen seemed to think of something, and his expression changed greatly. Old Man Mingdeng and the others must have come to Xue Yu's birthday celebration for other reasons. He guessed that it was very likely that the experts behind them were here for the heaven and earth furnace in the hands of Purple Heaven, Sacred Ground's old sect master. As expected, the mission this time isn't that simple. Now, I haven't even come into contact with Purple Heaven, Sacred Ground's old sect master, and I've already met my old enemy. How unlucky! Zhuowen inwardly shook his head and thought that he was really unlucky. However, he wasn't afraid. Although he was still in Purple Heaven, Sacred Ground, he had a magical mount like the Chariot of Chariots. If he wanted to escape, no one could stop him. Thump, thump, thump. The clear and melodious footsteps came closer and closer, finally stopping not far in front of Zhuowen. Zhuowen looked up and happened to see Xue Yu's frosty face. Xue Yu stood in front of Zhuowen's table and looked down at Zhuowen. Behind him, Blood Beauty, Ding Jia, Ziyu, and the others quietly followed. "Brother, I don't seem to know you. Can you tell me your name?" Xue Yu slowly opened his mouth, but his voice was bone-chilling. Ziyu was like an ant on a hot pan. His face was full of anxiety. He wanted to speak up for Zhuowen, but Blood Beauty beside him had used some unknown method to make his hands and feet and hands and feet and feet. To speak was extremely difficult. Zhuowen Zhuo was as still as a mountain. He faintly said, "Brother Zio invited me. Does your banquet not allow guests to bring their friends and family?" Shuiyu didn't say anything, but Ding Jia, who was standing at the side, snorted coldly and said, "Senior Brother Shuiyu, actually, I've long suspected this kid. He has no power, no influence, and no background. What right does he have to be young Master Zio's brother? Now that I think about it, this person must have used some unspeakable method to force young Master Zio to be friends with him. As young Master Zio's friend, I feel the need to help young Master Zio." Zhuowen looked at Ding Jia coldly and said, "I'm talking to young Master Shuiyu. Why are you interrupting?" Ding Jia's expression turned cold. He looked at Zhuowen coldly and said, "What did you say?" Just as Ding Jia was about to strike, Shuiyu lifted his sleeve to stop him. Shuiyu's gaze fell on Zhuowen again. He smiled and said in a low voice, "Zhuowen, I've heard people talk about you. Brother Zio went missing because he was kidnapped. The kidnapper's name is Zhuowen. I've also heard from Brother Dingjia that you saved Brother Zio's life and brought him back to the Ziyu family. I'm curious. Both of them are called Zhuowen. One kidnapped Zio, and the other saved him. Is there such a coincidence in this world? Or could it be that all of this is a farce that Brother Zhuowen directed and acted out yourself?" Shuiyu's body suddenly exploded with a terrifying and icy aura. It was as if countless mountains had fallen from the sky and pressed down on the ground. Instantly, the entire bustling hall was affected by this terrifying aura, and it instantly became absolutely silent. XDW ate one after another. Gazes involuntarily fell on Shuiyu, Zhuowen, and the others. The atmosphere also became exceptionally solemn. Zhuowen lifted his head gently. His gaze was as calm as water. He looked directly at Shuiyu and suddenly laughed. "What are you laughing at? Am I wrong?" Shuiyu frowned slightly. Seeing Zhuowen laugh, he was a little puzzled and a little angry. When he came to question Zhuowen, he originally wanted to see Zhuowen's panic-stricken appearance. However, Zhuowen's reaction was out of his expectations, and this made him extremely displeased. "I'm laughing at your stupidity. You don't even know that you're being used." Zhuowen spoke slowly. His tone was as sharp as a sword, piercing Shuiyu's heart. "Stupidity? Being used? How ridiculous!" Shuiyu sneered. He suddenly waved his sleeve and said, "Men, throw this miscellaneous person out." As soon as he said this, more than 10 people rushed in from outside the hall. They were all dressed in shining and colorful armor. They looked extraordinarily mighty and imposing. Clang! Clang! Numerous spears emitting cold light were mercilessly aimed at Zhuowen. "Now scram!" Shuiyu shouted disdainfully. Many people at the banquet had the mentality of watching a good show. When they saw Zhuowen being surrounded by Snow Moon Peak's guards and being scolded by Shuiyu, their eyes were filled with schadenfreude. I already knew that this kid wasn't a good person. He must be a nobody who snuck in. Now that he's been seen through, it's really embarrassing. Hee, this kid is really daring. How can Snow Moon Peak be a place that just anyone can enter? Now that he's been publicly scolded, it's really embarrassing. At this moment, Zhuowen was standing alone in the same place, being criticized by everyone. No one stood up for him. No one defended him. Only Ziyu could not speak because of Blood Beauty. She was ruthlessly suppressed in place. Blood Beauty, Old Man Mingdang, and Yun Chenzi all looked at Zhuowen's lonely figure with ridicule in their eyes. They had already planned in their hearts that after this kid was driven out, they would secretly tail him, kill him, and take the map fragment from him. Last time, this kid had luckily escaped. This time it wouldn't be so easy. Shuiyu, you better think carefully. Once you make the wrong choice, you'll regret it for the rest of your life. Zhuowen looked coldly at Shuiyu with his hands behind his back. With Zhuowen's current strength, once he showed his might, the entire Snow Moon Peak would be in chaos. He could kill all the cultivators at the banquet in seconds. But this was obviously a bad plan. He didn't want to do this unless it was absolutely necessary. Chapter 4478. Shui was startled at first, but then he burst into laughter as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. Suddenly, Shui Yu's whole body emitted an extremely cold aura. He stared coldly at Zhuowen and said, "Zhuowen, are you mistaken? This is Snow Moon Peak, and I am the master of this peak. I am free to do whatever I want. Why should I regret it?" Zhuowen looked at Shui Yu indifferently. He did not say anything, nor did he try to defend himself. He just looked at Shui Yu coldly. He had already made up his mind. No matter what he said, Shui Yu would not listen. It seemed that in the end it was inevitable to solve the problem by force. Just as the two sides were about to draw their swords, a clear sound of footsteps came from outside Snow Moon Hall. It sounded like a drum in everyone's ears. Everyone involuntarily looked over and saw a tall figure slowly walking over. It was a white-haired old man. He was tall and sturdy, and his white beard was fluttering in the wind. He had a dignified temperament. Shui Yu could not help but look up. When he saw the old man's face, his expression changed slightly, and he quickly stepped forward. "Shui Yu greets the law enforcement elder." Shui Yu bowed respectfully, but his heart was full of doubts. The law enforcement elder was one of the most respected elders in Purple Heaven Holy Land. His status was noble and unapproachable. Such a person was high above Shui Yu, and with his status, he could not invite such a person. Now the law enforcement elder had come to his banquet in person, which made Shui Yu feel flattered. It's the law enforcement elder. He is a real big shot. Brother Shui Yu is really amazing. He even invited the law enforcement elder. Brother Shui Yu is so mysterious. Even the law enforcement elder came to give him face. It seems that he is destined to have a meteoric rise in the future. The crowd was in an uproar. Everybody was looking at Shui Yu with a fervent look in their eyes. They were all secretly thinking about how to get closer to Shui Yu. Shui Yu naturally heard the discussions around him, and he could not help but feel a little proud. He raised his chin slightly. He knew very well that the news of the law enforcement elder attending his banquet today would soon spread. By then his status in the Purple Heaven sacred ground would rise significantly. The bright lamp old man, Blood Beauty, and Yun Qinzi looked at each other, seeing the doubt in each other's eyes. From what they had heard, the law enforcement elder had nothing to do with Shui Yu. Why would the law enforcement elder come to the banquet of Shui Yu? "Shui Yu, is there someone called Zhuowen in your banquet?" Elder of Law Enforcement glanced at Shui Yu expressionlessly. Shui Yu's eyes narrowed slightly. Then she smiled and said, "The law enforcing elder is wise. There was indeed someone called Zhuowen in my banquet. This person sneaked into my banquet with an ulterior motive. I was just about to drive away such a madman." Saying this, Shui Yu glanced at Zhuowen proudly. In his opinion, Zhuowen was finished. Even the law-enforcing patriarch had come to him. The law-enforcing patriarch of the Purple Heaven sacred ground was famous for being impartial and had the power to enforce laws. Once someone made a mistake, they would be sent to the darkest prison by the law-enforcing patriarch and be subjected to all kinds of cruel torture. It could be said that the disciple of the Purple Heaven sacred ground was most afraid of this old man who had the power to enforce laws. The old man nodded and ignored Shui Yu, walking straight toward Zhuowen. The dozen or so cultivators who had originally surrounded Zhuowen retreated one after another and looked at the approaching law-enforcing elder in awe. Zhuowen looked at the old man in front of him calmly, feeling a little strange. This was the first time he had seen this person. He did not know how this person could call out his name and find him. "Little friend Zhuowen, long time no see. I invited you to the Purple Heaven sacred ground many times, but you refused. Now you sneaked in yourself. This will hurt our relationship." Under the stunned gazes of the crowd, the solemn and rigid law enforcement elder smiled and patted Zhuowen's shoulder, speaking in a rather friendly tone. "This This is a joke, right? The law enforcement elder is so familiar with this person. Seeing this scene, everyone subconsciously rubbed their eyes and sucked in a breath of cold air. The smile on Shui Yu's face instantly stiffened. Zhuowen looked at the smiling old man in front of him and felt more and more strange. He should have really not seen this old man before. Why did this old man act as if they were very close? Zhuowen, the old sect master told me about you. He asked me to come and pick you up. My name is Cho Yu, the law enforcement elder of the Purple Heaven Sacred Ground. Suddenly, an old voice rang in Zhuowen's mind. It was the law enforcement elder's voice. Zhuowen's eyes narrowed, but he quickly calmed down and nodded. A more enthusiastic smile appeared on his face. So it's Brother Cho Yu. It has indeed been a long time. This time I did not sneak in. I came mainly with my friend Ziyu. Zhuowen immediately put his arm around Cho Yu's shoulder, causing Cho Yu to be stunned. He thought to himself, this kid is really good. In the main hall, when everyone saw the two of them with their arms around each other's shoulders, they completely believed Cho Yu's words. The two of them were indeed close. Shui Yu's expression became extremely ugly. He had not expected things to take such a turn. So that's how it is. Just now I saw that you were surrounded by people. Brother, are you in some kind of trouble? If you are in trouble, just tell me. I will definitely uphold justice for you. Cho Yu patted his chest and said. Zhuowen's lips curled. He knew that Cho Yu wanted to help him get back at Ziyu. It's not a big deal. Brother Shui Yu was instigated by someone and wanted to drive me out of the Purple Heaven's sacred ground. If I didn't leave, they would have executed me on the spot. Zhuowen said lightly. Cho Yu's gaze immediately turned cold. He turned to look at Shui Yu and asked, Shui Yu, is this true? The old sect master had personally instructed him to bring Zhuowen back unharmed. If Zhuowen was injured here and the old sect master blamed him, he would not be able to bear the consequences. Shui Yu was already pale with fright. He hurriedly knelt on the ground and said, Elder, please forgive me. It was all Shui Yu's fault for listening to the words of the thief and misunderstanding brother Zhuowen. Tell me who instigated you. Cho Yu said coldly. It was them. Shui Yu immediately pointed at Shui Yu, Old Man Mingdang, and Yun Chenzi. At this moment, he could not care so much anymore. Naturally, he immediately revealed Shui Yu and the other two. Old Man Mingdang and the other two's expressions changed greatly. They had not expected things to develop in this direction. Men, take these three. Elder of Law Enforcement's expression was cold. At his command, a group of figures suddenly rushed in from outside the main hall. What was shocking was that the auras of these figures were extremely powerful. The weakest of them was a pinnacle cosmic avatar cultivator, and some were early inverse ancient starlight cultivators. These figures did not allow any explanation. They immediately captured Old Man Mingdang and the other two and put heavy shackles on them. Elder Cho, don't go too far. I am Old Man Mingdang from the Divine Blaze region. I came to attend Shui Yu's banquet. What right do you have to take us away? Old Man Mingdang was shocked and angry. No matter where you come from, since you are now in the Purple Heaven Holy Land, you must abide by the rules here. You have violated the rules, so you must be punished. Cho Yu sneered. With a wave of his sleeve, Old Man Mingdang and the other two were taken away. From now on, I don't think anyone will dare to cause trouble in the Purple Heaven Holy Land, right? Cho Yu looked around the banquet. His voice was bone-chilling. Many cultivators from other regions lowered their heads subconsciously. Zhuowen was deep in thought as he looked at Cho Yu's back. Chapter 4479. Shui Yu, you're on your own now. Cho Yu looked around before his gaze finally landed on Shui Yu as he said indifferently. Shui Yu shuddered and hurriedly knelt down. He first bowed to Cho Yu, then to Zhuowen and kowtowed heavily. Brother Zhuowen, please forgive me. It's all my fault for being instigated and blinded by lard. You can punish me however you want. Shui Yu lowered his head, but his heart was uneasy. Cho Yu's gaze also landed on Zhuowen. He did not speak, but waited for Zhuowen's decision. If you want to atone for your sins, then take some practical actions. I don't like empty words, Zhuowen said lightly. Shui Yu's gaze hardened. He nodded heavily and stood up. Under everyone's gaze, he grabbed his left arm with his right hand and used his divine power to tear it off. Blood splattered everywhere. Shui Yu did not make a sound. He casually threw his left arm on the ground and knelt in front of Zhuowen again, gritting his teeth to endure the pain. Zhuowen looked deeply at Shui Yu and nodded. Not bad. I won't pursue the matter of you offending me. Get up. Thank you, Brother Zhua. Shui Yu kowtowed a few more times before he stood up and stood aside, silent as a cicada in winter. Brother Zhua, come with me. You and I have to catch up this time, Cho Yu suddenly said. Zhuowen nodded. He knew that Cho Yu was urging him to meet the old sect leader. Brother Zio is my good friend. I hope you can treat him well. Zhuowen then glanced at Ding Jia, intentionally or otherwise, before he turned and left Snow Moon Hall with Cho Yu. It was only after Zhuowen left that Ding Jia heaved a sigh of relief. He was really scared to death just now. He never thought that a rogue cultivator like Zhuowen with no background would be an old acquaintance of the law enforcement elder. Ding Jia paled at the thought that he had offended such a person. Fortunately, Zhuowen had left and did not pursue the matter. This made Ding Jia feel much more relaxed. I must leave the Purple Heaven, sacred ground, as soon as possible. A myriad of thoughts flashed through Ding Jia's mind. He knew that he couldn't stay here for long. If Zhuowen suddenly remembered him, then he would really be in deep trouble. Ding Jia, where are you going? Just as Ding Jia was about to sneak away, a gloomy voice called out to him. Ding Jia's body trembled slightly. He turned around and saw Shui Yu's extremely gloomy face. I have something urgent to attend to, so I'll take my leave first. Brother Shui Yu, I will apologize to you next time. As Ding Jia spoke, his footsteps did not stop as he quickly walked toward the entrance of the large hall. However, just as he reached the entrance, more than 10 guards of the Snow Moon Hall took him down with spears in their hands. Brother Shui Yu, what do you mean? Ding Jia said fearfully. What do you mean? You've offended Brother Zhuowen. Don't tell me you're going to just walk away? Shui Yu sneered. At this moment, Shui Yu was filled with anger and only wanted to find a place to vent it. Seeing that Ding Jia had also offended Zhuowen but did not receive the punishment he deserved, the anger in his heart burned even more. He simply vented his anger on Ding Jia. Brother Shui Yu, you're being unreasonable. I didn't offend Zhuowen at all. It's you who offended him. Ding Jia hurriedly explained. As soon as he said that, Shui Yu was completely enraged. Men, break Ding Jia's limbs first, then throw him into the dungeon of the Snow Moon Peak. I will personally report this matter to the enforcement elder. Shui Yu said coldly. More than 10 guards were originally hesitant, but when they heard Shui Yu's order, they all took action. Ding Jia's miserable screams could be heard as his limbs were quickly broken and he was dragged away like a dead dog. The entire banquet was completely silent because of this incident. It was no longer as lively as before. Zhuowen silently followed Cho Yu and headed toward the main peak of the Purple Heaven Holy Ground, Divine Firmament Peak. They did not speak along the way. The two of them behaved very differently in the Snow Moon Hall. There was no sign of familiarity at all. The Divine Firmament Peak was much more magnificent than the Snow Moon Peak. The entire peak was surrounded by colorful clouds, which looked very beautiful and moving. Among these colorful clouds, streams of flowing light shuttled in and out like sharp arrows. It was very lively. Under Cho Yu's lead, Zhuowen could be said to be unimpeded in the Divine Firmament Peak. He did not encounter any obstacles at all. Soon, The two of them arrived at the peak of the divine firmament peak. On the peak stood a huge ancient palace that had existed since ancient times. Around the ancient palace were terrifying waves of array formation, each of which had an aura that could destroy heaven and earth. There was no doubt that there were many extremely powerful array formations set up around the ancient palace. Cho, you stopped in front of the ancient palace and took out the communication jade charm at his waist. After sending a message, he turned to look at Zhuowen. Zhuowen, you must be very confused. We have never met before. Why would I suddenly appear to help you? Cho, you said indifferently. Zhuowen's expression was normal. He smiled faintly and said, If I'm not wrong, it should be the old sect master who sent you. Also, the reason why you swiftly captured the lamp elder and the other two was not to stand up for me. Cho Yu's eyes narrowed. He said with interest, If I'm not standing up for you, do you mean that I have a grudge against them? Your guess is not very accurate. Zhuowen said slowly. The three of them sneaked into the purple heaven, sacred ground with ulterior motives. You're just making an example out of them. Even if the three of them did not offend me, you would find a reason to punish them. After all, many people from other forces used the birthday of the Snow Moon Hall to sneak in. Cho, you looked deeply at Zhuowen. He no longer looked down on him. The young man in front of him was very insightful. He was definitely not a simple person. Suddenly, Cho Yu sensed something and looked toward the ancient palace. The door of the ancient palace slowly opened. A pair of golden boy and jade girl walked out with lanterns in their hands. They looked at Cho Yu and Zhuowen expressionlessly. Law enforcement elder, you've done well. The old sect master is very satisfied. Now you can leave, the golden boy said lightly. Zhuowen, come with us. We'll take you to see the old sect master, the jade girl said calmly. Yes. Cho Yu bowed and turned into a stream of light, leaving the place. After the golden boy and jade girl finished speaking, they turned around and walked through the door of the ancient palace without hesitation, completely disappearing into the darkness. Zhuowen's eyes flickered as he followed them. The ancient palace was pitch black. Even though Zhuowen's divine sense was extremely powerful, it was difficult to detect the specific things around him. In the boundless darkness, the lanterns in the hands of the golden boy and jade girl became the only light source, guiding him toward an unknown destination. After walking for an unknown period of time, the light source in front of him suddenly stopped. The pair of golden boy and jade girl stopped. With the help of the weak light source, Zhuowen could barely see that there was an empty inner palace in front of him. In the inner palace, there were many outlines of huge stone pillars. At the end of the palace, there was a slanted staircase. Because it was too dark, Zhuowen could not see what was at the top of the staircase. Chapter 4480. Suddenly, the darkness in the inner hall was completely dispelled, replaced by a huge light. The entire inner hall became bright and magnificent. Zhuowen was finally able to clearly see that at the top of the stairs in front of him was a throne formed by the fusion of countless weapons. On the throne, a stalwart middle-aged man sat lazily, and his gaze was indifferent as he looked down at Zhuowen, who was below him. Greetings, old sect master! The pair of male and female attendants elegantly put down the lanterns in their hands, then knelt on the ground and bowed to the middle-aged man on the throne. The middle-aged man supported his face with his right hand and nodded lightly. You may leave first. The pair bowed again, then left the main hall with the lanterns. In an instant, only Zhuowen and the middle-aged man were left in the magnificent main hall, facing each other from afar. The middle-aged man before him was the Purple Heaven Sacred Ground's old sect master, Shinji, the person with the highest authority in the Purple Heaven Sacred Ground. Zhuowen, Anqi told me about you. This is the first time we met, and your temperament is not bad. Finally, Shinji spoke slowly. His voice was steady, but it was like thunder that made one unable to calm down. Zhuowen cupped his hands at Shinji and said, Old sect master, you're too polite. Actually, I'm very curious. How did you know that I entered the purple heaven, sacred ground? Shin-Iji's lips curled up slightly. He bent his finger and tapped Shuowen's arm. Elder Anshi's imprint told me. Realization dawned on Zhuowen. It seemed that Shin-Iji had already sensed him when he passed by the divine firmament peak earlier. Since old sect master knows why I'm here, you should also know that I'm here to retrieve the heaven and earth furnace for Elder Anshi, right? Zhuowen said. Shin-Iji nodded. Suddenly, he waved his sleeves lightly. Instantly, the temperature of the entire inner hall skyrocketed, reaching an extremely terrifying level. Above the inner hall, endless flames surged and rolled. It was like a sea of fire that could overturn the heavens and the earth, raging and rolling continuously. In the center of the rolling sea of fire, a huge furnace was faintly discernible. A terrifying pressure came crashing down, causing the entire inner hall to be under a terrifying pressure. Zhuowen looked up and clicked his tongue in amazement. He secretly lamented that this was indeed a divine tool at the fourth heavenly layer. Just the pressure alone was so powerful. Old sect master, according to your agreement with Senior Anshi, I should be able to take away the heaven and earth smelt now, right? Zhuowen's gaze did not linger on the heaven and earth smelt for too long. Instead, he looked at the old grandmaster on the throne and said calmly. Shin-Iji nodded inwardly. The temperament and bearing that Zhuowen had displayed just now had made him think highly of him. However, the strength of this lad was simply way too weak. Could he really protect the heaven and earth smelt? You have to know that there are many people who are eyeing the heaven and earth furnace covetously. There are even lawful embodiment of heaven and earth experts. With your strength, you simply can't walk out of the purple chestnut domain. Shin-Iji pondered for a moment before continuing. Zhuowen said calmly, Don't worry, old sect master. Since Senior Anshi is willing to entrust me to take away the heaven and earth smelt, my strength has been recognized by her. As long as the heaven and earth smelt is in my hands, I can safely bring it to Senior Anshi. Shin-Iji frowned slightly. He felt that Zhuowen's words were too confident. After all, Zhuowen's cultivation was only at the mid-stage cosmic Dharma phase. No matter how heaven-defying he was, it was already terrifying that he could fight against an early-stage cosmic Dharma phase. Against an lawful embodiment of heaven and earth, he was just trash. He really couldn't figure out who gave this lad the courage to do so. Shin-Iji sat on the throne and quietly looked at Zhuowen. However, he did not speak, nor did he show any signs of handing over the heaven and earth smelt to Zhuowen. Zhuowen frowned slightly and said, Old sect master, you still don't trust me? Shin-Iji pondered for a moment and said, I naturally trust the person sent by Anshi, but I don't trust your strength. Your cultivation is simply too weak. You can go back and ask Anshi to send someone stronger. Zhuowen's expression was calm as he said in a low voice, In other words, if I prove my strength, you can hand over the heaven and earth smelt to me? Shin-Iji raised his eyebrows and looked at Zhuowen with interest. He did not expect that this young man before him would not give up. You can say that. Shin-Iji smiled faintly. Old sect master, in your opinion, how should I prove my strength to you? Zhuowen still asked calmly. Shin-Iji was becoming more and more interested in this young man before him. This lad was simply too calm and composed. Could it be that he was really so confident in his own strength? Whoosh! Shin-Iji waved his right sleeve, and a huge opening appeared in the air in front of the throne. Zhuowen raised his head to look. Through this opening, he saw a small, lush world inside. Smoke lingered in the air, and mountain ranges stacked upon one another. This small world was created by me. All the living beings that I have captured all these years live in it. There are giant beasts with bodies of tens of thousands of feet, human cultivators like you, and many other races of all shapes and sizes. There is no lack of experts at the defying ancient starlight realm. Shin'iji lightly tapped the armrest of the throne and continued. In this small world, there are a total of 7 experts at the peak of the defying ancient starlight realm. They are the rulers of this small world. If you can survive in this small world for a month, then I will acknowledge your strength. Zhuowen shook his head, causing Shin-Iji to frown. You're not willing? Shin-Iji said unhappily. No, what I mean is, a month is too long, I can't wait. Give me a day, and I'll bring you the heads of the 7 experts at the peak of the ancient defying starlight. Zhuowen said indifferently. Shin-Iji's gaze sharpened as he stared at Zhuowen and asked solemnly, Are you serious? Of course. If I can't take the heads of those 7 experts in a day, I won't take the heaven and earth furnace, Zhuowen said calmly. Shin-Iji was silent for a moment. His eyes shone brightly as he stared at Zhuowen. Zhuowen also looked at Shin-Iji fearlessly. Good. No matter how strong you are, your courage is something I've never seen before. I'll give you this chance, and I hope you'll succeed. Shin-Iji suddenly shouted, and a deep smile appeared on his face. Zhuowen cupped his fists toward Shin-Iji and then stepped out with his right foot. Like a sharp arrow, he shot towards the opening in front of the throne. When Zhuowen's figure completely disappeared into the opening, Shin-Iji was still sitting on the throne. His right hand tapped the armrest, and the opening instantly closed, killing 7 experts at the peak of the defying ancient starlight realm in a day? This kid is still too young and arrogant. Shin-Iji shook his head. He didn't need to look to know that Zhuowen's boasting was impossible to achieve, not to mention Zhuowen's strength. Just the small world he had created was so vast that it wasn't any weaker than a high-level world. And the 7 experts at the peak of the defying ancient starlight were located in 7 different places. Some of them were even on the opposite edge of the defying ancient starlight. No matter how fast this kid was, it was impossible for him to travel to all 7 places in a day. I will open it again in a day. At that time, the expression on this kid's face will definitely be very interesting. Shin-Iji's faint voice reverberated throughout the inner palace. Chapter 4481. Inside the small world, Zhuowen stood on top of a huge rock, surrounded by lush and verdant trees that reached into the sky. In the distance in front of these towering trees, there was a mountainous region. Fog lingered, and immortal qi was abundant. Roar, roar, roar. In the endless giant trees and mountains, the deafening roars of beasts rose and fell one after another, as if they could shake the heavens and the earth. Zhuowen's expression was calm. The moment he entered this small world, he could feel that the area was extremely vast, as if it was boundless. If it was at his previous speed, it would be impossible for him to travel around this world in a day and find the 7 masters who were at the peak of the defying ancient starlight. But now he had the chariot of chariots, and in an instant he could visit all the places in this world. Roar! Suddenly, a terrifying beast roar resounded, and a huge black shadow appeared above Zhuowen. A terrifying wind swept through, and countless gravel and leaves flew into the sky. This was a giant beast that looked like a whale, and its body was covered with terrifying barbs. Its lower abdomen was pure white and flawless, and its entire body contained an extremely terrifying feeling of power. Zhuowen's eyes were calm. He suddenly raised his right hand, and his 5 fingers formed a hook. He grabbed fiercely, and a terrifying divine power poured out, surging and spreading like an avalanche. The giant beast directly above Zhuowen let out a shrill scream, and its huge body was fixed in place by some kind of force. It struggled with all its might, but it was in vain. Break! Zhuowen softly spat out a word. The giant beast above let out an even more miserable shriek. Then its enormous body exploded with a loud bang. Countless droplets of blood splattered out like rain, causing a bloody rain to fall within a radius of several hundred miles. Zhuowen bathed in the blood rain, and a layer of divine power surrounded his body, blocking the blood rain outside. A mere giant beast in the early Dharma stage of the universe dares to provoke me. Zhuowen shook his head and waved his sleeve, summoning the chariot of chariots. When he stepped into the divine chariot, he formed a seal with his right hand, and the chariot rushed out as fast as lightning toward the west. He planned to start searching from the west. As long as he could meet one of the creatures at the peak of the defying ancient starlight, he would be able to know the specific location of the other 6 through the ladder. Rumble. The chariot of chariots flew at an extremely fast speed, like rolling heavenly thunder. It exploded in the air, and an extremely terrifying might resounded between heaven and earth. Wherever the sacred chariot passed, many of the weaker giant beasts retreated. Of course, there were also some behemoths with decent strength that launched attacks on Zhuowen, but they were basically all killed by Zhuowen. With Zhuowen's current strength, he could easily kill ordinary NI Goose Starlight-level powerhouses, not to mention the giant beasts that attacked him, which were basically at the cosmic Dharma level. What an arrogant human cultivator! How dare you wantonly slaughter in this king's domain? When Zhuowen arrived at the desert area in the far west, an angry voice shook the sky. Countless yellow sand soared into the sky, turning into an extremely terrifying sandstorm, and quickly pushed across, drowning Zhuowen's whole body in it. Zhuowen's eyes narrowed slightly. He could feel that there was an extremely terrifying existence hidden in this sandstorm. Without thinking, he drove the chariot of chariots out of the sky and quickly fled to the rear, completely out of the range of the sandstorm. Zhuowen stopped on a huge, weathered hill in the desert. Looking up at the raging sandstorm in front of him, his face became extremely serious. You run quite fast." In the sandstorm, the magnificent voice came again, full of a trace of surprise and surprise. The sandstorm gradually dissipated, revealing the huge body hidden inside. This body was tens of thousands of feet large, and its appearance was similar to a scorpion. There were pitch-black barbs all over its body, and on the surface of its hard shell, there was a strange dark green gas that lingered around its body, looking extremely poisonous. What was even more strange was that on top of the scorpion, there were 3 human-like heads, and the eyes of each head were scarlet, looking very ferocious and terrifying. Zhuowen looked at the human-headed scorpion in front of him, but his eyes were full of excitement. "I've finally found you." Zhuowen licked his lips, and the corners of his mouth curled up more and more. He could naturally sense the aura of the human-headed scorpion in front of him, and it was definitely at the peak of the ancient star peak. There was no doubt that the human-headed scorpion was one of the 7 rulers of this small world. The human-headed scorpion was startled, and he looked at the human cultivator in front of him with a strange look. As one of the rulers of this small world, he ruled this huge area in the west. Except for the other 6 rulers, the other creatures who saw him were all frightened and trembling. This human cultivator in front of him was very excited to see him. Was he hallucinating? "Human, don't tell me you were sent by that bastard Lin Heng? I sense a trace of the demonic aura on you." The human-headed scorpion said coldly, "Lin Heng." Zhuowen was startled at first, but then he quickly understood that Lin Heng was probably one of the 7 rulers of this small world and should be a human demonic cultivator. "I came from outside this small world. Before I came in, I promised old sect Master Shiniji that I would bring the heads of the 7 rulers of this small world to him within a day. You should be one of the 7 rulers." Zhuowen clenched his right hand, and a purplish-black light flashed out, appearing in his palm, revealing a sharp divine sword that flashed with purplish-gold black light. The human-headed scorpion's pupil shrank, and then he laughed loudly. "Ha! Ignorant human, with your little cultivation. You dare to boast like this? Since you came from outside, it seems like you have a close relationship with that old bastard Shiniji. That old bastard imprisoned me here for countless years, causing me to completely lose my freedom. and you just had to bump into the muzzle of the gun. That's great. I'll kill you first to vent my anger. But don't worry, I won't kill you immediately. Instead, I'll torture you to death slowly and let you live in pain for a while longer. Then, I'll make you beg me to kill you." The human-headed scorpion's voice was filled with resentment. After hearing Shiniji's name, the murderous intent in his eyes intensified, and he became extremely agitated. Boom! After he finished speaking, the human-headed scorpion turned into a black shadow and charged straight at Zhuowen. The sandstorm that had originally dissipated was once again stirred up like rolling thunder, and it rapidly approached Zhuowen. Boom, boom, boom. The human-headed scorpion was getting closer and closer to Zhuowen, and the sandstorm around him was becoming more and more ferocious. Originally, there was only one sandstorm in front, but as the human-headed scorpion approached, terrifying sandstorms rose up all around Zhuowen, completely surrounding him. Tremble in fear, human! The human-headed scorpion's sinister laughter resounded through heaven and earth. He swooped down and launched a fierce attack at Zhuowen. Zhuowen was as still as a mountain. His left hand formed a series of seals, and then he suddenly waved his sleeve. Instantly, with him as the center, lightning flashed and terrifying formation markings swept out like swimming fish, completely enveloping the human-headed scorpion. The human-headed scorpion's sinister smile completely stiffened, and it turned into an expression of great shock, because he noticed that unknowingly he'd already been enveloped by a formidable formation. Countless bolts of lightning were like swimming fishes as they violently smashed onto his body, causing his entire body to feel uncomfortable, and his movements had become extremely slow as well. Chapter 4482. Peak of the third heaven of the eternal realm? You're also a divine array master. The scorpion felt the terrifying lightning around him, and his eyes revealed a look of horror. He could feel that the array Dao ripples around him were extremely powerful, enough to trap him completely. Peerless Thunder God Array, open for me. Zhuowen's hand seals changed, and suddenly the Peerless Thunder God Array's momentum changed dramatically. Endless lightning quickly condensed and began to manifest a huge Thunder God phantom. As soon as the Thunder God shadow appeared, it charged straight at the human-headed scorpion. Its thick arms were like cannonballs as they bombarded the human-headed scorpion. The scorpion roared, and his whole body burned like a raging fire. He collided heavily with the Thunder God phantom, and a terrifying aura and magical power erupted one after another. It was extremely terrifying. Zhuowen stood outside the array, silently watching the battle between the scorpion and the Thunder God phantom. Although the scorpion was a peak ancient star boundary expert, the Peerless Thunder God Array was infinitely close to the fourth heaven of the eternal layer. Its power was even greater. At this moment, the scorpion was obviously at a disadvantage, being suppressed by the Thunder God phantom. However, the scorpion's physical body was so strong that it was not afraid of the Thunder God phantom. Zhuowen's eyes were cold. He pointed his right sword finger at his glabella, and suddenly a terrifying purple-gold light burst out from his glabella. Streaks of divine soul sword intent swept out like lightning, forming a terrifying sword chi storm, and blasted into the Peerless Thunder God Array, aiming straight at the scorpion. The human-headed scorpion was already exhausted from dealing with the Thunder God's phantom, and when Zhuowen's sword intent of the soul attacked, it immediately revealed a flaw. However, the scorpion's body was too hard, and his divine soul was extremely powerful. Zhuowen's divine soul sword intent could only interfere with him to a certain extent, but could not completely hurt his divine soul. Boy, I really didn't expect you to have so many means, but your divine soul is only at the early inverse ancient star boundary. Do you think you can cause me harm? The scorpion raised its pincers and blocked the Thunder God phantom's punch. It glanced at Zhuowen disdainfully and said coldly, "Emo ran." Zhuowen's expression was cold, and he didn't say anything. Demonic qi gushed out from his body, and his aura became extremely terrifying. Under the demonic state, the power of the soul sword intent skyrocketed, and all of them were dyed black. They actually pierced through the flesh of the human-headed scorpion. What? Have you become stronger? The human-headed scorpion's pupils shrank slightly, and it couldn't help but cry out in horror. Devil flame! Zhuowen's eyes became incomparably scarlet. A blood-colored flame rushed out, blotting out the sky and rushing into the peerless thunder god array. As soon as the demonic flames touched the scorpion, they quickly spread and enveloped the scorpion's entire body. CI. The human-headed scorpion's hard skin began to make a strange, sizzling sound under the burning of the demonic flame, and it also emitted a burnt smell. The human-headed scorpion was horrified. This demonic flame was too strange. It actually gave him an extremely dangerous feeling. He constantly urged his god power to extinguish the demonic flames on his body, but he failed. Instead, he exposed many flaws, which the thunder god's phantom took advantage of. Pucci! The human-headed scorpion was repeatedly defeated by the thunder god's phantom. In the end, his chest was punched through. Countless lightning bolts spread like sharp arrows, and the human-headed scorpion's entire body made crackling sounds. No, the human-headed scorpion spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing the thunder god's phantom launch another thunderous attack, he let out a sorrowful cry. Boom! Unfortunately, the thunder god's phantom was expressionless. It mercilessly punched through him again, and blood spurted out wildly. Zhuowen waved his sleeve, and the peerless thunder god array was put away by him. He landed in front of the human-headed scorpion. At this moment, the human-headed scorpion was on the verge of death, and he had no combat power at all. Tell me the specific location of the other 6 rulers, and I can let you die a quick death. Otherwise, if I search your soul by force, you will beg for death. Zhuowen said indifferently. The human-headed scorpion smiled bleakly. He looked deeply at Zhuowen and sighed softly. I really didn't expect that I would be defeated by a human cultivator who is only a cosmic manifestation. How sad! Give me a quick death, and I will tell you the location of the other 6 rulers. After learning the location of the other 6 rulers from the human-headed scorpion, Zhuowen fulfilled his promise and gave the human-headed scorpion a quick death. He also cut off his head, after casually tossing the human-headed scorpion's head into the great world. Zhuowen leaped onto the chariot of chariots and disappeared on the spot. After that, Zhuowen learned the location of the other 6 rulers. It didn't take him too long to find them one by one. After thoroughly determining their locations, Zhuowen began to attack them one by one. He first set up the peerless thunder god array to completely trap his opponents. Then he began to use all kinds of attacks to disrupt his opponents' movements. Finally, he caused his opponents to reveal their weaknesses and be killed by the thunder god's phantom. Zhuowen had tried and tested this move time and time again, and he killed 6 rulers in succession, including the human-headed scorpion. The final ruler was a human demonic cultivator in the extreme south. This human demonic cultivator's perception was extremely strong. When Zhuowen had just arrived, he had already discovered Zhuowen. The 2 of them couldn't avoid a huge battle. Zhuowen even used his demonic state to engage in an unprecedented battle with the demonic cultivator. The battle caused the earth to tremble and the mountains to tremble. In the end, Zhuowen paid the price of being heavily injured to completely kill the demonic cultivator. It had to be said that this human demonic cultivator's strength was truly formidable. He was the strongest among the 7 rulers, and he was almost at the half-step lawful embodiment of heaven and earth. Zhuowen relied on the peerless thunder god array and had to pay the price of being heavily injured to finally kill him. Of course, if he immediately used the Grand Imperial Seal, he would probably be able to end the battle quickly. However, Zhuowen clearly didn't need to do so. After killing this human demonic cultivator, Zhuowen found many demonic cultivation resources in this person's cave abode. Zhuo, Zhuowen plundered all the cultivation resources of the devil Dao once. He just so happened to need these cultivation resources to cultivate the limitless demonic scripture. After plundering, Zhuowen discovered that there were still 4 hours before the day ended. He found the tallest mountain peak and sat on it, overlooking the great rivers and mountains of this small world. After careful observation, Zhuowen discovered that this small world created by Shin'iji was very different from his own large world. The laws of Shin'iji's small world weren't too perfect, and the area was also quite narrow. Moreover, the living beings here should have been placed there by Shin'iji and not originally born. However, the living beings in Zhuowen's large world were originally born. Whether it was the laws or the area, they were far above this small world. Zhuowen suddenly realized that his large world was already so powerful. If it continued to develop, his large world might really transform into a world that wasn't weaker than the 100 domains. Chapter 4483. Recommended reading. Divine Firmament Peak within the main hall at the peak. Shin'iji sat on the throne, a divine light flashing in his eyes. One day's time is up. It's time for this kid to give up. As he spoke, Shin'iji waved his right hand, and a crack appeared in front of the throne. Behind the crack was a lush little world. It was the little world that Shin'iji had created. Whoosh! As soon as the crack appeared, a strong gust of wind swept over. A figure quickly flew over, landing in the main hall from the little world. Shin'iji looked over and saw that it was Zhuowen. Zhuowen, go back. Let Anqi send someone stronger to the heaven and earth furnace. Shin'iji sat on the throne, looking at Zhuowen as he spoke with confidence. The moment Zhuowen appeared, he knew that the former definitely hadn't completed the mission. Or rather, he didn't believe that Zhuowen had the ability to complete the mission. Zhuowen's expression was calm. He waved his right hand, and the 7 heads stored in the great world rolled onto the ground. Old Sect Master, I was fortunate to have completed the mission, Zhuowen said with a faint smile. Shin'iji's eyes suddenly focused. His right hand, which was resting on the armrest, landed heavily on the armrest with a crisp thud. He carefully examined the heads that had rolled on the floor of the main hall. After confirming that these 7 heads were indeed the 7 rulers of the minor world, his heart was in turmoil, as if a raging sea had been overturned in his heart. This kid had actually managed to slay 7 hegemons in a single day. Shin'iji couldn't understand. Even if this kid really did have the power to kill the ancient star peak, how did he find the exact location of the 7 rulers in one day? Logically speaking, even Shin'iji shouldn't be able to reach the 7 rulers at the same time in a single day. But the youth before him had done it. This made Shin'iji feel incredulous. Old Sect Master, is there a problem? Zhuowen looked at Shin'iji, who was still in shock and speechless, and continued to ask. Shin'iji quickly regained his composure. He looked deeply at Zhuowen and said, Anqi's eyes are still as sharp as ever. I admit that I underestimated you from the start. I apologize for my rashness earlier. Old Sect Leader, you're too polite. After all, my cultivation is indeed not ideal. It's normal that you don't believe in my strength, Zhuowen said with a smile. As the old Sect Master of the Purple Heaven, Sacred Ground, Shin'iji had a lofty status and knew when to submit and when to stand tall. Zhuowen was rather surprised that Shin'iji would apologize to him. Zhuowen, you have the right to take away the heaven and earth smelt. The corners of Shin'iji's mouth curled into a smile. With a wave of his sleeve, the furnace that was engulfed by a terrifying sea of fire above the hall shrunk to the size of a palm and landed in front of Zhuowen. Zhuowen stared at the furnace in front of him. He felt a terrifying wave of fire sweep over him, causing his face to flush red. As expected of an early stage, 4th heaven of the eternal realm, even though the old Sect Master has suppressed most of its power, it still has such a terrifying power. Zhuowen clicked his tongue inwardly. With a wave of his sleeve, powerful divine power surged out like a tidal wave, enveloping the heaven and earth smelt and then keeping it in his macro world. Shin'iji saw Zhuowen keep the heaven and earth smelt and nodded to himself. His tone suddenly became serious. Zhuo Xiaoyu, the heaven and earth smelt, is of great importance. There are many people who covet it. Don't think that the purple heaven's sacred ground is peaceful and harmonious now. In fact, there are many undercurrents. Many people from other forces have infiltrated the purple heaven sacred ground. When Shen Yiji said this, there was a trace of worry in his eyes. Zhuowen thought of the bright lamp old man and the other 2 people on the Snow Moon Peak. He knew very well that those 3 people were not the only ones who were spies of the outside forces in the name of the Snow Moon birthday celebration. There should be other forces, but he had not discovered them yet. "Old sect master, please give me some pointers," Zhuowen asked in a low voice. Shin'iji pondered for a moment and said, "Many forces from the outside world are constantly paying attention to the Purple Heaven Sacred Grounds movements. The news of you entering my palace should have already spread to the ears of those old fellows who are eyeing the heaven and earth smelt. If you swagger out of the Purple Heaven Sacred Ground like this, it will definitely be very dangerous. There is a secret passageway under the palace. You can leave the Purple Heaven Sacred Ground through that passageway and then leave Xiling Divine City as soon as possible." Shin'iji's expression was extremely serious, and his tone also became extremely cautious. Zhuowen nodded. He did not need Shin'iji to say this. He also knew that there were too many people eyeing the heaven and earth smelt. He had to be extra careful when he left this time. Shin'iji snapped his fingers, and the pair of male and female attendants who had led Zhuowen into the inner palace silently appeared not far away. "Old sect master, how may I help you?" The pair of male and female attendants knelt on the ground, their expressions respectful as they spoke in unison. "Take him to the secret passageway. Remember, you must send him safely out of the Purple Heaven Sacred Ground before you can return. Do you understand?" Shin'iji instructed calmly. The pair of male and female attendants answered in unison, then stood up and walked toward Zhuowen. "Come with us." The pair of male and female attendants brushed past Zhuowen and did not stop. They walked into the darkness deep within the inner palace, and Zhuowen followed closely behind. Soon, the 3 of them arrived at the end of the inner palace. There was a wall here that was as hard as metal. On its pitch-black surface, a sharp light flickered. At first glance, one would not think that it was a wall. Instead, one would think that it was a sharp and terrifying weapon. There is an extremely powerful mechanism in this wall. If you touch it casually, it's enough to blast most of the reverse ancient starlight experts into pieces. The porcelain doll-like boy walked in the front. He didn't even look at Zhuowen, but he seemed to know what Zhuowen was thinking. So he softly spoke. The beautiful and adorable girl walked to the center of the wall, stretched out her small, sparkling hand, and gently and rhythmically knocked on the wall. The creaking sound of a mechanism came from within the wall. Then the huge wall slowly opened to both sides, revealing a deep passageway. "Follow us closely. There are many mechanisms in this passageway. If you're not careful, it's easy to cause problems." The girl glanced at Zhuowen, then held hands with the boy and entered the passageway. Zhuowen hurriedly followed. He could feel the terror of this passageway even without the girl's reminder. While Zhuowen was leaving the Purple Heaven Sacred Ground through the secret passageway, a storm was brewing in Purple Caltrip City. Many experts hidden in the shadows cast their gazes toward the Purple Heaven Sacred Ground. It's said that the Lamp Elder, Blood Beauty, and Yun Chenzi have all been captured. The 3 of you, the people you sent, are really useless. In a luxurious pavilion in Purple Caltrip City, an armored man with dark eyes and a vast aura leaned against a beam with his arms crossed over his chest. He looked at the 3 people in the room mockingly. The 3 people were 2 men and 1 woman. One of them was a dignified man bathed in golden light and wearing a gold-threaded robe. The other was an old man in a Taoist robe and holding a horsetail whisk. The third person was a tall and beautiful woman dressed in red. The three of them did not look good. They all looked at the armored man with displeasure. Chapter 4484. 1,000 kills. Don't make sarcastic remarks here. You're a great venerate of the other ghost clan, but you don't even have any subordinates you can send out. You still have to rely on our subordinates to gather information. Now that our subordinates have been captured, you're still gloating over our misfortune. Don't you think that's too much? A tall, beautiful woman dressed in red looked askance at the armored man as she spoke coldly and rudely. The armored man named 1,000 Kills sneered and said, "Am I wrong? We're not asking them to fight a bloody battle. We're just asking them to gather information. If they can't even do such a small thing, aren't they useless? All right, the two of you, stop arguing. Our goal this time is the heaven and earth furnace. We already know that the heaven and earth furnace is in Shen Yiji's hands. The question now is, how are we going to get the heaven and earth furnace from Shen Yiji?" The dignified man dressed in a gold-threaded robe frowned slightly as he spoke in a low voice. "Our men have intercepted and killed many of the people Anchi sent to the heaven and earth furnace. Speaking of which, it's been some time since the last person was killed. I think Anchi might send more people here. Why hasn't there been any news yet?" The old man in a Taoist robe, who had been silent all this time, suddenly spoke. In an instant, the room fell silent. The other three people all looked thoughtful. "Don't you think it's too sudden that the lamp elder and the other two were suddenly captured? Could it be?" The beautiful woman's beautiful eyes shone with a trace of coldness as she suddenly spoke. "Not good. It's very likely that the people Anchi sent this time have already entered the purple heaven, sacred ground. According to my informant's report, an outsider was brought to the peak of divine, Firmament Peak, by the enforcement Elder Adego." The old man in a Taoist robe suddenly turned pale with fright as he waved his horsetail whisk. "What, Yunshin? Why didn't you tell us earlier that you had this information?" 1,000 Kills' pupils constricted as he spoke in anger. The golden-robed man and the beautiful woman both looked at the Taoist-robed old man in shock and anger. Their thoughts were the same as 1,000 Kills. They both felt that the Taoist-robed old man was too unkind. The elder in Taoist robes said with a dark expression, "The cultivator who was brought to the divine Firmament Peak by the purple heaven, holy ground, was only at the mid-cosmic Dharma stage. At that time, I didn't care about such a level of cultivation, so I didn't say anything." The expressions of 1,000 Kills, the golden-robed man, and the beautiful woman all became extremely ugly. They were so smart that they immediately thought of the people sent by Anshi from the moment old man Mingdang, and the other two were suddenly detained and brought to divine Firmament Peak. Given Shen Yiji's shrewdness the moment he hands over the heaven and earth furnace to Anshi's people, he will definitely arrange a secret passage for them to secretly leave. It's already unwise for us to continue waiting in Violet Water, Caltrip City. 1,000 Kills' eyes were cold as he spoke in a low voice. "Humph. So what if Shen Yiji had prepared a secret passage? There is only one port city in the entire purple chestnut domain, and only that city can leave the purple chestnut domain." The golden-robed man suddenly stood up and continued, "Let's go? There's no point in continuing to stay here. Let's go to Violet Water, Caltrip City." 1,000 Kills suddenly laughed. "Brother Luo, didn't Yinshin say that? The person and she sent this time is just trash at the cosmic Dharma stage. Do you need to personally deal with this kind of trash?" The golden-robed man said indifferently, "I personally prefer to do things myself. I don't like to trouble my subordinates to do such things." "What a coincidence. Brother Luo, my thoughts coincide with yours. I'll go with you." 1,000 Kills sneered. "Count us in." The elder in Taoist robes and the beautiful woman also stood up, unwilling to be outdone. A cold glint flashed across the golden-robed man's eyes before he smiled. "Since the three of you have the same idea, let's go together." Zhuowen walked in the secret passage for a long time before finally seeing a bright light in front of him. When he walked completely into the light, he discovered that he had arrived at a place where a mountain peak and a dense forest met. This is a mountain forest hundreds of miles northeast of Violet Water Caltrip City. This place is extremely hidden and no one can discover it. If you leave from here, you won't be discovered. Translator. Nyoibo Studio Editor. Nyoibo Studio Translator. Nyoibo Studio Editor. Nyoibo Studio. The boy held a lantern in his right hand and looked at Zhuowen expressionlessly. Violet Water Caltrip City is the only port city in the Violet Water Caltrip realm. If you want to leave the Violet Water Caltrip realm, you must go to Violet Water Caltrip City. There must be many experts guarding the city, so you must be careful. The girl spoke. Although her voice was cold, her words were filled with an instructive tone. Many thanks to the two of you. This Zhuo will take his leave. Zhuowen cupped his fists at the golden boy and jade girl in front of him, then turned into a stream of light and quickly fled into the distance. Sister, do you think he can successfully bring back the heaven and earth furnace? The boy asked. It'll be difficult. But since the old sect master believes in him, we don't need to make wild guesses. We can only wish him good luck. The girl shook her head and beckoned to the boy. The two of them walked back into the pitch-black passage. After leaving Violet Water Caltrip City, Zhuowen took out the chariot and rushed towards Violet Water Caltrip City. The chariot was simply too fast. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at Violet Water Caltrip City. However, Zhuowen didn't stop at Violet Water Caltrip City at all. He left the Violet Water Caltrip realm from the docks as fast as lightning. Many of the patrolling guards at the docks couldn't even see the chariot clearly. They only felt a gust of wind whistling past, and then there was nothing in front of them. 3 days after Zhuowen left the Violet Water Caltrip realm, 1,000 kills, and the other 3 arrived at Violet Water Caltrip City. Ordinary cultivators take at least 10 days to travel from Violet Water Caltrip City to Violet Water Caltrip City, but we only took 3 days. I don't think Anshi's people have reached Violet Water Caltrip City yet. 1,000 kills, said proudly. Although we don't know who Anshi sent, who exactly is it? However, the aura of the heaven and earth furnace can't be completely concealed. As long as that person brings the heaven and earth furnace to Violet Water Caltrip City, I'll be able to sense it immediately. The golden-robed man's body flickered with a dazzling golden brilliance, like a slowly rising sun. His entire person was filled with indescribable confidence. Let's wait near the docks. Speaking of which, Anshi is really unlucky. The news of the heaven and earth furnace was suddenly leaked, and so many of her subordinates' lives were lost for no reason. Now, even the heaven and earth furnace is going to be lost. The old man in Taoist robes had a mocking smile on his face as he spoke in a strange tone. Let's go. What's the use of saying so much now? Only by truly obtaining the heaven and earth furnace can we be considered to have succeeded. The beautiful woman said indifferently. The 4 of them found in near the docks and monitored the docks' movements almost day and night. 1 day, 2 days, 10 days, 15 days, 20 days, even after 2 months, the 4 of them still had no results. Not to mention Anshi's people, they couldn't even sense a trace of the heaven and earth furnace's aura. What's going on? Could it be that Anshi's people are afraid of being ambushed, so they don't dare to come to Violet Water Caltrip City and are hiding somewhere else? 1,000 kills finally lost his patience and bellowed. Someone sent us a message. The golden-robed man suddenly said. Who sent it? 1,000 kills asked coldly. The golden-robed man had a strange look in his eyes as he said, It's Anshi. What? Anshi? Why did he send you a message? 1,000 kills, the old man in Taoist robes and the beautiful woman were shocked and asked in unison. He has already obtained the heaven and earth furnace, and he especially thanked us," the golden-robed man said with a gloomy expression. When 1,000 Kills and the other two heard this, they fell into a deathly silence. Chapter 4485. After Zhuowen left the purple chestnut realm, he headed straight for the Void Yama realm without stopping. With the speed of the chariot, it did not take him long to arrive at the Void Yama Divine City in the Void Yama realm and meet Elder Anshi again. When Zhuowen handed the heaven and earth furnace to Elder Anshi, the latter was still in a daze. He knew that Zhuowen was not simple and had some trump cards. However, he did not expect that Zhuowen would be able to bring the heaven and earth furnace back so quickly and unscathed, as if he had not experienced a battle at all. "Shuo, how did you do it?" Elder Anshi swallowed his saliva and finally could not help but ask out of curiosity. Over the years, he had sent so many experts to the Purple Heaven sacred ground, but they had all been defeated and no one had survived. However, Zhuowen had been able to bring the heaven and earth furnace back unscathed. How could he not be shocked? "I was lucky. Because my cultivation was too weak, I did not attract any attention. I took advantage of the moment when they were not paying attention and quickly left the purple chestnut realm. That's why I was able to bring the heaven and earth furnace back so easily," Zhuowen said with a smile. Elder Anshi smiled bitterly. He could naturally tell that Zhuowen's words were an excuse. Since the latter did not want to say more, he knew better than to ask more. "Elder Anshi, what are you doing?" Zhuowen could not help but ask when he saw Elder Anshi take out a communication jade talisman from his waist and was about to send a message. "Send a message to Luo Yiming, 1,000 Kills, and the other bastards regarding the heaven and earth furnace. Although I did not have the chance to teach them a lesson personally, I have to discuss them." As Elder Anshi sent the message, he looked as if he had vented his anger. Zhuowen looked at the old man in front of him, speechlessly. Although he felt that Elder Anshi's action was too childish, it was his freedom and he did not need to interfere. After sending the message, Elder Anshi looked relieved. He then looked at Zhuowen and said, "Shuo, I promised you before that if you completed my task, I would give you another reward. What do you want? A divine weapon? A divine medicine? Or something else?" Zhuowen shook his head and said, "I don't want any of these." Old man Anshi looked surprised and asked, "What do you want then?" "I hope you can help me 3 times, Senior Anshi," Zhuowen said calmly. Old man Anshi raised his eyebrows, thinking that Zhuowen's appetite was not small. As one of the outer patrollers of the primordial Heavenly Tao Academy, his cultivation had already reached the early stage of the lawful embodiment of heaven and earth, and his strength was exceedingly high. If someone wanted him to help someone 3 times, he would never agree, unless it was a huge favor. "This reward is a bit greedy," Anshi said meaningfully. Zhuowen, on the other hand, was not in a hurry. With a flick of his finger, he took out the map fragment hidden in the great world. "Senior Anshi, do you recognize this map fragment?" Zhuowen waved the map fragment in front of Anshi. Is this map fragment the route to the ruins of a certain almighty from the Abyss domain?" Anshi asked in surprise. "Senior, you are right. This map fragment is equivalent to the key to enter the ruins. I asked you to help me 3 times in preparation for the ruins. As long as you agree, I will give you a place to enter the ruins. The treasures found in the ruins will belong to whoever finds them." Zhuowen looked at Old Man Anshi and curled his lips into a faint smile. Old Man Anshi looked pensive. Back then, the map fragments had caused a great uproar in the various super domains, but the forces that had really obtained the map fragments had basically kept it a secret, so it was impossible to determine who had obtained the map fragments. Anshi was still very interested in the ruins, but because he could not determine who had the map fragment, he had let it go in the end. Now, Zhuowen suddenly took out a map fragment, which completely aroused Anshi's interest. "Okay, I promise you." Old Man Anshi nodded. Next, Zhuowen and Anqi made a series of rules and swore to the heavenly Tao one by one to prove that both sides were honest with each other. Because the opening time of the ruins was uncertain, Zhuowen and Anqi reached an agreement and left the void Yama realm. Zhuowen, you have to be careful of the Shulong and Shuli families. They still haven't given up on you. You are still safe in the void Yama divine city, but once you leave, I'm afraid there is no guarantee. Before leaving, Anqi cautioned Zhuowen. Zhuowen nodded, a cold light flashing in his eyes. As expected, the Shuli and Shuli families were not willing to give up. He was not strong enough now, but once he had enough strength, he would definitely make these two families pay a heavy price. The moment Zhuowen left the void Yama realm, he immediately discovered that several divine warships were quietly following behind him. Zhuowen didn't need to think to know that these divine warships must have been sent by the Shuli and Shuli families. Zhuowen didn't plan to meet force with force because he could feel that these divine warships had come prepared. If he took the initiative to attack, he was afraid that he would attract unnecessary trouble. However, even if I want to leave, I will make you pay a corresponding price. Zhuowen muttered to himself, a cold light flashing in his eyes. He controlled the divine warship to turn around abruptly and charge at full speed toward the divine warships following behind him. He secretly took out the chariot of chariots and sat on it. He turned into a shadow as fast as lightning and disappeared on the spot. After Zhuowen left silently, the divine warships behind him didn't seem to notice and continued to move forward. Look! Zhuowen's divine warship suddenly turned around. Did he discover us? Someone on the divine warships exclaimed. This exclamation was like a sudden clap of thunder, exploding among the crowd. Everyone else also noticed the strange behavior of Zhuowen's divine warship. They saw that Zhuowen's divine warship was moving faster and faster, almost reaching its maximum speed. In the blink of an eye, it appeared in front of the divine warships. Boom! 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 The divine warships reacted quickly. They all took out the cannons in their divine warships and fired rapidly at Zhuowen's divine warship. Terrifying explosions rang out continuously, but Zhuowen's divine warship was still standing strong. It charged forward and crashed heavily into the divine warships in front of it. Boom! Zhuowen's divine warship exploded in an instant, and the divine warships that it crashed into also exploded one after another. Many of the weaker cultivators in the divine warships were blasted into smithereens by the terrifying explosion. There were only a few strong cultivators who had managed to escape from the divine warship at the first possible moment. This boy is not on the divine warship. I'm afraid that he had already left when the divine warship turned around. The few lucky surviving cultivators looked at the wreckage of the divine warship floating above the dark ruins, their faces terrifyingly dark. They were naturally not fools. They immediately guessed that Zhuowen had planned this all along. They had been too careless. The dark ruins are filled with danger. We have also lost the divine warship. There is no way we can return to the void Yama realm. Let's call for help from our family first. One of the middle-aged men said helplessly. The others nodded in agreement. This was the only thing they could do now. Chapter 4486. Zhuowen drove the chariot and soon left the dark ruins and returned to the Kanglin domain. At this moment, the Kanglin domain was thriving and full of vigor. Due to the establishment of efficient teleportation formations in various higher realms, trade and communication continued to deepen, causing the development of the entire Kanglin domain to soar like a geyser. Master. When Zhuowen arrived at the Zishuan district, Ziyang and Luo had been waiting for a long time. Under the guidance of the two women, Zhuowen came to the Kanglin sacred city. Moyan Wushang, Duan Jipeng, and the others led a group of high-level officials out of the city to personally welcome him. XDW 8-inch Zhuowen, are you hurt? Moyan Wushang came forward and asked with concern. Zhuowen shook his head and said with a smile, Fortunately, everything went smoothly. As expected of Brother Joie, I heard how difficult the mission of Old Man Anchi was. You are really amazing to be able to come back unscathed. Duan Jipeng gave him a thumbs up and couldn't help but admire him. Zhuowen smiled and chatted with Moyan Wushang, Duan Jipeng, Shan Lingyun, and other close friends as they walked into the Kanglan sacred city. In the next few days, Zhuowen looked through the development reports of the various high-level domains and gave the corresponding opinions. After dealing with these trivial matters, Zhuowen let Luoya and Ziyang handle it while he prepared to return to the starry sky. The main purpose of his visit to the 100 domains was to eliminate the threat of the Nuwa domain to the Kanglan domain. Now that the Nuwa domain had surrendered and become a part of the Kanglan domain, there was no longer any threat. Zhuowen should go back. Zhuowen planned to bring all his friends and family from Pan-Yu-Star land to Kanglan domain. He knew very well that as long as the Kanglan domain was given enough time, it would be able to gain a firm foothold in the 100 domains and not fall. In his opinion, the Kanglan domain was safer than the Kanglan domain and had greater development potential. Zhuowen, I will go back with you. I haven't seen elder sister Qin Shui and everyone else in a long time. Moyan Wushang snuggled up to Zhuowen's side. Her beautiful eyes flickered with longing as she whispered softly, Yes, I haven't seen them for a long time. I wonder how Qin Shui is doing? What about big brother Hantian? Also, I wonder if Zhuojun is cultivating properly? Zhuowen couldn't help but think of his family and friends in the starry sky, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help showing a smile. No matter what kind of achievements he eventually achieved in the 100 domains, the ones who could truly make him feel like home were his family and friends who roamed the starry sky. Only with them could he truly feel like home. Go, let's go home together, Zhuowen said with a brilliant smile. Brother Duan, master, I'll leave the matters here to you. Ziyang and Luo, you will cooperate with you. Zhuowen smiled as he looked at Duan Jipeng and Shan Lingyun, who had come to send him off. Shan Lingyun pursed her lips and said, I also want to go to your hometown to take a look. You won't let me. So boring. Duan Jipeng hurriedly smoothed things over and said, Brother Zhuo, don't worry. With us here, there won't be any problems in the Kanglan domain. Master, the divine worship is ready. Huang Ju appeared in front of Zhuowen at an unknown time. She knelt on the ground and said respectfully. Zhuowen nodded. After waving goodbye to Duan Jipeng, Shan Lingyun, Ziyang, and the other higher-ups of the Kanglan domain, he stepped into the giant divine worship with Moyan Wushang under the lead of Huang Ju. Zhuowen didn't plan to ride the chariot of chariot on this trip back to the starry sky. After all, the chariot of chariot was his trump card. He only planned to use it when there was an emergency. Moreover, the space was limited. This was the main reason why Zhuowen didn't use the chariot this time. Moreover, Zhuowen didn't want too many people to know about the chariot. Otherwise, when he encountered a crisis in the future, his enemies might be prepared in advance. This wouldn't benefit Zhuowen at all. The divine ship was very spacious and there were many rooms inside. For example, there was a lounge, an entertainment room, a chess room, and other rooms with various functions. There was everything one could think of, and it could be said to be extremely luxurious. After Zhuowen and Moyan Wushang entered the divine vessel, they returned to their individual cultivation rooms and began to cultivate in isolation. Although the divine worship had all sorts of entertainment facilities, these were of little value to Zhuowen and the others. Time gradually passed. After an unknown period of time, someone knocked on the door of Zhuowen's cultivation room. He slowly opened his eyes. Master, we've arrived near the starry sky. Since the spiraling starry sky belonged to the lower realm, its laws were too low. Divine battleships could not enter directly. We'll also need to lower our cultivation base to the heaven-crushing realm. Huang Ju's respectful voice came from outside the door. Zhuowen's eyes flashed with excitement. He pondered for a moment and said, Arrange for your subordinates to find a stopping point near the spiraling starry sky. Then arrange for some of your subordinates to follow me and wushang into the spiraling starry sky. Yes, master. Huang Ju bowed slightly and slowly retreated to arrange the things that Zhuowen had instructed. Zhuowen knocked on Moyan Wushang's door. After explaining the current situation, Moyan Wushang opened the door and walked out. Wushang, your aura has become much more vigorous. Are you going to break through? Zhuowen looked at the beautiful woman in front of him and felt the surging aura that she was exuding. His eyes couldn't help but light up. Moyan Wushang pursed his lips and smiled. I've indeed gained something. I'm not far from breaking through to the late ancient starlight realm. However, I need an opportunity to complete the final breakthrough. Let me congratulate you in advance, Zhuowen said with a smile. Moyan Wushang rolled his eyes at Zhuowen and immediately said, Have we arrived at the spiraling starry sky? Yes, it's right in front of the divine ship. With our cultivation, we must suppress our own cultivation to enter the spiraling starry sky, Zhuowen said in a deep voice. Moyan Wushang nodded and followed Zhuowen out of the divine ship. The two of them were suspended in the void. Their eyes fell on the huge, ball-shaped starry sky in front of them. This starry sky was hanging on a branch of the primordial hong tree like a ripe fruit. There were countless starry sky fruits, similar to the spiraling starry sky, hanging on the huge primordial hong tree. It looked like a lot of fruits. Zhuowen and Moyan Wushang looked at each other. Their aura was rapidly weakening at a speed visible to the naked eye. It didn't stop until it fell below the heaven-breaking realm. Master, the divine ship has been arranged. Chirue and I will enter the spiraling starry sky with you. Huang Ju and another coquettish woman knelt on one knee behind Zhuowen. Their auras were rapidly weakening. It didn't stop until it fell below the heaven-breaking realm. Zhuowen glanced at the coquettish woman. She was also one of the representatives of the higher realms. Her strength was extremely good. This time, she had volunteered to come along. Perhaps feeling Zhuowen's gaze, Chirue raised her head slightly and looked directly at Zhuowen. She revealed a sweet smile. There was undisguised passion in her eyes. Zhuowen nodded. However, he didn't care about the unusual emotion in Chirue's eyes. He said lightly, Let's go. As soon as his voice fell, the four of them turned into four streamers and rushed into the spiraling starry sky. Chapter 4487. Xianmi Heavenly Region, Ryuka Headquarters. Mu Qinxue, Lu Hantian, Long Xiaotian, Feng Xiao, and the other higher-ups of Ryuka sat in the headquarters with furrowed brows. Suddenly, the door to the hall opened, and a cultivator in armor hurried in. Is there any news of Junin? Mu Qinxue's eyes landed on this cultivator, and she hurriedly asked. The armored cultivator knelt on one knee and said in shame, Mistress, we've contacted almost all the leaders of the major heavenly regions in the galaxy and mobilized all the forces in the galaxy to search. But there's no news of the young master. Feng Xiao turned pale with fright. How is that possible? We've asked almost all the forces in the galaxy to search, and even an ant can be found. How is it possible that there's no news of my grandson? Long Xiaotian and Lu Hantian both had solemn expressions, and they were silent. Please forgive us, lords, we really didn't find any clues about the young master. The armored cultivator hurriedly knelt on the ground and begged in a low voice. Do you think June stepped into the primordial path and went to the 100 domains without permission? Lu Hantian suddenly asked. Everyone turned pale with fright when they heard this. It's very possible. Ever since when left the galaxy, Junin often said that he would follow Wen-Er's footsteps and go to the 100 domains. His cultivation speed is also extremely fast, and he reached the half-step heaven-crushing stage in just a few decades. And his divine sense is also inherited from Wen-Er, and he's already a heaven-crushing stage cultivator. Long Xiaotian's expression was ugly as he spoke in a low voice. June and didn't really step into the primordial path behind our backs, right? Foam, Xiao said helplessly in her seat. This kid, why is he so disobedient? Stepping into the primordial path is such an important matter, and he didn't even discuss it with us. Mu Chinchua frowned slightly, and she was rather angry. Long Xiaotian smiled bitterly and said, "The wings of a young bird have hardened, and they always want to fly alone. But you can't just leave like this." The 100 outer realms were not roaming the galaxy. That was a higher realm, and shattering heaven-tier elites were invincible in the lower realms galaxy. But when they arrived there, they would be at the bottom. June is unfamiliar with this place. What if something happens to him? Mu Chinchua sighed deeply. She was completely helpless against June, and now that this brat has stepped onto the primordial chaos path, and our cultivation hasn't reached the heaven-crushing realm, so we don't have the qualifications to chase after him. Now, all we can do is to pray that this brat is very lucky. Lu Hantian said with a light sigh. Long Xiaotian said, it would be great if Wen-Er could get in touch with him. He has been away from Kai Yu Starry Sky for so many years. I think he should have made quite a name for himself in the 100 territories. With him looking after him, June will be much safer in the 100 territories. The 100 domains in the outer realm were too far away from the roaming starry sky, and there was also the primal chaos void between them. No matter how powerful the communication jade talisman was, it couldn't transmit messages across such a long distance. In these years, they had almost lost contact with Zhuowen. However, they believed that with Zhuowen's talent and strength, once he entered the 100 territories, he would definitely be able to step onto the path of an elite. This was because Zhuowen had always been like this. They believed in him. Husband, are you okay? Mu Chinchua couldn't help but think of the figure that she missed day and night. Her beautiful eyes were filled with longing. Lords, something bad has happened. Terminus Starry Sky joined forces with Flying Moon Starry Sky and Han Shinkong to open a wormhole into Kaiyu Starry Sky. At this moment, the armies of the 3 great starry skies are invading our starry sky. The demon realm and primitive heaven realm were quickly occupied, and now they are advancing towards our Xianmi heaven realm. While everyone was immersed in nostalgia, 2 people hurriedly came in from outside the hall. They knelt on the ground and said with a terrified expression, "What? Terminus Starry Sky joined forces with Flying Moon Starry Sky and Han Shinkong." Mu Chinchua, Long Xiaotian, and the others were shocked. Terminus Starry Sky was a lower realm starry sky, not far from Kaiyu Starry Sky, and had some connections with Golden Corner Starry Sky. Originally, after Golden Corner Starry Sky was destroyed by Zhuowen, Terminus Starry Sky also learned of the news and took the initiative to send people to express goodwill. In the beginning, the 2 great starry skies interacted and gradually understood each other's culture and background. After Terminus Starry Sky learned that Zhuowen had left Kaiyu Starry Sky, they suddenly showed a ferocious face and began to attack. XDW8, fortunately, Zhuowen left some trump cards in Kaiyu Starry Sky, and in the end, Terminus Starry Sky's invasion failed. However, Terminus Starry Sky did not change and repeatedly invaded Kaiyu Starry Sky's borders, causing Kaiyu Starry Sky to be unstable over the years. Although Kaiyu Starry Sky wanted to counterattack, it was all in vain. Terminus Starry Sky's forces were still above Golden Corner Starry Sky. If it were not for Zhuowen, they would not even be a match for Golden Corner Starry Sky. Now, with the stronger Terminus Starry Sky, they were naturally not a match. Fortunately, Zhuowen's array was extremely powerful and constantly resolved Terminus Starry Sky's invasion. They originally thought that Terminus Starry Sky would not be able to break through Kaiyu Starry Sky and would give up over time. Now it seems that Terminus Starry Sky not only did not give up, but also joined forces with the other 2 powerful starry skies to secretly set up a wormhole in an attempt to invade Kaiyu Starry Sky again. Now, the wormhole was successfully opened, and the barrier at the border of Caillou Starry Sky was no longer there. Terminus Starry Sky, they really don't give up. Gather all the elites of Ryuka and prepare to go out and meet the enemy. Lu Hantian's temper was fiery, and he slammed the armrest and stood up. No, the strength of the three great starry skies is not to be underestimated. The monster domain and great, desolate, heavenly domain were taken down in a short period of time. This shows how terrifying their armies are. Mu Chinchiwe was extremely calm as she analyzed. The only thing we can do now is to activate the array my husband left behind and temporarily block the armies of the three great starry skies. Chen Shui is right. Our Caillou Starry Skies foundation is still too shallow. Compared to Terminus Starry Sky, we are still too inexperienced. We can't go out so easily. Long Xiaotian also said in a deep voice. Hearing this, Lu Hantian also calmed down and did not mention taking the initiative to meet the enemy. Let's go. The Xian Mi Heavenly Domains array is finally going to be put to use. Mu Chinxue waved her sleeve and elegantly stood up. She led the Ryuka high-level members out of the main hall. In the empty and dark starry sky, there were black shadows that were like locusts flying around. If one looked carefully, these black shadows were a powerful army. Behind these armies, there were large divine ships that were following in an orderly manner. The hulls of these ships were emitting dazzling lights of various colors. In front of this large army, there were three figures with the most powerful auras. They were far in front, like three great generals commanding the countless armies behind them. The Xian Mi Heavenly Domain is in front of us. It is said that the Ryuka of the Xian Mi Heavenly Domain is the #1 force in the starry sky. They have many powerful cultivators, so we have to be careful. Among the three of them, a young man in a tight robe looked straight at the Xian Mi Heavenly Domain, floating in the void as he spoke. The man in the tight robe was the divine master of Terminus Starry Sky, Tsang Lihai. He controlled the entire Terminus Starry Sky and was very powerful. He had already reached the half-step heaven-crushing stage. The other two were the divine master of Flying Moon Starry Sky, Xiaoyu, and the divine master of Han Xingkong, Shirtsong. They were not any weaker than Tsang Lihai. Chapter 4488. Ryuka's strength mainly comes from Zhuowen, but after Zhuowen stepped on the primordial path and entered the 100 domains, there was no news of him. Without Zhuowen, Ryuka is nothing to be afraid of. Flying Moon Starry Skies, Divine Master, Xiao Yu said indifferently. Xiao Yu is right. Without Zhuowen, the Long family is indeed much weaker. Moreover, the three starry skies have joined forces. Even if Zhuowen is still wandering the starry sky, I'm afraid he won't be able to reverse the situation. Shi Tsang said proudly. Tsang Lihai frowned slightly. He felt that the two beside him were too relaxed. The case of Golden Cosmos was right in front of them, and these two still dared to be so careless. This made Tsang Lihai very uncomfortable. Look, Xian Mi Heavenly Region has already activated the Heavenly Region array. They are obviously afraid. Shi Tsang's gaze fell on Xian Mi Heavenly Region and could not help but sneer. Only then did Tsang Lihai and Xiao Yu realize that a layer of flowing light had appeared on the surface of Xian Mi Heavenly Region. Soldiers, listen to my order. Attack with all your might. Once we occupy Xian Mi Heavenly Region, everyone will be rewarded. Shi Tsang shouted, and his voice exploded in the void like thunder. The army, which had been moving slowly, quickly flew out and attacked Xian Mi Heavenly Region as if they had been injected with chicken blood. One terrifying divine ability attack after another fell like rain, continuously smashing onto the surface of the Xian Mi Heavenly Domain, and terrifying explosive sounds continuously rang out. The battle was about to start, and there was no time to delay. In Xian Mi Heavenly Region, countless living beings watched nervously as the attacks fell from the sky. When the three galaxies joined forces, Ryuka had already announced the matter to the public. They knew very well that they could only defend to the death. Otherwise, the entire Xianmi heavenly region would be destroyed. In the sky above Ryuka's main hall, Mu Chinchue, Lu Hantian, and other Ryuka higher-ups floated in midair, watching the three galaxies' joint forces attack Xianmi heavenly region. However, their expressions were extremely ugly. The three grand starry skies are too powerful. I'm afraid our grand array won't last long. Mistress, everyone, please evacuate as soon as possible. Several armored subordinates knelt in front of Mu Chinchue, Lu Hantian, and the others, begging them to retreat. Has our Ryuka run out of luck? Mu Chinchue said unwillingly. She knew very well that once the Xianmi heavenly domain was breached, with Ryuka strength, they would not be a match for the combined forces of the three grand starry skies. At that time, it would definitely be a one-sided battle. Kacha! Suddenly, the crisp sound of something shattering resounded throughout the entire Xianmi heaven domain. Cracks began to appear on the formation barrier that covered the surface of the heavenly domain due to the ferocious attacks. The cracks quickly spread and eventually shattered into countless fine powder. Boom! Boom! One attack after another landed in the Xianmi heavenly domain. In an instant, the entire heavenly domain became a living hell. Buildings, mountains, rivers, and forests were all reduced to rubble. Countless living beings did not even have the chance to scream. It was as if they had evaporated into thin air and completely disappeared. Quickly enter the Ryuka Grand Hall. Mu Chinchue's expression changed drastically. She waved her sleeves and brought all the higher-ups into the Ryuka Grand Hall. At the same time, the Grand Array of the Ryuka Grand Hall was activated to defend against this terrifying wave of attacks. Haha, they are so weak. The Xianmi heavenly domain is only a little stronger than the primitive heavenly domain and the demon realm. I thought we would be able to play for a while longer. What a disappointment. Sure, Song shook his head, his eyes filled with boredom. All right, we are here on official business. Don't kill all the living beings in the Xianmi heavenly domain. These are all good slaves. Xiao Yu frowned. Got it. Let's go to the Ryuka Grand Hall. As long as we uproot the Ryuka Grand Hall, the Xianmi heavenly domain will be ours. Shi Tsang shrugged. With that, Song Lihai, Shi Tsang, and Xiao Yu ordered the army to stop attacking and headed towards the Ryuka Grand Hall in the Xianmi heavenly domain. The living beings in the Xianmi heavenly domain had already lost their will to fight back. They could only watch as the three galactic allied forces barged into their territory. In the blink of an eye, the three galactic allied forces surrounded the Ryuka Grand Hall. Everyone in the Ryuka Grand Hall, if you don't want to die, you'd better surrender. Song Lihai stood outside the Grand Hall and shouted as he looked at the powerful array defense in front of him. However, there was no response from the Ryuka Grand Hall. It was eerily quiet. Song Lihai's face darkened as he continued. If you don't surrender, don't blame us for being rude. With the strength of our allied forces, it is not difficult to destroy the array outside your Grand Hall. The Ryuka Grand Hall was still very quiet. Humph. In that case, we can only use force. Song Lihai laughed coldly as he gave Shi Tsang and Xiao Yu a look and gave the order at the same time. The three-star coalition forces once again launched a terrifying offensive. Multicolored energy burst out one after another and heavily bombarded the Long family's main hall. The terrifying power caused an unprecedented earthquake to occur within a radius of several 100 million kilometers. The Ryuka Grand Hall was like a small boat in the middle of a storm. It looked like it could capsize at any time. Inside the Ryuka Grand Hall, Mu Chinchue, Long Xiaotian, Lu Hantian, and the others looked gloomy. Their faces were filled with worry and helplessness. They knew very well that once the array around the Ryuka Grand Hall was breached, they would have to fight to the death. Stop! Suddenly, a loud voice resounded from outside the Xianmi heavenly domain. It was as if countless thunderbolts were exploding in the void. It was deafening and made one's scalp tingle. In front of the allied forces, Song Lihai, Shirt Song, and Xiao Yu, who were originally calm, could not help but look at the source of the voice. There, they saw 4 figures rushing over quickly. The person in the lead was a young man in a black robe. At this moment, his eyes were filled with strong killing intent. These 4 people were Zhuo Wen, Mo Yen Wushang, Huang Ju, and Qi Rui, who had just arrived. Song Lihai raised his hand, and the allied forces' attack immediately stopped. He then looked up at the 4 people and asked indifferently, "Who are you?" However, as soon as Song Lihai finished speaking, he saw Zhuo Wen's appearance, and his face changed drastically. "Brother Song, what's wrong?" Shirt Song and Xiao Yu naturally saw the unnatural expression on Song Lihai's face and could not help but ask in surprise, It's Zhuo Wen. He's back." Song Lihai said with a stiff expression, He's Zhuo Wen? This kid actually returned to the lower realm from the 100 territories. Could it be that he can't survive there anymore?" Shirt Song frowned slightly. We don't have to be afraid. There are only 4 people. We have 1,000,000 allied forces. No matter how strong this kid is, he's no match for us." Xiao Yu said indifferently, "How dare you attack the Ryuka?" In the blink of an eye, Zhuo Wen appeared in the sky above the Ryuka Palace and looked down at Song Lihai and the other 2. Conquering in the starry sky is a common thing. As the saying goes, the winner is king and the loser is a bandit. The winner is king. If we destroy the Ryuka, the allied forces will naturally be under our control. Why don't we attack?" Shirt Song sneered. "Now, I'll give you a chance to redeem yourselves. Kill yourselves in front of me, and I'll let the allied forces behind you live. Otherwise, all of you will die." Zhuo Wen shouted murderously. As soon as these words came out, Song Lihai and the other 2's faces turned cold. Let them kill themselves? What a joke! What if we say no? Shirt Song said coldly. Zhuo Wen suddenly calmed down. He looked at Huang Ju and Chirui behind him and said indifferently, "I'll give you 10 breaths of time to wipe them out." Huang Ju and Chirui hurriedly knelt on the ground and answered respectfully. Song Lihai and the other 2 sneered. Wiping them out in 10 breaths of time was really a pipe dream. But soon they could no longer laugh because Huang Ju and Chirui had already made their move. Chapter 4489. Boom! Boom! Huang Ju and Chirui were like 2 demon gods, rushing into the 3 grand Starry Sky Coalition forces as if they were invincible. The allied forces, which were densely packed like locusts in the void, quickly fell like straws being cut. They were constantly being harvested without any resistance. Although Huang Ju and Chirui's cultivation had been suppressed to below the heaven-crushing stage, they were supreme masters of the great carefree stage after all. Their cultivation was suppressed, but their divine powers and secret techniques were far superior to any masters of the lower worlds. Once they were used, it was enough to crush all the cultivators of the lower worlds. What? How can the 2 of them be so powerful? Their divine powers and secret techniques are so powerful. Seeing the allied forces being defeated like a landslide, Song Lihai's pupils shrank into needles, revealing a look of disbelief. Humph! The aura of these 2 is only around the half-step, heaven-crushing stage. Let's go and kill them together. Shirt Song's eyes were cold. He and Xiao Yu looked at each other, then turned into 2 streams of light, rushing toward Huang Ju and Chirui. As soon as Shirt Song and Xiao Yu attacked, they went all out and used their most powerful divine powers. Divine powers. Earth Treasury Divine Net. Sure, Song floated in the air, his hands forming a seal, and a terrifying divine power poured out, turning into an incomparably huge god phantom behind him. Boom! The god's shadow squinted his eyes. Suddenly, with 1,000 pounds fall, he swiftly and violently pressed down on Huang Ju. Divine powers. 1,000 moon illusory kill. Xiao Yu pressed her palm down, and a terrifying divine power swept out, transforming into countless moons around her. These moons seemed to contain terrifying killing intent, and they spun rapidly, rushing toward Chirui, who was surrounded in the center. "You're dead." Shirtsong and Xiao Yu looked at Huang Ju and Chirui, who were drowned by their most powerful divine powers, and there was a gloating look in their eyes. Boom! The two divine abilities exploded with a loud bang, and the aftermath swept out in all directions like water ripples. The void exploded one after another, and terrifying black holes appeared one after another. "Is this the extent of your strength? It's too weak." Suddenly, at the core of the explosion, an indifferent voice sounded. Shirtsong and Xiao Yu, who were gloating, narrowed their eyes as they looked at the two figures slowly appearing below in disbelief. These two figures were Huang Ju and Chirui. Shirtsong and Xiao Yu clearly found that the two people in front of them were completely unharmed. In other words, their divine powers couldn't cause any damage to the two. "Why? You're obviously also half-step heaven-crushing stage, so why can't our attacks, you two?" Xiao Yu couldn't help but take a few steps back. Her eyes were filled with fear. Fear. Two mere ants want to be mentioned in the same breath as us. Truly laughable to the extreme. Chirui, Chirui, Qian, you, Chu. Shirtsong and Xiao Yu were completely unable to dodge in time. They were penetrated by this terrifying finger force, and their bodies and souls exploded apart. They were deader than dead. In the instant that Shirtsong and Xiao Yu were easily killed by Chirui, the entire void fell into complete silence. The three allied forces who had already been defeated became even more terrified and began to flee in all directions. To them, the two people in front of them were simply demons from hell. They were too terrifying and powerful, and they were completely no match for them. Want to escape? Not so easy. Master will annihilate all of you. Chirui's beautiful eyes were filled with coldness, and she chased after the fleeing allied forces like a bolt of lightning. Huang Ju didn't want to be left behind, and he went in from another direction, completely sealing off the allied forces' path of retreat. Shrill cries of agony rang out continuously in the void. Huang Ju and Chirui were like two death gods from hell, constantly reaping the lives of the allied forces. 10 breaths of time passed in the blink of an eye, and Huang Ju and Chirui returned and knelt in front of Zhouwen. "Master, we've fortunately succeeded." Huang Ju and Chirui's eyes were full of respect, and they said slowly in a low voice. Zhouwen nodded, then immediately turned to look at Song Lihai, who had already been scared silly, and said indifferently, "You're the only one left. Tell me, how do you want to die?" Plop! Song Lihai knelt on the ground, trembling all over, and his face became even more ferocious and distorted. Please spare my life, sir." Song Lihai's voice was sharp and ear-piercing. He kept kowtowing to Zhouwen, hoping that Zhouwen would spare his life. "From the moment you invaded the starry sky, did you think you could still live?" Zhouwen said calmly. Song Lihai still wanted to speak, but a terrifying force rushed over and pierced his head and even his body. Song Lihai raised his head with difficulty and saw Zhouwen slowly put away his right hand, and his eyes never looked at him from beginning to end. "I can't accept this." After Song Lihai struggled to say these words, his whole body felt like it was on fire, and his body and soul were burned to ashes. He couldn't be more dead. After destroying Song Lihai, Zhouwen's gaze fell on the Ryuka Hall below, and his eyes became gentle and nostalgic. At this moment, the array of the Ryuka Hall had already been activated. Mu Qinxue, Long Xiaotian, Feng Xiao, Lu Hantian, and the other Ryuka higher-ups rushed out. Their faces were first puzzled, then shocked, and finally turned into joy. "Husband!" Mu Qinxue rushed up and hugged Zhouwen tightly, and her beautiful eyes were already filled with tears. "Winner, you're finally back." Long Xiaotian and Feng Xiao followed behind, and their eyes were already filled with tears as they looked at Zhouwen, and their bodies trembled with excitement. Lu Hantian even went forward and patted Zhuowen's shoulder and laughed, and kept rubbing his eyes to prevent tears from flowing. Zhuowen's grandfather, uncle, and other relatives and friends also came forward to greet Zhuowen. Everyone was extremely excited. Zhuowen was the symbol of their Ryuka and the pillar of their Ryuka. During the time when Zhuowen was not around, although Ryuka was still the strongest force in the galaxy, they had gradually lost their power. Now, they were almost wiped out by the 3 galactic allied forces. Fortunately, Zhuowen had rushed back, and everyone in Ryuka seemed to have found their backbone, and their hearts were inexplicably more stable. Qinshui, it's been hard on you these past few years. Zhuowen gently stroked Mu Qinshui's waterfall-like hair and said with a gentle look in his eyes. He was very clear that all the big and small matters in Ryuka had been managed by Mu Qinshui, and all the pressure had been borne by the latter. These past few years, Mu Qinshui must have had a hard time. It's not hard. Husband, for you it's not hard at all. Mu Qinshui wiped her tears and revealed a smile. Wu Shang, is that you? Mu Qinshui's beautiful eyes fell onto Moyen Wu Shang standing beside Zhuowen, and her eyes revealed a look of pleasant surprise. Big sister Chen Shui. Moyen Wu Shang standing beside Zhuowen was also emotional, and his eyes were filled with tears as he called out to Mu Qinshui. Wu Shang, you're back. Mu Qinshui quickly went forward to hug Moyen Wu Shang. Chapter 4490. Wu Shang, welcome home. Elder sister has been waiting for you for a long time. Do you know? Mu Qinshui said softly. Moyen Wu Shang also sobbed and said softly, Elder sister Qinshui, I miss you too. I've thought about it for a long time. I've always wanted to see you. I'm really sorry that I only came back now. Lu Hantian slapped Zhuowen and said, Kid, not bad. You finally made some progress after going to the 100 territories. You even brought Wu Shang back. Zhuowen said with a bitter smile, Big brother Hantian, one of my goals in going to the 100 territories was to find Moyen Wu Shang. If I didn't bring her back, how could I have the face to see you? Haha, that's right. Speaking of which, how is the New Realm? Our universe is constantly threatened by the New Realm. Do you have the confidence to deal with the New Realm? Lu Hantian suddenly asked. Feng Xiao, Long Xiaotian, and the others also came forward with nervous expressions. Although they didn't know anything about the Nuwa clan, they knew that the Nuwa clan must be an extremely powerful force in the 100 territories. After all, the Nuwa clan sent Venerable Hong Rui, who was a terrifying powerhouse of the 8 transformation stage, and the Nuwa clan's elder was suspected to be a great carefree stage powerhouse. It could be said that if the Nuwa clan wanted to crush them to death, it would be a piece of cake. Zhuowen said with a faint smile, The Nuwa clan is no longer a threat. What do you mean? Lu Hantian and the others asked in confusion. Zhuowen glanced at Huang Ju, who was standing respectfully not far away, and said, This is the Nuwa clan's elder Huang Ju. Now he's my servant. Hearing Zhuowen mention him, Huang Ju hurriedly came forward and said, Nuwa clan's elder Huang Ju greets everyone. Lu Hantian, Long Xiaotian, Feng Xiao, and the others all gasped in shock. They were not blind. When Huang Ju and Chirui joined forces to easily destroy the 3 grand Starry Sky Coalition forces, they understood that these 2 should be the strongest masters of the 100 territories outside the Outer Realm. However, they had never imagined that one of them would actually be a grand exalt of the Nuwa clan. They knew that the leader of the Nuwa clan was at the great carefree level. That level of cultivation was a height that was far beyond their reach. Now, such a powerhouse had actually become Zhuowen's servant? There's no need for such formalities. Long Xiaotian and the others had uneasy expressions. This was the first time they had seen an expert of the great carefree realm, so they were inevitably nervous. Are you really the leader of the Nuwa clan? Then what realm are you at? Lu Hantian asked curiously. Huang Ju was meticulous and said in a low voice, "My cultivation is only at the reverse ancient starlight level." Hiss! Everyone gasped in shock, although they were only creatures of the lower realm. Because Zhuowen had told them about the division of realms, they also knew the specific division of the Great Carefree Realm. The Great Carefree Realm, above the Heaven-Breaking Realm, was divided into 5 major realms, namely the Great Calamity of Universe, Cosmic Form, Reverse Ancient Starlight, Law Embodiment of Heaven and Earth, and all techniques to one. This Huang Ju in front of them was indeed extraordinary. He was actually an expert of the Reverse Ancient Starlight Realm, and such a powerful Huang Ju actually submitted to Zhuowen. From this, it could be seen that Zhuowen could only be stronger. "Zhuowen, how many years has it been since we last met? You have actually become so powerful, as expected of you," Lu Hantian said with emotion. Long Xiaotian, Feng Xiao, and the others laughed from the bottom of their hearts. Zhuowen was the pillar of their Ryuka. The stronger Zhuowen was, the happier they were. "Let's go. Let's talk inside." Zhuowen saw that more and more Ryuka people were gathering, and said to Long Xiaotian, Feng Xiao, and the others. Next, Zhuowen and the others were invited into the main hall by the higher-ups of the Ryuka. Some of the higher-ups who were not friends with Zhuowen were dismissed. A group of former acquaintances poured wine and reminisced in the main hall. Zhuowen, Mu Qinxue, Long Xiaotian, and other close friends talked about all kinds of things that had happened in the 100 territories over the years, as well as all kinds of difficulties along the way. After hearing this, everyone could not help but sigh. Although Zhuowen was now infinitely powerful, in fact, all of this was exchanged for with his life. As the wine was drunk, Moyin Wushang was also affected. She softly recounted her experiences in the 100 territories over the years, which also caused a lot of sighs. Whether it was Zhuowen or Moyin Wushang, over the years they had experienced a lot and suffered a lot. Later, Lu Hantian deliberately changed the topic to not let the topic become too heavy. In an instant, the atmosphere became relaxed and happy again. "Oh, right, where is Jinan? Since I came back, why haven't I seen him?" Zhuowen took a sip of wine and looked around. When he did not see Zhuojinan, he was rather surprised and asked. Zhuowen knew Zhuojinan's character best. If this kid knew that he was back, he would definitely be the first to pester him. But now he did not see Zhuojinan at all. The moment this was said, the atmosphere in the main hall became quiet. Did something happen? Zhuowen naturally saw the hesitant expressions on everyone's faces, and his expression immediately became solemn. Mu Qinxue's beautiful eyes were filled with apology as she said, "Husband, it's all my fault. I did not manage Jinan well. He went into the Hongming path and went to the 100 territories outside the realm. We found out too late." Zhuowen's face changed slightly. He did not expect that Zhuojinan would be so bold as to enter the Hongming path alone. He still remembered that when he stepped into the Hongming path, he had almost died. At that time, there were giant beasts in the chaotic void that attacked and destroyed many of the Hongming paths. If it were not for the experts from the 100 territories outside the realm, he would have died in the Hongming path. Although the Hongming path had been repaired after so many years, it was still extremely dangerous. Why is this kid so impulsive? Zhuowen frowned. At this point, Zhuowen looked at Huang Ju and Chirui and said, "The two of you immediately return to the 100 territories outside the realm. You must find my son, Zhuojinan." Huang Ju and Chirui looked at each other and hesitated. "You don't have to worry about my safety. Not to mention the lower realm. Even in the 100 territories outside the realm, there are not many people who can kill me. Go quickly." Zhuowen's eyes were cold and his body emitted a powerful and dignified aura. "Yes." Huang Ju and Chirui hurriedly said, "The two of you, this is Jinan's portrait and aura. Please be sure to find my son." Mu Qinxue took out a scroll and handed it to Huang Ju and Chirui. "Mistress, don't worry. We will definitely not disappoint you. Huang Ju and Chirui accepted the order and left. Father, Mother, Qin Shui, don't worry. Huang Ju and Chirui will not make any mistakes. Moreover, I have established a force in the 100 territories outside the realm. It shouldn't be too difficult to find Jinin. After Huang Ju and Chirui left, Zhuowen patted Mu Qinshua's shoulder and looked at Long Xiaotian, Feng Xiao, and the others to comfort them. Did you come down this time to take us to the 100 territories outside the realm? Long Xiaotian asked with bright eyes. Father, you're right. There are too many restrictions in the lower realm after all. I see that most of you have encountered a bottleneck. It is extremely difficult for you to go further. If you want to continue to become stronger, you can only enter the 100 territories outside the realm. Zhuowen said. Long Xiaotian, Feng Xiao, Mu Qinshui, and the others looked at each other and made their choice without hesitation. They chose to follow Zhuowen. Chapter 4491. Next, Zhuowen asked Lu Hantian and Long Xiaotian to lead the Ryuka army to the Demon Realm and the Void Celestial Realm, respectively. The Demon Realm and the Void Celestial Realm were the first to be conquered by the Three Galaxies Alliance. Now, they were under the control of the Three Galaxies Alliance. With the strength of Lu Hantian and Long Xiaotian, as well as the help of Green Hat and Purple Star Lord, they quickly conquered the Demon Realm and the Void Celestial Realm. The representative of the Demon Realm, Dong Huang Tai, and the representative of the Void Celestial Realm, the Black King, followed the Ryuka army to the Ryuka Palace to thank Zhuowen for saving them. Zhuowen personally received the two of them and asked them if they were willing to follow him to the 100 domains and join his forces in the Kanglin domain. Dong Huang Tai and the Black King hesitated for a moment before rejecting Zhuowen. They had stayed in Wandering Starry Sky for a long time, and with their friends and family here, they didn't want to leave. Zhuowen did not force the two of them. After catching up, the two of them left. Time flew by. A month passed in the blink of an eye, and the Ryuka army was ready. This time, the entire Long family was migrating. They had brought along the most elite members of the Long family. A small number of the Ryuka army stayed in the galaxy and continued to manage the Xian Mi celestial realm and maintain order. This divine ship is huge. This is the first time I have seen such a huge divine ship. When the members of the Long family under Zhuo Wen's lead arrived at the stop of the divine warship, they all sighed in amazement. This is a divine ship. In the 100 domains, it is much more advanced than a divine ship. Moyan Wushang introduced with a smile. As he spoke, Moyan Wushang could not help but look at Zhuowen. No wonder the latter had chosen such a huge divine ship. It was for the migration of the Ryuka race. All right. Everyone enter the divine ship in order. Do not cut in line. Lu Hantian, Long Xiaotian, and the others immediately began to organize their clansmen to enter the divine warship in an orderly manner. When the Ryuka entered the ship, they were even more shocked. There were many rooms in the divine ship, and there were also all kinds of halls for entertainment. It was like a small world. The Ryuka excitedly chose their respective rooms. Many of the younger ones even entered the entertainment hall in groups of 3 to 5 and started to play on their own. When all the Ryuka had entered the ship, Lu Hantian and the rest discovered that there were still many empty rooms. They couldn't help but sigh at the grandeur and vastness of this divine ship. They were far from being able to create such a high-grade flying tool in the starry skies. This made them look forward to the 100 outer realms even more. Zhuowen led the Ryuka officials to the top floor of the divine vessel. After arranging rooms for everyone, he ordered the divine vessel to set sail. The entire divine warship trembled slightly. Then it shot forward, heading into the unknown darkness ahead. Rumble. However, not long after the divine warship flew out, a strange roar exploded in the void around it. Then a terrifying gust of wind swept over and blew against the divine vessel, causing it to shake violently. What's going on? Why is the divine vessel shaking so violently? Everyone in the divine vessel was shocked. They had no idea what was going on. On the top floor of the divine vessel, Lu Hantian, Long Xiaotian, Feng Xiao, and the rest of the Ryuka officials were also shocked. They all looked at Zhuowen. Zhuowen's face was gloomy. With a wave of his sleeve, the scene behind the divine vessel appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Behind the divine vessel, there was a gigantic purple-gold divine tree that seemed to have no end. The branches of this gigantic tree were densely packed, and there were many starry sky fruits growing on each branch. Although this was the first time they had seen the starry sky fruits, they had heard about them from Zhuowen. Hence, they weren't too shocked. "Look, that's the branch where the starry sky hover is. What's that?" Suddenly, Lu Hantian pointed at the branch behind the divine vessel. There were many starry sky fruits hanging on this branch, and the starry sky hover was among them. However, on this branch, there was an incomparably huge pitch-black hand that reached towards the branch and suddenly grabbed a starry sky fruit on the branch. Crack! The sound of the starry sky fruit being pulled off the branch was ear-piercing in the chaotic void. Everyone heard it clearly. No way! A hand plucked the starry sky fruit. That must be the starry sky fruit. Long Xiaotian's eyes widened as he looked at the shocking scene behind him in disbelief. Feng Xiao, Mu Qinxue and the others, and even Zhuowen and Moyan Wushang were all shocked. The starry sky fruit was huge and had nurtured countless living beings. However, in front of this hand, they were as small as a fruit. Crack! 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 The gigantic hand skillfully plucked the starry sky fruits on the branch. However, when the starry sky hover was held in the palm of this gigantic hand, everyone's heart sank. "No, that's our starry sky." Everyone shouted in their hearts as they felt an indescribable heartache. Crack! The crisp tearing sound reverberated in everyone's ears. Under everyone's sorrowful gazes, the starry sky hover was finally plucked by the gigantic hand and thrown into a place in the void where they couldn't see it. The gigantic hand was still plucking the starry sky fruits, ignoring the divine vessel that had escaped. The divine vessel was too small for the owner of the gigantic hand. Even if he had discovered it, he wouldn't have cared. "Husband, what is that thing? It's so powerful." Mu Qinxue snuggled in Zhuowen's arms as her delicate body trembled in fear. Not only Mu Qinxue, but everyone, including Moyan Wushang, felt a chill in their hearts. Fear spread in everyone's hearts like a poison. It was the fear of facing a high-level creature that was far more powerful than them. They felt powerless. Zhuowen's eyes were filled with horror as his face darkened. He raised his hand with difficulty and hugged Mu Qinxue tightly in his arms. "That's an existence from the ancient star system. It's not something we can fight against." Zhuowen's low voice reverberated nearby. His eyes were still filled with fear and unwillingness. He had long heard that when the creatures of the ancient star system held important meetings, they would come to the ancient Hongmeng tree to pluck the starry sky fruits and use them as delicacies. Back then, he had only been skeptical and was amazed by the strength of the creatures of the ancient star system. Although the lower domain's starry sky couldn't be compared to the 100 outer domains, the top experts of the 100 outer domains might not be able to easily pluck the lower domain's starry sky fruits as delicacies. Now he had seen it for himself. He saw the creatures of the ancient star system plucking the starry sky fruits, including the starry sky hover that had given birth to him. Chapter 4492. If I had been a step later. Zhuowen shuddered as he thought of this. In front of such an existence, Zhuowen was as small as an ant and had no power to resist. He knew very well that if he had faced that giant hand head-on, his body and soul would have been destroyed. This is the tragedy of a weakling. In front of the strong, the weak will always be robbed, regardless of whether it is life or freedom. Zhuowen stared silently at the giant hand in the distance, as well as the stars that were constantly being plucked away. He felt a sense of sorrow in his heart. That is why I must become stronger. I must become strong enough. Zhuowen took a deep breath and clenched his fists tightly. His eyes shone with a fierce light. He took one last look at the ancient star hanging at the very top and made up his mind. Then, he steered the divine warship and quickly left this place. The impact this time was extremely great for the Ryuka. The Ryuka, who had relaxed after entering the divine warship, were now filled with fighting spirit. They began to work hard and cultivate diligently. The upper echelons of the Ryuka were also affected. They also secretly made up their minds to become stronger. Zhuowen naturally saw the changes in the Ryuka and nodded to himself. A month later, the divine warship finally arrived at the Kanglin domain of the 100 domains. Outside the Kanglin holy city, Duan Jipeng, Shan Lingyun, Ziyang, and Luo had already been waiting outside the city for a long time. When Zhuowen led the Ryuka out of the divine warship, the upper echelons of the Kanglin domain all knelt on the ground and respectfully welcomed Zhuowen's return. What a powerful aura! Are these people all at the great, carefree realm? Long Xiaotian, Lu Hantian, and the rest of the Ryuka immediately felt the terrifying aura from the upper echelons of the Kanglin domain. Although these people did not deliberately release their auras, the faint aura that they exuded at this moment was enough to make the Ryuka feel suffocated. What shocked the Ryuka even more was that the laws of the 100 domains were extremely powerful. Many of the Ryuka were almost unable to withstand the energy and laws of this place and died on the spot. If Zhuowen hadn't used his own strength to protect them in time, most of the Long family members would have died. When Zhuowen saw the sorry state of the Ryuka, he could not help but shake his head. Looks like he needs to make the Ryuka stronger as soon as possible. Otherwise, it will be difficult to even survive in the 100 domains. At the very least, let the majority reach the heaven-crushing stage first. Zhuowen thought to himself. Get up, Zhuowen said to the people outside the city. Crash! Everyone stood up and looked curiously at the group of Ryuka behind Zhuowen. They had already been informed that Zhuowen would be bringing his people to the Kanglin domain. However, they did not expect Zhuowen's people to be so weak. They were all in the heaven-breaking realm. With this kind of cultivation, they would not be able to survive for long in the 100 domains. Duan Jipeng's expression was normal. He knew from the beginning that Zhuowen came from the lower realms. Therefore, Zhuowen's people were naturally from the lower realms. It was normal for them to be weak. Brother Zhuo, leave your clansmen to me to teach. I will take them to the starlight realm of the 7 emotions, 6 desires, Saint Lord, and make them stronger as soon as possible. Duan Jipeng walked forward and whispered to Zhuowen. Zhuowen cupped his fists and said to Duan Jipeng, Brother Duan, I will have to trouble you. No need to be so polite. It is all thanks to you that I am able to achieve what I have today. I am more than happy to be of service to you. Duan Jipeng laughed. Let's talk about the training later. Let's enter the Kanglin Holy Hall first, Zhuowen said in a deep voice. Duan Jipeng nodded and escorted Zhuowen and the Ryuka people into the Kanglin Holy Hall. Duan Jipeng and Shan Lingyun brought the Ryuka people into the starlight realm of the 7 emotions, 6 desires, Saint Lord for special training under Zhuowen's instructions. The Ryuka higher-ups, including Long Xiaotian, Lu Hantian, Feng Xiao, Mu Qinxue, Zhuo Xiangding, and Zhuowen's friends and family, were handed over to Moyan Wushang for training. After making arrangements for all of the Long family's clansmen, Zhuowen finally relaxed slightly. Have Huangju and Qirui returned? Zhuowen looked at Ziyang and Luoya, who were standing respectfully in front of him, and asked in a low voice. Ziyang and Luo looked at each other and hesitated for a moment before saying, Huangju and Qirui returned a few days ago. However, as soon as they returned, they said that they were looking for young Master Zhuo Jinin and left in a hurry. Until now, we have not contacted them. Is there any news from Jinin? Zhuowen continued to ask. Ziyang hurriedly said, Master, We have already sent the order to mobilize all forces in the Kanglin domain to look for young master. We have not received any concrete news yet. Zhuowen nodded. He was not surprised. The 100 domains were too vast. Zhuo Jinan had entered the 100 domains through the Hongming path at random. It was impossible to find him in such a short time. Suddenly, the communication jade at Zhuowen's waist lit up. He took off the communication jade and saw that it was Chirui who had sent him a message. His eyes lit up. When he finished reading the message, the corners of his mouth curled into a smile. Ziyang Luoya, withdraw all the people who are looking for Jinan, Zhuowen said with a faint smile. Ziyang and Luoya immediately understood that Huangju and Chirui should have found Zhuo Jinan. After Ziyang and Luoya left, Zhuowen was the only one left in the empty hall. Jinan, this boy is really... Zhuowen sat on the throne. Thinking of the message sent by Chirui, he could not help but shake his head and laugh. Huangju and Chirui had indeed found Zhuo Jinan, but they did not disturb him. Instead, they immediately sent a message to Zhuowen to ask for his opinion. Through Chirui's report, Zhuowen also learned of Zhuo Jinan's current location. He was in the Qi Huan domain. The Qi Huan domain was a low-level domain located at the northwest edge of the 100 domains. It was an extremely insignificant domain. From Chirui's report, Zhuo Jinan had joined the Qi Huan clan. The reason was very simple. It was because Zhuo Jinan had fallen in love with the Qi Huan clan's patriarch's daughter. In order to approach the patriarch's daughter, Zhuo Jinan had joined the Qi Huan clan without any hesitation. His goal was to approach the patriarch's daughter. This brat has really grown up. Zhuowen rubbed his temples. If Chen Xuan knew that this brat, Zhuo Jinan, had entered the 100 domains to chase a girl, it was unknown what she would think. Zhuowen thought about it and decided not to tell Qin Shui about this for now. I'll personally take a look. If both sides are in love, then I'll directly ask the Qi Huan clan for her hand in marriage. Zhuowen stood up. He first sent a message to Huangju and Chirui, telling them to look after Zhuo Jinan and not disturb him. He then left the Zanglan domain alone and headed towards the Qi Huan domain. After being teleported several times, Zhuowen finally arrived at the border of the Qi Huan domain. When Zhuowen entered the Qi Huan divine city, Chirui and Huangju quickly came out to greet him. Master, for such a small matter to trouble you personally, it really is our fault, Huangju said in a nervous voice. Zhuowen waved his hand and said with a smile, It's not related to you. I'm just curious about this brat Jinan's situation. The three of them entered the most luxurious inn in the divine city. Chirui and Huangju reported Zhuo Jinan's situation over the past few days to Zhuowen. Chapter 4493. After listening to Huangju and Chirui's report, Zhuowen finally understood Zhuo Jinan's situation. It turned out that when Zhuo Jinan first entered the 100 regions, he was betrayed by a villain and almost died. Fortunately, Zhuo Jinan met the daughter of the Qi Huan clan's patriarch, Qi Lin, and was saved by the latter. Qi Lin was kind by nature, and she helped Zhuo Jinan into the end and healed his injuries. After Zhuo Jinan recovered, Qi Lin's team placed him in South Willow City of the Qi Huan realm. At first, Zhuo Jinan did not know Qi Lin's identity. After asking around, he found out that Qi Lin was the daughter of the Qi Huan clan's patriarch and had a noble status. In order to repay the favor, Zhuo Jinan resolutely joined the Qi Huan clan and became a rising genius of the Qi Huan clan. Unrequited love. Zhuowen muttered to himself. According to Huangju, Qi Lin already had someone in her heart. The person she liked was the #1 genius of the Burning Moon realm, Yu Wu Hui. It was said that the Burning Moon realm and the Qi Huan realm had intentions of forming a marriage alliance. Master, you don't know. Although the Burning Moon realm is a low-level realm, its strength and foundation are extremely deep. It is a low-level realm that is infinitely close to a medium-level realm. At this point, Huang Ju hesitated slightly and did not continue. Zhuowen caught the hesitation in Huang Ju's eyes and said indifferently, "If you have something to say, just say it. You don't have to hide it from me." "Yes." Huang Ju nodded and then looked at Chiruei and said, "Chiruei was the one who found out about the Burning Moon Realm, so let her say it." Zhuowen's gaze fell on Chiruei and found that the latter was staring at him with a fanatical gaze. "Master, according to the information I found, the Burning Moon Realm has always had the ambition to become a medium-level realm. Moreover, the Patriarch of the Burning Moon Realm has secretly broken through to the Cosmic Avatar Realm and is only a large territory away from becoming a medium-level realm." Chiruei stared unblinkingly at Zhuowen and said fanatically. Zhuowen frowned slightly and said, "Oh? Are you saying that the marriage between the Burning Moon Realm and the Qi Huan Realm has other motives?" Chiruei nodded and said, "The Burning Moon Realm's patriarch is an ambitious man. He has never cared about people or forces weaker than him, and it is even more impossible for him to form a marriage alliance with a force weaker than the Burning Moon Realm like the Qi Huan Realm. This is not beneficial to him at all." Zhuowen nodded. Chiruei's analysis was very reasonable. Judging from their abnormal behavior, it was clear that the Burning Moon Realm was after something big. "Master, should we warn the Burning Moon clan to give up on the marriage alliance and create an opportunity for the young master?" Huang Ju said hurriedly. Zhuowen shook his head and said, "No, we don't need to do anything. We just need to wait and see." Huang Ju and Chiruei looked surprised. They didn't expect that Zhuowen would actually make a decision to wait and see. "Just remember to protect June and in secret," Zhuowen said indifferently. Huang Ju and Chiruei didn't understand Zhuowen's actions, but they didn't dare to disobey Zhuowen's orders. They nodded and left. After Huang Ju and Chiruei left, Zhuowen's eyes flashed with a sharp light. With his current strength and prestige, he could destroy the Burning Moon Realm with a flick of his finger. However, he didn't do that. Instead, he allowed the Burning Moon Realm scheme to be carried out and didn't interfere with Zhuo Junan's matters. He knew very well that if a baby eagle wanted to spread its wings and fly, it had to rely on its own strength. If a baby eagle was blindly protected by a male eagle, it would never be able to achieve anything. In Zhuowen's eyes, Zhuo Junan was that baby eagle. There were some things that Zhuo Junan had to experience personally. Only then could he truly grow into an eagle that soared to the highest heavens. "Junan, this is only your first lesson in the 100 outer domains. I hope you can learn well." Zhuowen muttered to himself as he stood in front of the window of his room with his hands behind his back. He looked at the core area of Qi Huan Divine City. In the inner city of Qi Huan Divine City, in a courtyard outside a side hall, a young man's figure was like lightning as he sparred with a beautiful woman. The two men's movements were vigorous, leaping like rabbits and swooping like falcons. They turned into numerous afterimages in the air, and it was impossible to see them clearly. All of a sudden, the two of them stopped. The beautiful woman revealed a bitter smile on her face. "Junan, your talent is really strong. Half a month ago, you weren't as good as me, but now your movement technique isn't any weaker than mine." The beautiful woman looked at the young man opposite her and smiled as she rubbed her shoulders. Zhuo Junan rubbed his nose, his cheeks slightly red as he said, "Qilin, you don't have to praise me like that. I'll be proud. Actually, it's mainly because my cultivation has broken through to the fetal God change realm. That's why my movement technique has become so fast." The man and woman in front of him were Qilin and Zhuo Junan, and ever since Zhuo Junan joined the Qi Huan clan, he quickly became a rising star and was greatly appreciated by the Qi Huan clan's patriarch. This also made it easy for Zhuo Junan to get close to Qilin, and the two became friends. "Qilin, I heard that you're going to marry Yu Wuhui?" Zhuo Junan looked at Qilin and asked nervously. Qilin was stunned, and then her beautiful eyes revealed a longing look as she said, "Yes. Junan, you don't know, but I've always admired Yu Wuhui since I was young. I've never thought that I would be able to marry my idol. However, I didn't expect that the Burning Moon clan would take the initiative to marry our Chi Huan clan. To me, this is a pleasant surprise. Speaking of this, Chi Lin's cheeks turned red. She lowered her head unnaturally and clasped her hands together as she said, I'm a little afraid that I'm not worthy of you, Wu Hui. Zhuo Junan smiled, but his fists were clenched tightly. Chi Lin, in my opinion, you're completely worthy of you, Wu Hui. You're the most beautiful woman I've seen since I entered the 100 Outer Realms. Not only are you beautiful on the outside, but you're also beautiful on the inside. Zhuo Junan said softly. Hearing this, Chi Lin's beautiful eyes revealed joy. She smiled sweetly and said, Really? Junan, thank you. Jun and Lin, are you here? An old voice rang out not far away, attracting Zhuo Jun and Chi Lin's attention. They saw a hunchbacked old man with white hair and beard slowly walking over with a walking stick. This old man looked so frail that he could not even stand a gust of wind, but his eyes flickered with a light that was hard to look at. He was the Chi Huan clan's patriarch, Chi Haozhan. Patriarch, father! Zhuo Jun and Chi Lin looked at the old man at the same time. Lin, the Burning Moon clan's people will arrive in our realm in a few days. You should prepare well during this period of time. Chi Haozhan looked kindly at Chi Lin and smiled. All right, is that you Wu Hui coming too? Chi Lin asked slightly nervously. Of course. After all, he's the one who proposed marriage. Chi Haozhan laughed loudly. Chi Lin clenched her fists, her face full of excitement. Chapter 4494. That's right, Junin. Your cultivation is still very weak, but your talent is very strong. I think it won't take you too long to reach the great carefree realm. You have to work hard. When I'm old in the future, perhaps the burden will fall on your shoulders. Chi Haozhan's gaze landed on Zhuo Jun, and as he laughed heartily, Zhuo Jun hurriedly cupped his hands and said, Patriarch is too kind. Jun will definitely not disappoint you. Father, Jun's comprehension is really strong. I only taught him the movement skill once, and he already mastered it. He can actually catch up to me, and he has already broken through to the divine fetus transformation. Chi Lin hurriedly said. Chi Haozhan's eyes flashed as he looked deeply at Zhuo Junin. He said with a smile, Junin, your talent may be better than I thought. Continue to work hard. Our Chi Huan clan will not treat you unfairly. Zhuo Jun only nodded numbly. His thoughts were in a mess. He knew that this day would eventually come. Yu Wu Hui was too strong and too dazzling. Compared to him, he was too small and insignificant. That's right, Patriarch. Have you found any traces of my father? Zhuo Jun hurriedly asked. Chi Haozhan shook his head and said, I've checked. There is no Zhuowen in the Chi Huan realm and the nearby realms. After all, the 100 realms are too vast. When your father came to the 100 realms, he may have gone to other realms far away. After all, our Chi Huan realm is only a low-level realm. Our intelligence cannot compare to the middle and high-level realms. Hearing this, Zhuo Jun's eyes showed disappointment. He also understood that Chi Haozhan was speaking the truth. The 100 realms were too big. He had been in the 100 realms for a while and knew the rank divisions of the realms. The Chi Huan realm was an insignificant realm among the 100 realms. It was also located in a remote area, so it was natural that information was blocked. I am still too weak now. When I become strong, I can go to higher level realms. At that time, I will be able to find news of my father. Zhuo Jun clenched his hands tightly, a trace of determination in his eyes. A few days later, the Burning Moon clan's team arrived at Chi Huan Divine City. Chi Haozhan received the Burning Moon clan's group with the highest standards and welcomed them into the inner city. In the main hall, there was singing and dancing. Chi Haozhan and Yu Uk sat at the head of the table, and Yu Wuhui and Qi Lin sat on either side of them. Yu Uk was a middle-aged man with a well-proportioned body and a handsome face. He was dressed in a long-sleeved green robe and had an elegant beard. He had the elegant temperament of a scholar. Yu Wuhui sat beside Yu Uk. His appearance was similar to Yu Yuk's. He was also very handsome, but his eyes were somewhat sinister. However, his aura was extremely powerful and domineering. Zhuo Jun sat in a rather remote corner, pouring wine and drinking by himself. His gaze would occasionally fall on Qi Lin and Yu Wuhui. This Yu Wuhui is indeed very strong. It's said that his cultivation has reached the fiend god transformation realm. The difference between us is too great. Zhuo Jun was depressed as he poured wine and drank by himself. His heart ached when he saw Qi Lin's shy expression. If I were as strong as Yu Wuhui, perhaps I wouldn't have retreated. I would have stood up bravely. Zhuo Jun's expression was slightly dispirited as he muttered to himself, "Little brother, you seem to have a great desire for power." Just as Zhuo Jun was feeling depressed, an indifferent voice came from beside him. Zhuo Jun turned around and saw a man covered in black robes and wearing a huge hood sitting at the table beside him. A pair of scarlet light shot out from the hood, causing Zhuo Jun to freeze on the spot. This aura was truly powerful. Zhuo Jun only needed to look at him, and he felt like he couldn't move. It's an extremely powerful demonic cultivator. Zhuo Jun's forehead was covered in cold sweat as he thought to himself, "I don't understand what you mean." Zhuo Jun instantly forced himself to calm down. He looked at the head of the table and frowned when he saw that Qi Haozhan hadn't noticed anything strange. Could this demonic cultivator beside him be a friend that Qi Haozhan had invited? He could clearly feel that the demonic cultivator beside him contained an extremely dangerous aura. It was an aura that was much more dangerous than Qi Haozhan's. Without a doubt, this mysterious demonic cultivator was much stronger than Qi Haozhan. Aren't you lacking confidence because you're too weak? Your face is filled with unwillingness. You're not convinced. The mysterious demonic cultivator spoke again. Zhuo Jun frowned. "This has nothing to do with you. Don't tell me you can give me power that surpasses Yu Wuhui's on the spot. You've guessed correctly. I can indeed give you great power immediately. However, there's a price to pay for the power. Are you willing to pay that price?" The mysterious demonic cultivator smiled faintly. "What price?" Zhuo Jun frowned. 90% of your lifespan." The mysterious demonic cultivator said calmly. Zhuo Jun sneered. "I'm willing to lose 90% of my lifespan just to temporarily gain power. Do you think I'm an idiot?" The mysterious demonic cultivator didn't refute him. Under normal circumstances, no one would do that. However, you'll definitely do it later. After saying that, the mysterious demonic cultivator didn't say anything else. Instead, he slowly poured himself a cup of wine and drank leisurely. Zhuo Jun frowned slightly. He felt that this mysterious demonic cultivator beside him was a little strange. Why would he sacrifice his lifespan to borrow power? If it wasn't for the fact that Zhuo Jun didn't sense any obvious malice from this mysterious demonic cultivator, he might have already distanced himself from him. The banquet continued. Everyone had also reached the point where they were drinking to their heart's content. Qi Haozhan and Yu Uk also chatted happily. The two of them toasted each other and chatted merrily. "Brother Qi, you and I hit it off at first sight. After the marriage, you and I will be in-laws." Yu Uk said with a smile. Qi Haozhan was very happy. "It's my honor to be in-laws with Brother Uk." Yu Uk smiled faintly. "The marriage between our two clans. Your Qi Huan clan should at least provide some dowry, right?" "Of course there's a dowry. In fact, it's already prepared. Don't worry, Brother Uk," Qi Haozhan said heartily. "I won't accept any ordinary dowry. Why don't you give your Qi Huan realm to me as a dowry. Yu Uk said meaningfully. The moment he said that, the atmosphere of the banquet instantly froze. Qi Haozhan frowned slightly and said coldly, Brother Uk, there should be a limit to your jokes. Your joke isn't funny. Yu Uk said with a faint smile, Brother Qi, I'm not joking. The marriage between my Burning Moon clan and your Qi Huan clan is mainly because we've taken a fancy to your realm. Don't worry, after the Qi Huan realm merges into my Burning Moon realm, I'll still let you manage it. You only need to submit to me. Qi Haozhan's pupils shrank slightly. His entire body exuded a terrifying coldness. Brother Wu Hui, why is it like this? You. Qi Lin looked as if she had been dealt a heavy blow. Her beautiful eyes looked at Yu Wu Hui and asked. The current Yu Wu Hui was no longer as gentle and refined as before. The malice in his eyes was no longer concealed. Qi Lin, with your talent and identity, you're not worthy of marrying me at all. If you want to marry into my Burning Moon realm, you must compensate me with the Qi Huan realm as a dowry. I can still reluctantly take you in as a concubine. When he said this, a mocking smile appeared at the corner of Yu Wu Hui's mouth. He continued, Haven't you always worshipped me? Then you should persuade Qi Haozhan to accept our sincerity. Otherwise, your Qi Huan clan will face a calamity of destruction. Qi Lin's body turned cold. She looked at Yu Wu Hui in disbelief. At this moment, she felt that Yu Wu Hui was really a stranger. Chapter 4495. Whoosh! The atmosphere of the banquet instantly turned cold. Everyone's gaze landed on Qi Haozhan and Yu Uk, who were seated at the main seats. Yu Uk, you don't have any sincerity in marrying our Qi Huan clan, do you? Qi Haozhan was furious. His eyes were burning with anger as he stared coldly at Yu Uk. Yu Uk sneered and said indifferently, Qi Haozhan, don't misunderstand. I did come with sincerity. Your Qi Huan clan can only be considered a lower middle clan in the lower realms. Our Burning Moon realm is destined to become a mid-level realm. It's only a matter of time. If your Qi Huan clan submits to me, it will only be beneficial to your Qi Huan clan. Is this not considered sincerity? Yu Uk glanced at Qi Lin, who was behind Qi Haozhan. And your daughter, Qi Lin, is only average in terms of talent and appearance. My son, Yu Wu Hui, is extremely talented. He is willing to put down his dignity to marry your daughter. Shouldn't it be an honor for your Qi Huan clan? Yu Yuk's voice was calm, but his words made Qi Lin shiver. Yu Uk, you've gone too far. How is my daughter not worthy of you, Wu Hui? Since you don't have any sincerity, then this marriage is off. Qi Haozhan was furious. His aura surged as he stared coldly at Yu Uk. Yu Uk sneered and said, Qi Haozhan, you can reject this marriage, but you must give up the Qi Huan realm. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Yu Yuk's aura was much more terrifying than Qi Haozhan's. It completely suppressed Qi Haozhan's aura. This aura, you've broken through to the cosmic aspect realm? Qi Haozhan's expression changed when he felt Yu Yuk's terrifying aura. He looked at Yu Uk in shock. Boom! Yu Yuk's smile grew wider as he released his aura without holding back. In an instant, the entire hall was affected by this terrifying aura. All the cultivators attending the banquet couldn't help but bend down. What a powerful aura! Yu Uk is already a cosmic aspect realm elite. This is too terrifying. Is this the aura of a cosmic aspect realm? He was much stronger than Qi Haozhan. It's over. The Qi Huan domain is in trouble this time. In the banquet, everyone was struggling with great difficulty. They looked at Flawless Earth, who was sitting on the main seat, with fear in their eyes. They didn't have the slightest bit of fighting spirit in their hearts. Damn it, I can't move. Zhuo Jun's entire body was slumped over the table. His entire body was stiff as if it was filled with lead. He was simply too heavy and it was difficult for him to move. The momentum of the cosmic Dharma idol was too terrifying. He was only in the fetal god transformation stage. Even though he was the furthest away from imperfect moon, he was still greatly affected. Pucci, is this an expert of the great carefree realm? He's too strong. A sliver of despair rose in Zhuo Junan's heart. Just this aura alone was enough to render him immobile, let alone fight. Qi Lin, Zhuo Jun, and raised his head with difficulty and looked at the front of the hall. He found Qi Lin curled up in a corner, shivering. Qi Lin was the closest to Yuyuke, so she was naturally affected the most. She even began to vomit blood. Whoosh! Whoosh! At the same time in the banquet, the experts of the Burning Moon realm all stood up and took out their divine artifacts. Everyone, the Burning Moon clan is a kind and tolerant clan. As long as you obey us, we will prosper. If you oppose us, we will die. Yu Yuk's cold gaze swept across every corner of the banquet. He continued, "Don't worry, my main goal is to make the Burning Moon realm a middle-rank realm. As long as you submit to me, you will have contributed greatly. When the Burning Moon realm successfully becomes a middle-rank realm, you will all receive great rewards. Do you want to live on and enjoy glory and wealth? Or do you want to die meaninglessly here? Choose." When these words were said, many of the upper echelons and elites of the Qi Huan clan in the banquet revealed hesitant expressions. They knew very well that Yu Yuke was already an expert of the cosmic Dharma idol. With the strength of the Qi Huan clan, even if they fought him head-on, they would be courting death. Everyone, how can you believe the words of others so easily? Yu Yuke is just trying to calm you down. Once you listen to him, we will face the disaster of clan annihilation. The veins on Qi Haozhan's forehead bulged. He kept on using his own strength to resist Yu Yuk's pressure as he shouted at the crowd. Haha, if you fight, you will die. If you don't fight, you may still live. Yu Yuk's eyes turned cold. Suddenly, he threw out a palm and blasted it toward Qi Haozhan's face. Qi Haozhan roared and took out his universe world. He squandered his universe divine power and used all his strength to take on Yu Yuk's palm. Qi Haozhan, you talk too much nonsense. Just die. Yu Yuke roared and released his aura. The shadow of the cosmic Dharma idol appeared behind him. Instantly, the entire hall set off a terrifying explosion. Then it completely collapsed. Many cultivators in the banquet fled the moment the hall collapsed. Then they looked up at the sky in fear. Above them, Qi Haozhan's universe world and Yu Yuk's cosmic Dharma idol were fighting. However, Qi Haozhan was at a disadvantage in an instant. He was constantly pushed back. Crack! A crisp cracking sound was heard. Qi Haozhan's universe world shattered. Pucci! The moment the universe world shattered, Qi Haozhan spat out a mouthful of blood. He screamed and fell from the sky in a sorry state. The strongest person in the Qi Huan clan, Qi Haozhan, was powerless in front of Yu Yuke. This scene shocked everyone in the Qi Huan clan. It also completely ignited the fear in their hearts. Qi Lin, are you okay? Zhuo Jun and carried Qi Lin out of the ruins of the hall. When he found that Qi Lin was fine, he sighed in relief. Junin, I'm fine. Qi Lin recovered from her fear. After she got up from Zhui Jun, and she forced a smile on her face. But soon, Qi Lin's face changed completely. She saw Qi Haozhan fall with serious injuries. No, father. Qi Lin quickly rushed toward where Qi Haozhan fell. However, she was quickly stopped by a figure. Yu Wuhui, move. Qi Lin stopped and looked at the handsome man with a malicious gaze. Her eyes were filled with anger. Qi Lin, you have no manners. Is this how you talk to your fiancé? Yu Wuhui smiled cruelly. He waved his right hand and slapped toward Qi Lin's face. Qi Lin tapped her foot lightly and dodged Yu Wuhui's attack. At the same time, a sharp dagger appeared in her hand. She stabbed it toward Yu Wuhui's vital point. Yu Wuhui smiled coldly. His other hand grabbed Qi Lin's hand and exerted force. Qi Lin painfully threw away the dagger in her hand. Qi Lin, you're too weak. You're just in the hollow god transformation stage. How dare you show off in front of me? Yu Wuhui pulled Qi Lin closer and looked at her coldly with his malicious eyes. There was a mocking smile at the corner of his mouth. Chapter 4496. Let her go. Zhuojun was enraged. He quickly circled behind Yu Wuhui and slashed at the back of his head with his sword. Yu Wuhui tilted his head and easily dodged Zhuojun's attack. His right leg shot out and landed on Zhuojun's chest. Zhuojun was sent flying and landed heavily on the ground several feet away, spitting out a mouthful of blood. A divine transformation trash dares to provoke me? Ignorant fools are truly fearless. Yu Wuhui glanced at Zhuojun, and his eyes full of contempt and disdain. Soul attack? Suddenly, Yu Wuhui's expression changed drastically. Several soul sword essences suddenly swept over from his side and pierced into the center of his brows. Ah! Yu Wuhui clutched his head in pain and let go of Qi Lin's hand. You call me trash? Didn't you get hit as well? Then what are you? Zhuojun sneered. Jun, are you all right? Qi Lin hurried to Zhuojun and sighed and found that his injuries were quite serious. She blamed herself. At the same time, she was impressed by Zhuojun's powerful combat talent. He was clearly just a divine transformation, but he was able to make Yu Wuhui suffer. Even she couldn't do that. Bastard! How dare you sneak attack me? I'll kill you! Yu Wuhui roared, and a powerful aura burst out. Yu Wuhui's aura grew stronger and stronger, and his body grew larger. 3 meters, 10 meters, 300 meters, until he was 1,000 meters tall. In an instant, Yu Wuhui used his divine transformation, and his terrifying aura was like a dragon or a tiger. Junin, hurry up and leave. I'll cover you. Qi Lin suddenly stood in front of Zhuojun, her face pale as she faced the divine transformation Yu Wuhui. Zhuojun was startled and his eyes turned red. He shook his head and said, Qi Lin, I won't leave. How can I leave you behind? Jun, and now is not the time to be emotional. Your talent is very good, and you will definitely reach the great carefree realm in the future. If you can escape, you will be the hope of our Qi Huan clan. Hurry up and leave. Although Qi Lin was trembling in fear, she still stood in front of Zhuojun. She had given her life and hope to Zhuojun. Suddenly, Zhuojun stepped forward and hugged Qi Lin. Qi Lin, I like you very much. This might be the last time in my life. No matter what, I have to say it. Zhuojun buried his head in Qi Lin's shoulder and whispered. Qi Lin felt as if she had been struck by a heavy blow. Her eyes turned gentle as she gently hugged Zhuojun back. Junin, thank you for liking me. Hearing this, I'm very happy. Thank you. After saying that, Qi Lin's eyes revealed a resolute expression. She suddenly took out a talisman from her bosom and stuffed it into Zhuojun's hand before crushing it. Junin, if there is an afterlife, I will choose you. Unfortunately, fate makes fools of us. I'm sorry. Qi Lin turned around and kissed Zhuojun's forehead before pushing him away. At the same time, the talisman in Zhuojun's hand exploded with a blazing white light, completely enveloping him. Teleportation talisman? No. Zhuojun shouted and rushed toward Qi Lin again. However, the moment he was about to touch Qi Lin, he was completely teleported away by the talisman. Humph! Qi Lin, you deserve to die. How dare you let go of the person your fiancé wants to kill? Then you can go to hell. The fiend god Yu Wuhui snorted coldly. He raised his foot and stomped down on Qilin. Boom! The power of this stomp was too strong. The entire air was filled with a terrifying explosion. Countless ring-shaped air waves swept out in an endless stream. Qilin slowly raised her head and looked at the giant foot that was getting closer and closer in the sky. A bleak smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. All of a sudden, a terrifying force swept out the moment the giant foot completely stomped on Qilin. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation then. Yu Wuhui's giant foot exploded with a loud bang and turned into a billowing blood mist. Ah, my foot, my foot, Yu Wuhui screamed and took a few steps back. Looking at his crushed leg, his eyes were filled with shock and anger. Qilin's eyes were still filled with shock. She stared blankly at the figure in front of her. The man in front of her was shrouded in a black robe with a huge hood on his head. Waves of strange, fiend god qi emanated from the surface of his body. What a headache! I originally wanted to let June and show off. I didn't expect a little girl like you to teleport him away. The mysterious black-robed man scratched his head helplessly and said in a helpless voice, let June and show off? Qilin didn't understand what this mysterious black-robed man meant. May I ask who you are? Qilin hurriedly asked. Zhuowen. The mysterious black-robed man shrugged and took off his hood, revealing a rather handsome young man's face. Zhuowen, you are Junin's father? Qilin's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly as she exclaimed. Zhuowen had mentioned Zhuowen to her many times. Naturally, she was no stranger to his name. But soon, Qilin's expression changed drastically. Senior, we can't stay here for long. Please leave quickly. Qilin had often heard Zhuowen mentioned by Zhuojun, and so she knew that the latter had also come from the lower realm and hadn't even been in the 100 regions for 1,000 years. In her opinion, no matter how talented Zhuojun's father was, in less than 1,000 years his cultivation would at most be in the heaven-crushing stage. This kind of strength was simply not enough. He would be cannon fodder if he came here and would be killed by Yu Uk. Don't worry, since Zhuojun and likes you so much, I won't let your Earth clan be destroyed no matter what. Zhuowen slowly walked forward and patted Qilin's head with a faint smile. Domain name, please remember _3. Hearing this, Qilin's cheeks flushed red. It seemed that her conversation with Zhuojun and had been heard by his father. How embarrassing! Bastard, I want you dead. Yu Wuhui flew into a rage out of humiliation. After his right leg quickly regenerated, he strode forward and punched at Zhuowen with his right fist like a gust of wind. First, so noisy! A cold light flashed in Zhuowen's eyes. With a flick of his right hand, a pitch-black energy shot out. Splat! Yu Wuhui's right arm directly shattered. At the same time, the energy did not diminish and directly pierced through Yu Wuhui's forehead. How could this be? Yu Wuhui's eyes widened as he looked at Zhuowen in disbelief. He did not expect that he would die like this. He did not even see how Zhuowen killed him. Wuhui. Uk naturally saw this scene, and he was so angry that his eyes were about to burst open. He charged at Zhuowen fiercely. You dare to kill my son. I'll make you die without a burial place. Uk was enraged. His entire body merged into his cosmic form, and then he stomped down on Zhuowen. Uk had originally thought that this trip to the Qi Huan realm was in the bag. He did not expect that his son would die in front of him. That was his most beloved son, a top genius who had the potential to surpass him in the future. Senior, run. Uk is a cosmic form elite. You are not his match. Qilin shouted worriedly. Many of the cultivators of the Qi Huan clan also looked up and shook their heads in their hearts. They all thought that Zhuowen was dead for sure. In the Qi Huan realm, Yu Yuk's strength was almost invincible. No one could do anything to him. Demonic flame. Zhuowen only softly uttered a word, and scarlet flames suddenly surged out of his eyes. Whoosh! The scarlet flames seemed to have a mind of their own. They quickly spread and devoured Yu Yuk's cosmic form. Yu Yuk, who had merged into the cosmic form, did not even have time to scream before he was burned to ashes. In an instant, the entire Qi Huan realm fell into a dead silence. Chapter 4497. Are you kidding me? Yu Yuk died just like that. Qi Lin stared blankly at the sky. The ashes that Yu Yuk had turned into scattered down from above. Her mouth was wide open. Not only Qi Lin, but everyone from the Qi Huan clan was completely stunned. They looked at the scene in disbelief. Yu Kei, who had suppressed the entire Qi Huan clan to the point of being unable to breathe, was actually killed in an instant. This was simply too inconceivable. In a ruin, Qi Haozhan struggled to stand up with the help of 2 clansmen. Where's Yu Yuk? Qi Haozhan looked around and did not see Yu Yuk. He could not help but ask in surprise, "Clan leader, Yu Yuk is dead." The 2 clansmen answered bitterly, "Dead? How is that possible? That's an early cosmic Dharma powerhouse. Who in our Qi Huan clan can kill him?" Qi Haozhan was stunned at first. Then he said angrily. He felt that the 2 clansmen were lying to him and was a little angry. "Clan leader, it's true. It's that demonic cultivator who killed him." The 2 clansmen quickly pointed at Zhuowen's back and said to Qi Haozhan, "Clan leader is really amazing. He actually made such a powerful demonic cultivator as a friend. It seems that clan leader has already seen through Yu Yuk's trick and is prepared. He's indeed our clan leader. He's really smart and extraordinary." Many of the elites of the Qi Huan clan did not dare to get close to Zhuowen. They all came to Qi Haozhan's side and complimented him. In their opinion, since this mysterious demonic cultivator could appear at the banquet, he must have been invited by Qi Haozhan. This person was more or less related to Qi Haozhan. Qi Haozhan was dumbfounded. From everyone's words, he had already confirmed that Yu Yuk was really dead. Thinking of this, Qi Haozhan's gaze fell on the demonic cultivator beside Qi Lin, and he frowned slightly. He did not know this person at all. Moreover, he did not remember having any demonic cultivator friends. Then, how did this person enter his banquet? "Brother, you are?" Although Qi Haozhan had a lot of thoughts, he did not dare to be negligent. He quickly walked forward and asked Zhuowen politely. Although he didn't know this person, he didn't know what the former's motive was. But since this person had the strength to kill Yu Yuk, then he was absolutely not someone their Qi Huan clan could contend against. He naturally had to be cautious. Zhuowen glanced at Qi Haozhan indifferently and said, "Zhuowen!" "Zhuowen?" Qi Haozhan was stunned. He felt that this name was very familiar. It seemed that Zhuojun and's father also had this name. Qi Lin first bowed to Zhuowen, then came to Qi Haozhan's side and said, "Father, this senior is Junin's father. He was the one who killed you Wu Hui and Yu Kei." Qi Haozhan's eyes widened. His gaze toward Zhuowen was filled with respect and fear. At the same time, Qi Haozhan was also shocked by how powerful Zhuojun's father was. To instantly kill Imperfect Moon, who was in the early cosmic Dharma phase, one would need to be at least in the late cosmic Dharma phase. But he remembered that Zhuowen had said that his father, Zhuowen, had not been in the 100 domains for more than 1,000 years. To be able to possess such strength in such a short period of time, his talent was a little too terrifying. Haozhan greets Senior Zhuo. "Thank you for your generosity, Senior Zhuo, for saving our Qi Huan clan from disaster." Qi Haozhan bowed solemnly to Zhuowen, his eyes filled with respect and gratitude. He knew very well that if Zhuowen hadn't helped, their Qi Huan clan would have been wiped out, and the Qi Huan realm would have been taken away by the Burning Moon realm. Although he was much older than Zhuo in the 100 Outer Realms, strength was revered. Whoever was stronger would naturally be the senior. Zhuo waved his hand and said indifferently, "It's just a small matter. It's not worth mentioning." A small matter? Qi Haozhan laughed bitterly in his heart. Zhuowen's small matter was a matter of life and death to him. At the same time, the elites of the Burning Moon clan that Yu had brought were all scared out of their wits when they saw Yu being instantly killed. They all fled outside, but the elites of the Qi Huan clan did not dare to stop them. Although Yu had fallen, the elites that Yu had brought were all very strong. They might not be a match for them. If they rashly tried to stop them now, it was very likely that they would face the fiercest resistance. Huangju, Chirue, kill them all. Zhuo looked indifferently at the fleeing elites of the Burning Moon clan and said slowly. 2 respectful voices came from the void. Then 2 terrifying auras suddenly burst out. In an instant, everyone in the Qi Huan clan was affected. Many weak cultivators involuntarily knelt on the ground. Then they all saw a burst of bright starlight above the void. It was as if an endless meteor shower had appeared in the sky in an instant. When the starlight faded, the elites of the Burning Moon clan were all annihilated. Not even dregs were left. That's the divine power of the ancient star. The moment Qi Haozhan saw the starlight in the sky, he immediately thought of something, and his body trembled. He knew very well that the divine power of the ancient star was a divine power that only the elites of the ancient star possessed. This meant that the 2 people who attacked just now were elites of the ancient star cultivation. To Qi Haozhan, an existence with such a cultivation level was like a high and mighty god that was unreachable. Whoosh whoosh! In the blink of an eye, that terrifying aura disappeared. Then 2 sounds of wind breaking sounded and landed in front of Zhuo. A man and a woman with an extraordinary aura knelt in front of Zhuo on one knee and said respectfully, "Master!" "According to your orders." None of them were left alive. "Master?" Qi Haozhan and Qi Lin's expressions stiffened. They turned their heads with difficulty to look at the young man in front of them. These 2 powerful beings of the ancient star cultivation actually called the young man in front of them their master. At this moment, Qi Haozhan and Qi Lin were completely shocked. They were well aware of what this meant. Zhuo Junan's father, was far more powerful than they had imagined. Not bad. Zhuo nodded indifferently. Then he turned to look at Qi Lin and said, "You're called Qi Lin, right?" Qi Lin hurriedly responded. She was so nervous that her heart was beating very fast. The person in front of her was a big shot that even the elites of the ancient star cultivation had to bow down to. How could she remain calm in the face of such an existence? "You did well just now. Let me ask you, where was Jun sent to?" Zhuo looked Qi Lin up and down and secretly nodded in his heart. Although Qi Lin was not extremely beautiful, he could see that the former was indeed a kind-hearted girl. She did not pretend at all. This could be seen from the life and death crisis just now when Jun fled first. Qi Lin hurriedly said, "Senior, that transmission talisman is random. I don't know the specific location. However, the longest transmission distance is 5 trillion kilometers. I think it's still in the Qi Huan region." Zhuo nodded and said to Huangju, "Go, find Junin for me." "Yes." Huangju took the order and left. Chapter 4498. Do you know that Junin likes you? Zhuo looked at Qi Lin and asked with a faint smile. Hearing this, Qi Lin blushed and nodded slightly. Zhuo smiled and said, "In order to repay your kindness to my son, I'll give you the Burning Moon realm, okay?" Qi Lin was stunned. She didn't expect that Zhuo would give her the Burning Moon realm. That was a powerful low-level realm that was infinitely close to a mid-level realm. This gift is too valuable. Qi Lin was a little flustered and at a loss. Haha, accept it. I, Zhuowen, have always repaid kindness with kindness, and revenge with revenge. Since you've done Jinan a favor, then, as his father, I must repay it. Zhuowen smiled and then said to Qi Rui, Qi Rui, go to the Burning Moon realm. I order you to completely control the Burning Moon clan within 3 days. Don't worry, Master. Qi Rui will definitely complete it. Qi Rui revealed a charming smile. Her charm was soul-stirring, and many male cultivators of the Qi Huan clan were mesmerized. Zhuowen's eyes were calm, and his emotions didn't fluctuate at all. Qi Lin watched Qi Rui disappear before her eyes. She knew that even if she refused, Zhuowen would still give her the Burning Moon realm. She might as well accept it openly. Next, Zhuowen was invited by Qi Haozhan to another hall. In order to thank Zhuowen for saving his life, Qi Haozhan treated him with great hospitality. In the northwest region of the Qi Huan realm, in a huge swamp surrounded by purple mist, a figure fell into this place in a sorry state. This was a handsome young man. At this moment his fists were tightly clenched, and his eyes were filled with grief and indignation. He was Zhui Junen, who was sent away by the teleportation talisman. Damn it! I must hurry back. Zhui Jun and suddenly punched the ground, his eyes filled with unwillingness. However, he quickly regained his composure. He chose a direction and used his movement technique to rush over. After a while, Zhui Jun stopped. He found that he had returned to the swamp just now. What's going on? I'm back to where I started. Zhui Jun's expression was ugly. He looked around and found that the surroundings were exactly the same as where he had landed. In other words, after running for so long, he was actually coming back. There's something strange about this swamp. I'm afraid there's some kind of natural illusion array here. Zhui Jun frowned slightly. He immediately thought of the strangeness of the swamp, and his expression turned ugly. His father was a powerful Array Dao master, so he naturally had access to a lot of Array Dao knowledge. It was just that he wasn't interested in the Dao of arrays. Therefore, he only dabbled a little. Although he could see that there was a natural illusory array in the swamp, he was at his wits' end when it came to breaking the array. Damn it! Qi Lin and the Qi Huan clan are now in deep water and fire. How can I waste time here? The veins on Zhui Jun's forehead bulged. His heart was filled with unwillingness. Zhui Jun continued to run through the swamp, but what made him feel helpless was that he kept returning to the same spot. But Zhui Jun Suddenly, a sound exploded in the sky above the swamp, and it resounded ceaselessly like rolling thunder. An unimaginably terrifying aura suddenly swept through the entire swamp. The strange purple fog around the swamp suddenly dissipated because of this pressure, and the surrounding field of vision became much more spacious. Zhui Jun raised his head with great difficulty. He was shocked to discover that there was an imposing figure hovering above him. Just by hovering there, this person caused Zhui Jun to tremble with fear. So powerful, this aura is much stronger than Yu Yuk's. Zhui Jun's pupils shrank to the size of needles. A strong sense of helplessness rose in his heart. Facing this person made him feel even more powerless than facing Yu Yuk. Is he from the Burning Moon clan? No, this person is definitely stronger than Yu Yuk. He can't be from the Burning Moon clan. Then who could he be? Although Zhui Jun's body was stiff, his mind was extremely calm. He was quickly thinking of a way to escape. However, he quickly realized that no matter what plan he came up with, it was completely useless against the person in front of him. The middle-aged man hovering in the air looked down at Zhui Jun. Then he slowly landed in front of Zhui Jun. Zhui Jun wanted to escape, but his body wouldn't listen to him. He was completely immobilized by the middle-aged man's aura. Then Zhui Jun shockingly discovered that the middle-aged man with the terrifying aura before him was kneeling on one knee in front of him. This subordinate is Huang Ju. Greetings, young master. The middle-aged man lowered his head slightly as he spoke respectfully. Zhui Jun was completely stunned. He looked at the kneeling middle-aged man with a puzzled gaze. This person was even stronger than UK, but such an expert was kneeling in front of him and calling him young master. Was there a mistake? Zhuo Jun, and was stunned in place. He didn't speak for a long time. Huang Ju was also kneeling on the ground. He didn't speak either. The atmosphere between the two became abnormally awkward. After confirming that Huang Ju didn't have any ill intentions, Zhuo Jun asked tentatively, "May I ask if you've mistaken me for someone else? I don't even know you." "You're Zhuo Jun, and then there's no mistake. You're my young master." "Young master, you might not know this, but my master is Zhuowen. He's your father," Huang Ju quickly said. "What? Father?" Zhuo Jun was stunned at first. Then his eyes were filled with excitement. At the same time, his heart was filled with suspicion. Although he had always worshipped Zhuowen and believed that Zhuowen would be able to achieve great things after entering the 100 Outer Realms, he had never seen Zhuowen before. But this time was too short. How could he already have such a terrifying expert as Huang Ju as his subordinate? Oh, right. Where is my father now? Also, the Qi Huan clan is in trouble. I have to go back and beg them. Can you go back with me? Zhuo Jun, and blurted out all the questions in his heart. His face was filled with anxiety. "Young master, don't worry. The problem with the Qi Huan clan has been solved by my master. I was sent by my master to look for you," Huang Ju said softly. Hearing this, Zhuo Jun was stunned at first. Then he heaved a sigh of relief. Now Zhuo Jun could vaguely guess that Zhuowen was very powerful. With his help, the Qi Huan clan should be able to survive. I wonder how Qi Lin is doing. Zhuo Jun thought of Qi Lin's heroic figure before he left, and a wave of worry rose in his heart. "Young master, don't worry. The woman you care about has been saved by my master. She's safe and sound." Huang Ju seemed to have seen through Zhuo Jun's thoughts and said calmly. Zhuo Jun's body trembled slightly. Then he clenched his fists tightly and finally heaved a sigh of relief. "Thank you." Zhuo Jun looked at Huang Ju and smiled. Huang Ju was stunned. His face suddenly became unnatural. He turned his head and said in a low voice, "Working for my master and young master is my duty as a servant. But I still have to thank you." Zhuo Jun smiled brightly. Huang Ju looked deeply at Zhuo Jun. There was a trace of complexity in his eyes. "Young master, it's time for us to go. Master has been looking for you. He's been worried about you," Huang Ju said softly. "Okay." Zhuo Jun nodded. Under Huang Ju's escort, they successfully left the swamp and headed towards the Qi Huan Holy City. Chapter 4499. In the main hall of the inner city of Qi Huan Holy City. Under Qi Haozhan's insistence, Zhuowen had no choice but to sit on the main seat and accept the worship of the people of Qi Huan clan. Zhuowen also knew that Qi Haozhan was expressing his gratitude, so he did not reject it too much. After chatting for a while, Qi Haozhan heaved a sigh of relief. He had a rough understanding of Zhuowen and knew that he was not an arrogant person. Clan leader, Zhuo Jun is back. Outside the main hall, a subordinate rushed in and knelt on the ground to report. "Jun is back. Let him in," Qi Haozhan quickly said. Zhuowen, who was sitting on the main seat, had a sharp look in his eyes. Qi Lin, who was not far away, had a strange look in her beautiful eyes. "Yes." The subordinate took the order and left. After a while, he brought Huang Ju and Zhuo Jun into the main hall. When Zhuo Jun entered the main hall, the first thing he saw was Qi Lin. He heaved a sigh of relief. Huang Ju did not lie to him. Qi Lin was indeed fine. Jun greets the clan leader. Zhuo Jun first saluted Qi Haozhan before his gaze fell on the tall figure sitting on the main seat. In an instant, the father and son looked at each other. A sense of excitement rose in their hearts as they reunited after a long separation. "Father, Zhuojun's lips moved. After a while, he finally called out the name that he had not used for a long time. Zhuowen stood up and walked down from the main seat until he was in front of Zhuojun. Junin, long time no see. You've grown up and become much stronger. Ha! Zhuowen laughed and hugged Zhuojun tightly. Although the father and son did not speak much, they knew that the feelings between them were unspoken. Father, thank you. Zhuojun and hugged Zhuowen and whispered to Zhuowen. Zhuowen's lips curled up. He knew why Zhuojun and was thanking him. Kid, I'm your father after all. If I don't help you, who will? Right, Qilin, this little girl is not bad. You can't let her down. Zhuowen said in a low voice before winking at Zhuojun. Zhuojun's face flushed red as he stammered, Father, it's not what you think. Right. It's not what I think. Anyway, I'll support you no matter what you do. I'll be your most solid backing. Zhuowen said with a smile. Yes. Zhuojun nodded heavily, looking at Zhuowen with eyes full of admiration and gratitude. Junin, it's great that you're fine. Qi Haozhan brought Qilin forward as he spoke with a kind gaze. Actually, it's all thanks to Qilin. If it wasn't for her risking her life to save me, I'm afraid I would really be in danger. This is all thanks to Qilin. Zhuojun scratched his head. Although Qilin didn't say anything, her beautiful eyes glanced at Zhuojun and from time to time, her cheeks blushing. Qi Haozhan was an astute person. Naturally, he could see that there was something going on between Zhuojun and Qilin. It seemed that something had happened between the two of them when they fought side by side in the battle with Wu Hui. When he thought of this, Qi Haozhan was overjoyed. He had always thought highly of Zhuojun. Now, Zhuojun was Zhuowen's son. He had a bright future and a strong background. If Zhuojun and Qilin could be together, Qi Haozhan would definitely approve of it. After the matter of the Burning Moon realm came to an end, Zhuowen temporarily stayed in Qihuan Divine City for a while. 3 days later, Qi Rui returned and took complete control of the Burning Moon realm. When Zhuowen handed over the control of the Burning Moon realm to Qilin and Qi Haozhan turned pale with fright. It was as if they were in a dream. They didn't think that they would take over the Burning Moon realm so easily. Later, when Qi Haozhan heard the names of Huang Ju and Qi Rui, he finally understood. This was because he had heard of these two people before. They were both supreme experts of a higher realm. It was no wonder that they could take over the Burning Moon realm so easily. Zhuojun and also learned from Zhuowen that the Ryuka had arrived in the 100 Outer Realms. He also learned that Zhuowen had established his own force in the 100 Outer Realms. Zhuowen's force was called the Kanglin Realm. It was a new realm that gathered all the higher realms and was infinitely close to becoming a supreme realm. Junin, I need to hurry back. The Kanglin realm is still in its infancy. There are still many things that I need to take care of. Zhuowen stood by the window of the palace with his hands behind his back. He looked at the sky outside the window. Zhuojun stood behind Zhuowen and said, Father, are you leaving so soon? Come with me to the Kanglin realm. Go see your mother, grandfather, grandmother, and the others. Also, if you like Qilin, I can propose marriage to Qihuan realm in the name of the Kanglin realm. I don't think Qi Haozhan will refuse. Zhuowen turned around and looked at his son, who was about the same height as him. His expression was peaceful. Zhuojun frowned slightly. After a moment of hesitation, he shook his head and said, Father, I won't go back for the time being. I will take care of the matter between Qilin and myself. Why? Zhuowen asked with a frown. Zhuojun clenched his fists, and a ray of hope flashed in his eyes. He said, Of course it's because I admire you. Father, since you entered the 100 Outer Realms alone and went from having nothing to becoming an existence that even the supreme race of a higher realm has to bow down to you. You are truly amazing. You're really amazing. You've always been my goal. Therefore, in order to be on the same level as you, I don't want to be under your protection. I want to rely on my own strength to gain a foothold in the 100 Outer Realms and eventually catch up to your footsteps." Zhuowen was stunned. He looked at the energetic young man in front of him with a complicated gaze. At this moment, Zhuowen saw a shadow of himself in Zhuojun. Zhuowen's lips curled into a smile. His smile grew wider and wider until he finally burst into laughter. He patted Zhuojun and shoulder heavily and said, "As expected of my son, I am very happy that you have such aspirations. I look forward to the day you can catch up to me. Since you have made this decision, I will not force you. Before I leave, I want to give you something." As he spoke, Zhuowen pointed 2 fingers at Zhuojun and's forehead. In an instant, a vast and complicated information swept through Zhuojun and's mind. He couldn't help but clutch his head and groan in pain. "Junin, this is the most precious gift I can give you. Accept my inheritance. If you want to catch up to me, then you must digest it, surpass it, and defeat it." Zhuowen looked at Zhuojun and's pained expression and spoke softly. It was as if he was teaching Zhuojun in a lesson. At this moment, Zhuowen had passed on all his knowledge and experience to Zhuojun, including the primordial technique. He firmly believed that with Zhuojun and's comprehension ability and his inheritance, he would definitely be able to catch up to him. In the future, he would rise rapidly and become a powerful expert in the 100 Outer Realms. He was looking forward to the arrival of that day. Chapter 4500. When Zhuojun and finally fainted from the intense pain, Qi Lin happened to walk in. "Junin." Qi Lin hurried to Zhuojun and sighed and held him in her arms, her eyes full of worry. "Little girl, don't worry. Junin has only fainted. I'm leaving. Remember to take good care of him." Zhuowen looked at Qi Lin and continued, "Before I leave, I hope you can help me pass on a message to Junin." "Senior, please tell me. This junior will definitely pass on your message in full detail," Qi Lin said seriously. "A so-called expert is someone who can gradually crush adversity at any time. In the future, he still has a long way to go and will be even more difficult. But as long as he doesn't give up, he can turn adversity into strength and continue to improve and grow. Do your best, my son." As soon as she finished speaking, Qi Lin was shocked to find that Zhuowen's figure had already disappeared. Jun's father is really strong. With such a strong father, Jun didn't want to rely on him and instead wanted to rely on his own strength. "You're really handsome." Qi Lin stretched out her fair hand and gently stroked Zhuojun's cheek, her eyes as tender as water. "Master, don't we need to send someone to protect the young master?" Huang Ju followed behind Zhuowen on the way and couldn't help but ask. "No need. A young eagle needs to face difficulties alone in order to grow into a mighty eagle that soars through the 9 heavens." Zhuowen responded indifferently. Although he said so, he had actually left some tricks on Zhuojun. In the inheritance he had given Zhuojun, and it contained 3 full blows of his current strength, enough to repel any expert below the reverse ancient starlight level. Moreover, once his tricks were triggered, Zhuowen would immediately discover and report back to him the specific location of Zhuojun. This was the best preparation Zhuowen could do for Zhuojun. After Zhuowen returned to the Kanglin domain, he immediately became busy. After all, the Kanglin domain was still in its infancy, and there were many things that were far from perfect that required Zhuowen to deal with personally. Time flew, and in the blink of an eye, several decades had passed. The development of the Kanglin domain was finally on the right track. During this period of time, many experts appeared in large numbers, and many of them were mortals who had cultivated the simplified version of the primordial technique. Zhuowen was not surprised by this. In the 100 territories of the Outer Realm, the largest number of people were naturally those mortals who were unable to attain the Tao. In the face of absolute numbers, there would definitely be a small number of true geniuses with peerless natural talent, and they were the group of people that had been buried by the supreme natural Tao root. However, This did not mean that their comprehension and talent were mediocre. It was this group of people who worshipped Zhuowen the most. This was because it was Zhuowen who had given them another chance to step onto the path of becoming a powerhouse. This was no different from a new lease of life. At the same time, all of the Ryuka cultivators had also reached the heaven-crushing stage under Duan Jiping's training. Moreover, they had also started to join the Kanglin realm and assume certain positions. Zhuowen believed that as the strength of the Ryuka gradually increased, they would eventually enter the upper echelons of the Kanglin domain and gain some authority. However, this would all take time. What surprised Zhuowen the most was that Mu Qinxue and Lu Hantian had improved the fastest among everyone. In a short few decades, under the guidance of numerous resources and Moyan Wushang's personal guidance, their cultivation had improved extremely quickly after they had broken the heaven-crushing stage. When Zhuowen saw them again, their cultivation had already reached the heaven-crushing 8 transformations, the demonic god transformation stage. Feng Xiao, Long Xiaotian, Green Hat, and Purple Star Monarch's improvement speed was second only to the 2 of them, and they had also reached the heaven-crushing 7 transformations. As for Zhuowen's other relatives, such as Zhuoxiangding, Zhuoxiang and so on, their talent was very average. They had spent several decades, and with the help of numerous resources, they had only barely reached the heaven-crushing first transformation stage. However, Zhuowen did not force them. After all, not everyone's cultivation talent was the same. He naturally could not use the same standard for everyone. Kanglin Holy City, within the main hall, Zhuowen was sitting on the main seat, discussing matters with the higher-ups of the Kanglin domain. Suddenly, his expression changed slightly, and he stopped talking. In an instant, all the higher-ups in the main hall fell silent and looked at Zhuowen in puzzlement. Ziyang, Luoya, I'll leave the rest to you to discuss. I have something to do, so I'll go out for a while. After Zhuowen finished speaking, he disappeared from the main seat as if he had evaporated into thin air. In the main hall, the higher-ups looked at each other, not understanding what was going on. In the bedchamber, Zhuowen quietly appeared. With a wave of his sleeve, he took out a remnant map from the outside world. The remnant map was emitting a strange light, bright and dazzling as if it was gilded. Boy, this remnant map suddenly changed like this. What's going on? Xiao He rushed out of the outside world, looking at the bright remnant map in front of him with a bewildered look, and asked. Zhuowen frowned slightly. In fact, he did not know what had happened to the remnant map. After experiencing extreme heat, the remnant map finally calmed down. Strange characters flew out from the remnant map. These characters were displayed in mid-air in front of Zhuowen. Zhuowen was obviously unfamiliar with these characters, but the moment his eyes met the characters, his mind instantly understood the meaning of these characters. The wheel of history has begun to turn. Evil spirits roar in the abyss, and all living beings sink in the sea of bitterness. The door to the abyss has been opened. Those who enter this door must give up everything. Zhuowen read the characters suspended in midair, but his eyes slowly narrowed. What the hell is this? Although Xiao He could not read the characters, he naturally understood what Zhuowen was saying, and his eyes were full of doubts. Abyss? Zhuowen's eyes revealed a thoughtful look, and he immediately thought of the owner of the remnant map. It was a powerful person from the Abyss domain, and the remnant map recorded the ruins where that powerful person fell. I'm afraid the door to the ruins marked by the remnant map has been opened. At present, this is the only way I can understand it. Zhuowen said in a deep voice, Boy, look, the remnant map is changing. Suddenly, Xiao He's exclamation attracted Zhuowen's attention. Zhuowen looked up and saw that the characters above the remnant map were beginning to combine, forming a 3-dimensional image of a certain area. This is a topographic map of a certain place. This is, it's the extraterritorial starry sky. Zhuowen carefully looked at the 3-dimensional image formed by countless characters and immediately recognized the approximate location of the map. The extraterritorial starry sky? Isn't it at the extraterritorial battlefield? Xiao He revealed a look of surprise. Zhuowen nodded, put away the remnant map, and took out a communication jade talisman to send a message to Elder Anqi. At the same time, in the depths of the various great forces of the Supreme Domain, every expert who possessed the remnant map had sensed the changes in the remnant map. Is it the extraterritorial starry sky? How interesting. Haha, the remnant map finally reacted. I've been waiting for a long time. The Abyss Domain, the most mysterious and invincible domain, the ruins of a powerful person. I'm really looking forward to it. The eyes of the experts who held the remnant map emitted a cold light, and they looked at the three-dimensional image revealed by the remnant map, eager to take action. Chapter 4501. It's actually in the extraterritorial starry sky. Zhuowen stared quietly at the three-dimensional map on the map fragment, his eyes flickering with a strange light. He had long heard of the extraterritorial battlefield. In order to improve his strength, Duan Jipeng had gone to the extraterritorial battlefield to gain experience and quickly entered the great carefree realm. It could be seen that the extraterritorial battlefield was indeed a supreme treasure land with many opportunities, as Duan Jipeng had said. Of course, high opportunities were also accompanied by high risks. This was the main reason why many cultivators from the 100 territories outside the Outer Realm had rushed into the extraterritorial battlefield. I heard that the extraterritorial battlefield is a battlefield specially opened for the extraterritorial creatures. There are too many experts in the extraterritorial battlefield. Once you enter, it's either you die or I die. It's very cruel. Xiao He floated in the air, her little paw rubbing her chin, her eyes full of seriousness. Yes, I've heard Brother Duan introduce the extraterritorial battlefield. It was jointly opened by the Archean Heavenly Tao Academy and the 5 invincible realms. As for the reason, Brother Duan doesn't know. Zhuowen said, since Duan Jipeng knows about it, I think you'd better discuss it with him first. Anyway, you have a lot of places on the map fragment. I think you'll bring Duan Jipeng, right? Xiao He looked at Zhuowen and said, yes, I do plan to bring Brother Duan. Zhuowen nodded slightly, took out the communication jade talisman, and sent a message to Duan Jipeng. After a while, Duan Jipeng hurried over and entered Zhuowen's palace. Brother Zhua, why did you call me in such a hurry? Duan Jipeng asked. Brother Duan, do you remember that you mentioned the extraterritorial battlefield to me? Zhuowen looked at Duan Jipeng and said in a deep voice. Duan Jipeng was stunned, then nodded heavily and said, of course I remember. I told you that I would give you a good opportunity. However, many things happened later, which caused the trip to the extraterritorial battlefield to be delayed. Speaking of this, Duan Jipeng's mouth revealed a bitter smile. When he'd first met Zhuowen in the 100 territories, Zhuowen's cultivation had only been at the ancient star transformation. Now, Zhuowen's strength had already reached the point where he could only look up to him, and he had even accidentally become Zhuowen's subordinate. It had to be said that fate really played tricks on people. Zhuowen nodded. Back then, Duan Jipeng had indeed told him that he would bring him to a place of inheritance in the extraterritorial battlefield. Obviously, at that time, Duan Jipeng had planned to let Zhuowen grow up quickly. It was out of good intentions. This time, I'm going to make a trip to the extraterritorial battlefield. Brother Duan, I'll also give you a good fortune this time. I wonder if you want it? The corners of Zhuowen's mouth lifted into a smile. He gently opened his right hand, and a map fragment that was emitting a resplendent glow appeared in his palm. The moment Duan Jipeng saw this map fragment, his pupils shrank to the size of needles, revealing a look of disbelief. This map fragment is finally reacting? Duan Jipeng looked at the three-dimensional image that had appeared on the map fragment, and there was a look of excitement in the depths of his eyes. He had long known about the map fragment. Now that the map fragment had such a strange reaction, He naturally understood that the ruins marked in the map fragment were probably about to open. Yes, the map fragment suddenly sent me the location, and it also conveyed a very strange message. Zhuowen said in a deep voice. What message? Duan Jipeng asked curiously. The wheel of history has begun to turn. Ferocious spirits roared in the abyss, and all living beings sank in the sea of bitterness. The door to the abyss has opened. Those who enter this door must give up everything. Zhuowen recited slowly. After listening, Duan Jipeng's pupils shrank slightly, revealing a look of contemplation. The so-called abyss, is it referring to the abyss realm? Duan Jipeng murmured. Zhuowen shook his head and said, I don't think so. Combined with the following sentence, I think the abyss here should be referring to the ruins of the abyss realm's almighty. And I have a hunch that the ruins are definitely very dangerous. Duan Jipeng's eyes flickered, and his brows furrowed slightly. He said, You're right. According to your understanding, it should be correct. This trip bodes ill rather than well. I wonder if the map fragment has the specific time of opening of the ruins? Zhuowen shook his head and said with a wry smile, There is no such thing. It only shows such a three-dimensional image. I have never been to the extraterritorial battlefield, so I don't know the terrain there. Did you discover anything? Duan Jipeng carefully observed, and suddenly his face turned ugly. What's wrong? Zhuowen saw that Duan Jipeng's expression was not very good and hurriedly asked. If I didn't guess wrongly, the place that the map fragment shows should be one of the most dangerous places in the extraterritorial battlefield. The demonic corpse cliff. Duan Jipeng's expression was ugly as he slowly spat out these words. Demonic corpse cliff? Zhuowen's eyes were still a little confused. He was not familiar with the extraterritorial battlefield, and this so-called demonic corpse cliff was the first time he had heard of it. Yes, the demonic corpse cliff is known as one of the most dangerous places in the extraterritorial battlefield. This place is filled with mountains of corpses and evil spirits. Many cultivators who entered this place died without knowing why. When Duan Jipeng mentioned the demonic corpse cliff, his body trembled slightly. Clearly, he was fearful and in awe of such a dangerous place. He died without knowing why. Zhuowen immediately noticed the key point that Duan Jipeng mentioned. Yes, the reason why the demonic corpse cliff is known as one of the most dangerous places in the extraterritorial battlefield is largely because of this. The cultivators who entered all died in a very strange manner, and the cause of their death has not been found out until now. Duan Jipeng smiled bitterly, and there was still a trace of fear in his eyes. There was once a lawful embodiment of heaven and earth powerhouse who went in to save people, but in the end they all disappeared without a trace. Dead or alive, no corpses were found. Duan Jipeng continued. F***CK. So scary? Even a lawful embodiment of heaven and earth powerhouse went in and disappeared without a trace. What the hell is this place? Xiao Hei's hair stood on end, and he felt a chill run down his spine. However, Zhuowen calmed down and said, You said that a lawful embodiment of heaven and earth powerhouse went missing inside. In other words, there is a high probability that a powerhouse of this level is not easily killed in the demonic corpse cliff. There is a high possibility that they are trapped somewhere. Duan Jipeng nodded and said, Brother Zhuo is right. Back then, many people also had such a guess. But this is already scary enough. Powerhouses below the lawful embodiment of heaven and earth have a high risk of dying, and they died without knowing why. Even a lawful embodiment of heaven and earth powerhouse has a high probability of being trapped in there and difficult to find traces. Zhuowen also nodded in agreement. Just based on this point alone, the demonic corpse cliff was indeed a very scary place. In the 100 domains outside the world, a lawful embodiment of heaven and earth powerhouse was already standing at the peak of the world. For the demonic corpse cliff to be able to trap a powerhouse of this level, One had to admit that it was indeed terrifying. Chapter 4502. Brother Duan, are you still willing to go with me? Zhuo looked at Duan Jipeng and asked seriously. Duan Jipeng's eyes showed hesitation. The demonic corpse cliff was indeed an extremely dangerous place for him. Although his cultivation had improved a lot and he had reached the early stage of the inverse ancient star light stage, he still feared the demonic corpse cliff. However, he still had a deep fear of the demonic corpse cliff. If he was not careful in that place, he would definitely die. Zhuo looked at Duan Jipeng silently and did not urge him. He patiently waited for Duan Jipeng's answer. I'll go. Riches and honor are found in danger. I must go. Duan Jipeng gritted his teeth and looked at Zhuo with a firm gaze. He seemed to have used all his strength to shout. A wisp of a smile appeared on the corners of Zhuo Wen's mouth as he nodded and said, All right, Brother Duan, don't worry. I won't let anything happen to you. I promise. Duan Jipeng smiled bitterly. I hope so. Although he knew that Zhuo was strong enough, he could not be as strong as the law phenomenon. However, he still had hope in his heart. After all, Zhuo had the incomplete map. Relying on the incomplete map's guidance, the danger in the demonic corpse cliff would be reduced to the lowest. As long as they were lucky enough, they might really gain something. Brother Duan, don't worry. This time, there's a senior with the law phenomenon cultivation. He promised me that he would fight for me 3 times. Zhuo said with a smile. Duan Jipeng was startled and immediately revealed a look of ecstasy. With the incomplete map's guidance and a law phenomenon expert, their chances of success would be greater. Since there's such an expert accompanying you, why didn't you say so earlier? You made me worried. Duan Jipeng rolled his eyes at Zhuo. I wanted to see your determination. In the end, you didn't let me down. Zhuo said with a smile. Duan Jipeng took a deep look at Zhuo and smiled. The next day, Zhuo and Duan Jipeng were ready to set off for the extraterritorial battlefield. There were not many people accompanying them this time, other than Zhuo and Duan Jipeng. There were also Ziyang and Luoya. The reason Zhuo brought these 2 people with him was because they were currently the 2 people with the highest cultivation bases in the Kanglin domain. If they could obtain a great opportunity in the demonic corpse cliff this time, perhaps the 2 of them would have a high probability of breaking through to the law phenomenon realm, thus allowing the Kanglin domain to possess the qualifications to become a super domain. Moyan Wushang originally wanted to come along, but because Mu Qinxue, Lu Hantian, and other Ryuka executives still needed her to train, so she couldn't leave. In addition, the Kanglin domain must be controlled by someone who Zhuo could trust and who was strong enough. Duan Jipeng, Ziyang, and Luoya had all left with him. Only Moyan Wushang was left. Husband, you're still so worrisome. You only know how to run around every day. Mu Qinxue came in front of Zhuo and gently tidied his clothes, her eyes full of reproach. Zhuo scratched his head, an apologetic look on his face. Mu Qinxue was right. He had only been reunited with Mu Qinxue and his family and friends for a few decades, and now he had to leave again. This made him feel a little ashamed. But I know you're doing this for us, so you must come back safely. We're all waiting for you. Mu Qinxue's eyes were like water. She smiled sweetly at Zhuo and hugged Zhuo tightly. After the 2 were done, Zhuo, Lu Hantian, Long Xiaotian, and other Ryuka, close friends, hugged one by one, and finally looked at Moyan Wushang. Wushang, I'm sorry to put this burden on you. It's been hard on you this time. Zhuo walked forward and gently hugged Moyan Wushang with an apologetic look in his eyes. Why are you saying this to me? You're all my closest friends. Shouldn't it be natural for me to do things for my family? Moyan Wushang blinked and said in a slightly playful tone, Haha, it's my fault. We're a family. Let's not say these polite words. I'll leave everything to you. Zhuo smiled, jumped onto the divine worship, and waved goodbye to everyone. After leaving Kanglin Realm, Zhuowen did not go directly to the extraterritorial battlefield. Instead, he went to Su Yan realm. Elder Anqi had sent him a message, asking him to come to Su Yan Divine City first, and then they would go to the extraterritorial battlefield together. In Su Yan Divine City, in the hall of the Shulong family, Su Jiaying sat on the main seat. Beside him was a middle-aged man with an extraordinary aura. This man was the head of the Shulong family, Miao Miao. Next to Su Jiaying stood the pale-faced Su Mianyang, who wore a sinister expression. Head Mei, the ruins of the map fragment should be opening soon. This time, with our strong alliance, we'll definitely reap a lot of benefits. Su Jiaying's gaze fell on Miao Miao, and a confident smile appeared on his face. Miao Miao nodded and pondered for a moment before saying, I heard that the ruins are located in the demonic Corpse Cliff. Yes. Su Jiaying narrowed her eyes and became extremely serious. The demonic Corpse Cliff was a dangerous place that even lawful embodiment of heaven and earth experts like Su Jiaying and Miao Miao were wary of. That's not a safe place. Even you and I have to be extremely careful. However, with the map fragment's guidance, our danger will be greatly reduced. Su Jiaying said indifferently. Miao Miao nodded and said, I believe that little bastard Zhuowen must have received the notice of the map fragment. I wonder if that little bastard has the guts to enter the demonic Corpse Cliff? Su Jiaying said indifferently. According to Zhuowen's character, he'll definitely enter. However, he's no fool. He'll definitely use the map fragment's quota to rope in many people, including the Su Ming family. Humph. Brother Jiaying, entering the demonic Corpse Cliff is a good opportunity. If I'm not wrong, the map fragment is an extremely important part of the ruins. The more map fragments we have, the more advantageous it will be for us after we enter the ruins. Miao Miao said eerily. Su Jiaying's eyes lit up as he said in a low voice, We can't make a move in Su Yan City. If we want to make a move, we'll have to go to the extraterritorial battlefield. Oh, Brother Jiaying, do you have a brilliant plan? Miao Miao looked at Su Jiaying and asked thoughtfully. It's not the brilliant plan, but it can at least make Zhuowen suffer. The corners of Su Jiaying's mouth curled into a sinister smile as he revealed his plan. While the Su Long and Su Qi families were secretly working together, Zhuowen had already entered Su Yan City and met up with Elder Anqi. Oh, are you planning to let Li Yinglong join your team? After a short conversation, Elder Anqi looked at Zhuowen and asked in surprise. Yes, this trip to the demonic Corpse Cliff doesn't bode well. Naturally, the more experts there are, the better, Zhuowen said in a low voice. Elder Anqi nodded and didn't refuse. After knowing that the ruins were located at the demonic Corpse Cliff, he knew that this trip would be extremely dangerous. It would be a good thing if there was another lawful embodiment of heaven and earth expert like him. After confirming this, Zhuowen and his group went to the Su Ming family to meet Li Yinglong. After knowing the purpose of Zhuowen's visit, Li Yinglong was extremely enthusiastic and agreed to go to the demonic Corpse Cliff with Zhuowen without much hesitation. Chapter 4503. Shuo Xiaoyu, the ruins are a rare opportunity. I would like to bring some juniors with me. Is that possible? Li Yinglong looked at Zhuowen and asked somewhat embarrassedly. Zhuowen pondered for a moment and said, Yes, but it's best not to bring too many. Otherwise, you won't be able to take care of everyone. Li Yinglong smiled and said, I will only bring Li Ying and Li Shuo. They are the strongest geniuses of the younger generation of the Shueshing family. Sure, as long as Master Li can protect them, I have no objections. Zhuowen nodded. After confirming Li Yinglong's affirmative answer, Zhuowen took out his communication jade and sent a message to Godin. Back in the Golden Crow Mountains, he had promised God and that he would give him a spot in the map fragment. Naturally, he would not go back on his word. Not long after the message was sent, Godin replied to Zhuowen. To Zhuowen's surprise, Godin rejected Zhuowen's invitation. The reason was very simple. God and the forces behind him could only be considered below average in a super realm. Moreover, they did not have any lawful embodiment of heaven and earth experts. Therefore, when Godin found out that the ruins were at the demonic corpse cliff, he chose to give up in the end. Zhuowen did not say anything. He respected God's choice. After all, the demonic corpse cliff was indeed too dangerous. After weighing the pros and cons, Godin decided to give up in the end. Zhuowen could understand this. After Zhuowen and the others stayed in the Shueshing family for 3 days, Li Yinglong and the others finally finished their preparations. The next day, in the open space in front of the Shueshing family's main hall, a rather large divine ship was parked. Li Yinglong walked out of the main hall with Li Ying and Li Shua. Lord Zhua, I'm really sorry to have kept you waiting. Li Yinglong walked forward with an apologetic expression. Then he looked at Li Ying and Li Shua behind him and gave them a meaningful look. Greetings, Lord Zhua. Li Ying and Li Shua hurried forward and bowed respectfully to Zhuowen. Li Shua secretly sized up Zhuowen, and he couldn't help but sigh in his heart that Zhuowen was really different from the past. Back when he and Li Hong had invited Zhuowen to participate in the 3 Great Clans tournament, Zhuowen's strength and status were not as high as they were now. It had only been a short while, but Zhuowen had already become a figure that even their patriarch had to treat with respect. At the same time, Li Shua rejoiced inwardly. His relationship with Zhuowen had been relatively good since the beginning, and he had not offended the latter. On the other hand, Shelleying's heart was in a mess. After all, during the competition between the 3 clans, he had underestimated Zhuowen and offended him. Now, the difference between him and Zhuowen was like heaven and earth. He couldn't help but worry that Zhuowen would hold a grudge against him because of this. No need to be so courteous. It was family head Li who gave you the opportunity to go to the ruins. The one you should really thank is family head Li. Zhuowen waved his hand and said flatly. Li Shua and Li Ying hurriedly said yes. When they got up, they noticed Elder Anqi beside Zhuowen. Elder Anqi, why are you here too? Li Ying asked in surprise. Elder Anqi said indifferently, I owe Zhuo Xiaoyu a favor. Therefore, I'm following him this time to protect him. Li Ying and Li Shua looked at each other. They were even more in awe of Zhuowen. Elder Anqi was a genuine lawful embodiment of heaven and earth expert. His strength was even above their patriarch, Li Yinglong. Moreover, Elder Anqi's identity was extremely mysterious. Even the king of hell's people had to give him face. Such a big shot actually owed Zhuowen a favor. This shocked Li Ying and Li Shua, and they were even more in awe of Zhuowen. Li Yinglong was deep in thought. He looked deeply at Zhuowen and thought, it seems that I've underestimated Zhuo Xiaoyu. He might be even more powerful than I thought. Thinking of this, Li Yinglong was even more determined to build a good relationship with Zhuowen. Young Master Zhua, you have to be careful of Su Jiaying and Mi Haomiao when you go to the extraterritorial battlefield. The 2 of them should be working together. Li Yinglong came to Zhuowen's side and whispered. Zhuowen nodded. His heart was cold. Speaking of which, the map fragment in Su Jiaying's hand was snatched by Zhuowen and given to Su Zhou. Originally, he had no enmity with Su Zhou. Unfortunately, Su Zhou was truly too conceited and opinionated, and he actually wanted the other incomplete map in Qin Shi's possession and trampled on Qin Shi's bottom line. In the end, Su Zhou suffered a double loss. Even the Xulong family suffered a great loss. If the Xulong family still wants to cause trouble, then I'll accompany them to the end. Zhuowen's lips curled into a cold smile. With his current strength, he might not be able to contend with the Xulong family. However, if the Xulong family and Xulong family wanted to kill him, it would be extremely difficult. He really did not fear these 2 families. Li Yinglong's lips moved when he saw that Zhuowen didn't care too much. In the end, he said nothing. Only old man Anqi glanced at Zhuowen, deep in thought. He couldn't help but recall how Zhuowen had easily brought back the heaven and earth furnace. He knew very well that the latter must have some extremely powerful technique that he didn't know about. After the group entered the divine ship, it rose into the air and shot off into the distance with a whoosh. The extraterritorial battlefield was jointly established by the 5 invincible domains and the primeval heavenly Tao Academy. Thus, to enter the battlefield, one must first enter one of the 5 invincible domains and the primeval heavenly Tao Academy. Old man Anchi sat in the main seat of the divine ship. With a light tap of his finger, a huge topographic map appeared in the air. This topographic map was a detailed and complete map of the extraterritorial battlefield. The map was divided into a total of 108 regions. Among them, 15 regions were obviously vastly different from the others. These 15 regions were where the 9 supreme domains, the 5 invincible domains, and the primeval heavenly Tao Academy were located. These 15 regions were separated from the other regions by the vast and strange dark ruins. This dark ruins was like an endless undercurrent that ran through the extraterritorial battlefield. It was like the strictest dividing line that separated the regions above the supreme domain. Zhuowen silently looked at the topographic map above him and suddenly thought of the concept of the difference between immortals and mortals. The supreme domains, invincible domains, and the primeval heavenly Tao Academy above the dark ruins were like high and mighty immortals that looked down on the higher, middle, and lower domains below the dark ruins. The 15 regions were naturally different from each other. The 9 supreme domains were located at the outermost layer of the dark ruins and were also the regions closest to the higher domains. Further in were the 5 invincible domains. These 5 invincible domains were extremely far away from the supreme domains and were much further away than the supreme and higher domains. The 5 invincible domains were arranged in a ring, and at their core was a huge continent. Zhouwen's gaze was instantly attracted to the continent surrounded by the 5 invincible domains. This continent is... Zhuowen muttered to himself. Old man Anchi pointed at the continent surrounded by the invincible domains and said with a proud smile, "This continent is the primeval heavenly Tao Academy." So this is where the primeval heavenly Tao Academy is located. Ziyang and Luoyu were surprised. They had never been to the invincible domains or the primeval heavenly Tao Academy, so they naturally did not know the exact location of the primeval heavenly Tao Academy. Because Duan Jipeng had been to the extraterritorial battlefield, he had a rough understanding of the geography of the primeval heavenly Tao Academy, so he was not surprised when old man Anchi mentioned it. Needless to say, Li Yinglong and the others were people from the supreme domains, so this was common knowledge to them. Chapter 4504. The extraterritorial battlefield is vast and boundless. It is full of dangers and opportunities. If you want to enter the extraterritorial battlefield, you can only go through the 5 invincible realms and the Archean Heavenly Tao Academy. At this point, Elder Anchi paused for a moment and continued. This time we will go to the extraterritorial battlefield from the Archean Heavenly Tao Academy. Elder Anchi, the closest place should be the Boundless Realm. Why do we have to go to the Archean Heavenly Tao Academy, which is further away? Duan Jipeng suddenly asked. He had entered the extraterritorial battlefield through the Boundless Realm. Elder Anchi looked at Duan Jipeng and said seriously, "Because I have something to do in the Archean Heavenly Tao Academy." Everyone was speechless as they looked at old man Anchi. It turned out that this guy had chosen to go through the Archean Heavenly Tao Academy because of personal matters. This way, he could deal with some of his personal matters. However, although everyone cursed in their hearts, they did not object. They also knew that old man Anchi was from the primeval Heavenly Tao Academy. This time, they could use old man Anchi's connections to get in through the back door. Although the speed of the divine ship was fast, the dark ruins was vast and endless. It would take a lot of time to reach the Archean Heavenly Tao Academy. After the discussion, everyone went back to their rooms to cultivate. After Zhuowen entered his room, he did not cultivate his divine power. Instead, he began to meditate on Array Tao. He knew very well that it would be difficult for his strength to make a big breakthrough in a short period of time. Now, the only areas where he could still improve were his divine soul and array Tao. During the voyage of the divine ship, Zhuowen frantically meditated on the heaven patching catalog and the thunder origin array diagram, and his formation's Tao level was also gradually improving amidst this kind of frenzied comprehension. Zhuowen's array Tao level, after decades of cultivation in the Kanglan realm, had reached the late stage of the third heaven of the eternal realm from the middle stage. In fact, he was only half a step away from the peak of the third heaven of the eternal realm. Zhuowen hoped that before arriving at the Archean Heavenly Tao Academy, his array Tao level could improve further and reach the peak of the third heaven of the eternal realm, because once he reached this realm, he could rely on the thunder origin array diagram to set up an early fourth heaven eternal realm array. Time flew. When Zhuowen gradually woke up, his soul instantly underwent a metamorphosis. A wave of understanding rose from his heart and washed through his limbs and bones like ripples. At this moment, his array Tao level had completely sublimated, reaching the peak of the third heaven of the eternal realm. Zhuowen patted his sleeves, but his eyes were neither sad nor happy. He knew that this was the result of his accumulation. After decades of meditation and cultivation in the Kanglan realm, his level of array Tao was already infinitely close to the peak of the third heavenly layer of the eternal realm. This time his luck was quite good. He had the opportunity to gain enlightenment, which was why he was able to progress so smoothly. In the following days, Zhuowen occasionally went out to meet Duan Jipeng and the others. Occasionally, he would use the thunder origin array to arrange an early stage fourth heaven's eternal realm grand array. Although his array Tao had reached the peak of the third heavenly layer of the eternal realm, and he had the assistance of the thunder origin array diagram, it was still not enough. However, it was still difficult for him to arrange an early stage fourth heaven's eternal realm grand array. The failure rate was very high. Now, the most powerful thing he had was the peerless thunder god array, which was infinitely close to the fourth heaven's eternal realm and extremely powerful. Of course, the main reason why Zhuowen found it so difficult to arrange an early stage fourth heaven's eternal realm grand array was that he didn't have an array diagram of the fourth heaven's eternal realm. The grand array he practiced was actually arranged according to his own imagination. Although it had reached the early stage fourth heaven's eternal realm, it was full of loopholes. After all, his level hadn't reached the fourth heaven's eternal realm, so he didn't have the ability to create a grand array of this level at will. For this reason, Zhuowen knocked on the door of Old Man Anqi. "Xiaoyu, what's the matter?" Old Man Anqi opened the door, invited Zhuowen into the room, and asked faintly, "Senior Anqi, this Zhua has a presumptuous request. It's about the array diagram of the early stage fourth heaven's eternal realm grand array." Zhuowen sat opposite Old Man Anqi and asked a little awkwardly. Old Man Anqi's eyes lit up, and he asked in surprise, "You want the array diagram of the early stage fourth heaven's eternal realm grand array. Do you want to arrange a grand array?" Zhuowen nodded and said, "Yes." Old Man Anqi was shocked and blurted out, "Xiaoyu, are you already a divine array master of the fourth heaven's eternal realm?" Old Man Anqi had long known that Zhuowen was also proficient in array Tao, but Zhuowen should only be a divine array master of the third heaven's eternal realm. Could it be that he had broken through so quickly? Zhuowen shook his head and said, "I haven't reached that level yet, but I'm very close. That's why I want the array diagram of the fourth heaven's eternal realm to comprehend the array patterns in it and prepare for my future breakthrough." Old Man Anqi sucked in a breath of cold air. Very close? This also meant that Zhuowen was already a divine array master of the third heaven's eternal realm. This was also very amazing. At Zhuowen's age, there were only a handful of juniors who could reach this level, even in the history of the Archean Heavenly Tao Academy. "Xiaoyu, Are you sure you don't want to consider the Archean Heavenly Tao Academy? With your talent, if you can enter the Archean Heavenly Tao Academy, you will be like a fish in water. Old man Anqi finally couldn't help but invite Zhuowen again. In his eyes, Zhuowen's cultivation talent was considered pretty good, but it was still far from reaching the peak level. But this formation's Tao talent truly shocked him. Zhuowen's eyes flickered, and he said, "Senior Anqi, I will consider this matter, but I have to wait until this relic is over. At present, I still want to focus on this trip to the relic." Old man Anqi said apologetically, "This old man is rude. Speaking of array diagrams, there must be some in the Archean Scripture Pavilion of the Archean Heavenly Tao Academy." "Archean Scripture Pavilion?" Zhuowen murmured. "Yes, the Archean Scripture Pavilion is the repository of the Archean Heavenly Tao Academy. It contains 99% of the ancient books in the 100 domains, including books on divine powers, secret skills, array Tao, equipment Tao, alchemy Tao, and many other aspects. No other force can compare with its rich collection of books." Old man Anqi's eyes lit up, and he continued, "When we return to the Archean Heavenly Tao Academy, I can help you take a look at the Archean Scripture Pavilion. But array diagrams of the fourth heavens of the Eternal Realm are considered important books in the Archean Scripture Pavilion. I may not be able to borrow them, but I can try." Hearing this, Zhuowen's eyes flashed, and he hurriedly cupped his hands and said, "Thank you, Senior Anqi." Old man Anqi waved his hand and said with a smile, "Zhuo, you are too polite. After all, you and I have known each other for a long time. Of course, I won't refuse." Chapter 4505. After a few more days, the divine worship trembled violently and came to a stop. "Everyone, we have arrived at the continent where the Archean Heavenly Tao Academy is located." Elder and Shi's voice rang out in everyone's minds. Zhuowen slowly opened his eyes, stood up, pushed open the door, and walked out. Through the huge floor-to-ceiling window outside the hall, Zhuowen saw a huge continent suspended in front of the divine worship. The most prominent feature of this continent was the huge peaks. At a glance, one could see that close to 80% of the continent was formed by these massive mountains. As they approached the continent, Zhuowen discovered that streaks of light were scattered all over the continent like stars in the sky, interweaving into a dense, net-like route. These streaks of light were the tail lights of the divine worships as they flew through the void at high speed. Obviously, the Archean Heavenly Tao Academy was in the core area of the 100 outer domains. It could be said that the Archean Heavenly Tao Academy had frequent exchanges with the outside world. Of course, the so-called outside world was limited to the supreme and invincible domains. The other domains were not qualified to enter the continent where the Archean Heavenly Tao Academy was located. Moreover, even in the supreme and invincible domains, only those experts who were recognized could exchange and trade with the Archean Heavenly Tao Academy. Is this entire continent under the influence of the Archean Heavenly Tao Academy? Ziyang and Luo looked at the huge continent in front of them, as well as the tail lights of the divine worships that interweaved into a net in midair. They were naturally shocked. Duan Jipeng's eyes were also filled with surprise. It was his first time coming to the Archean Heavenly Tao Academy, and he was also shocked by the scene in front of him. This continent is ruled by the Archean Heavenly Tao Academy, but most of the people here are not from the Archean Heavenly Tao Academy. The real Archean Heavenly Tao Academy is located at the core of the continent. That is the real location of the Archean Heavenly Tao Academy. Elder and she walked out. When he saw everyone looking at the continent in shock, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly, and he pointed in the direction of the center of the continent. Everyone looked over and vaguely saw a dazzling brilliance in the center of the continent. There stood a huge peak that was far more majestic and tall than the surrounding mountains. On top of each mountain peak, there were many magnificent buildings. Moreover, they were emitting a bright light, as if they were in a fairyland. Under the instructions of Old Man Anchi, the divine ship docked at a dock in the south of the continent. The primeval Heavenly Tao Academy had a rule that within the primeval continent, flying divine artifacts were not allowed to casually travel through the air. To head to the primeval Heavenly Tao Academy, one had to ride a mount specially raised by the natives of the primeval continent. Dozens of divine warships were docked at the dock. On the shore, there were several teams patrolling the area. The auras of these patrols were extremely powerful, and the clothes they wore were rather peculiar as well. They were all navy blue. In front of their chests, there was a badge with white wings spread out. Zhuowen carefully observed and discovered that these patrol members were all very young, but their auras were extremely powerful. They are all outer disciples of the primeval Heavenly Tao Academy. They were sent to patrol the docks. Did you see their attire? This is the uniform unique to the outer court disciples of the primeval Heavenly Tao Academy. Old Man Anchi walked to Zhuowen's side and saw that he was observing the patrol members. Zhuowen nodded. In fact, when he saw this group of patrol members, he had already guessed it. Now, Old Man Anchi's words had confirmed his guess. Elder Anchi, why are you back? A patrol passed by Zhuowen's group. The young man in the lead scanned the crowd and stopped his gaze on Old Man Anchi. He could not help but exclaim in surprise. As soon as he said that, the rest of the patrol members gathered around and looked at Old Man Anchi with reverence. I have some matters to attend to. After that, I will head to the extraterritorial battlefield. Old Man Anchi said lightly. The young man in the lead nodded. After dismissing the rest of the patrol members, he said respectfully to Old Man Anchi, Elder Anchi, I will arrange a mount for you. Who are these people? The young man's gaze fell on Zhuowen and the rest as he asked in confusion. Zhuowen and the rest were unfamiliar faces. He guessed that they were not from the primeval Heavenly Tao Academy. They are my friends. They have come with me to attend to some matters. Go ahead and arrange a mount for them. Old Man Anchi said lightly. The young man nodded and did not dare to ask any more questions. He led Old Man Anchi and the rest to the village behind the dock. In the Archean continent, the most common sight was a village. These villages were formed by groups of aborigines. The village that the young man brought them to was called Lingxiao Village. Although it was the name of a village, its scale was no less than that of a bustling city. There were more than 1 million people in the village. There were bluestone roads, streets, corridors, shops, and pavilions. This is obviously a huge city. Why is it called a village? Duan Jipeng muttered to himself in confusion. The young man explained with a smile, Brother, you may not know this, but in the Archean continent there were various kinds of villages. Lingxiao Village was one of the small villages in the past. Its population was only a few hundred people. Later, with the establishment of the primeval Heavenly Tao Academy, the entire Archean continent gradually developed. Many small villages gradually developed into huge cities. However, the people in these villages were nostalgic. After developing into cities, they continued to use their old names. Zhuowen and the rest nodded inwardly when they heard the explanation. Soon, the young man brought them to a huge beast pen. There were all kinds of flying beasts in this beast pen. Each of them had something similar to a saddle. Obviously, these flying beasts had been tamed and became the cultivator's personal mounts. The young man called out the owner of the beast pen. After a round of bargaining, he returned. Elder Anchi, I have discussed with the owner. He can give you a discount. Originally, the cost of a mount was 1 million chaos spirit stones per person. Now he will give you a 10% discount. Each of you will receive 900,000 chaos spirit stones. As soon as the young man finished speaking, Zhuowen and the rest sucked in a breath of cold air. They were surprised that the price of a mount was so high. Old Man Anchi nodded. Obviously, he was aware of the price of a flying beast mount. Here are 7,200,000 1,000 chaos spirit stones. Li Yinglong took out a pouch of spirit stones and handed it to the young man. He paid everyone's fees. The young man nodded and handed the pouch to the owner of the beast pen. The primeval Heavenly Tao Academy set up the no-fly rule on purpose. It's so that the Aborigines can earn more spirit stones. When the young man walked towards the owner of the beast pen, Zhuowen looked at Old Man Anqi and said indifferently, Chapter 4506. Elder Anqi smiled and said, You can say that. After all, if the Aborigines want to develop, they can't rely on the support of the Archean Heavenly Tao Academy alone. You outsiders who trade with them are the main source of funds. Zhuowen rolled his eyes. He thought to himself that the Archean Heavenly Tao Academy was really business-minded. They would not let go of any opportunity to make money. Roar! The roars of beasts resounded. The sturdy iron gates in front of them opened and the flying beasts were released. Zhuowen finally saw the true appearance of these flying beasts. The flying beasts were not big. They were about 20 feet in size and were covered in bright, sturdy scales. They had a pair of feather wings that were dozens of feet long. They were like peacocks spreading their tails, emitting a dazzling, colorful light. Everyone, each of you will ride one of the flying beasts. Our horsemen will lead the way and command the flying beasts. The owner of the beast pen was a middle-aged man with a rosacea nose. He had a big belly and a fat head. He came forward and smiled at Zhuowen and the others. Most of his eyes were on Old Man Anqi, and his eyes were filled with awe. Obviously, he knew about Old Man Anqi's special identity. Thank you for your hard work. Elder Anqi nodded. You're too kind, sir. It's my honor to be able to work for you. The owner hurriedly said and ordered his subordinates to lead the flying beasts over. Zhuowen stepped forward and grabbed the reins handed to him by the staff. The flying beasts were docile and did not do anything excessive. They just looked at Zhuowen indifferently. Sir, you just need to ride on it. Our horsemen will take care of the rest. The staff member of the animal pen laughed. Zhuowen nodded and mounted on it. The others also mounted on the flying beasts, one after another. At the same time, a huge black shadow swept out from the depths of the beast pen. It was a flying beast that was much larger than ordinary flying beasts. It was at least 10 feet long and emitted a sharp light. When this huge flying beast appeared, the other flying beasts bowed their heads and trembled with fear in their eyes. A burly young man in armor rode on the back of the huge flying beast. He looked mighty and extraordinary. Greetings, sir. I'm the horseman of the beast pen, Cheng Yong. I'll be your guide to the Archean Heavenly Tao Academy. Although the Archean Heavenly Tao Academy is not far from the center of the Archean continent, it's easy to get lost on the way without a guide. The young man's voice was loud and full of enthusiasm. Zhuowen was puzzled and could not help looking at Elder Anqi. After all, Old Man Anqi was from the immemorial Heavenly Tao Academy. He was more than enough to lead the way. They didn't seem to need a guide. These guides often travel between the primordial Heavenly Tao Academy and the edge of the continent, so they are more familiar with the terrain than the people from the primordial Heavenly Tao Academy. In a way, he's more familiar with the terrain than I am. Old Man Anqi naturally saw the doubt in Zhuowen's eyes. Moreover, I'm lead the way. Zhuowen couldn't help but roll his eyes when he heard Old Man Anqi's words. Let's go. The young man roared enthusiastically. The huge flying beast under him flew into the air and let out a strange roar. Under the influence of the huge flying beast's roar, the flying beasts under Zhuowen and the rest flew up and followed behind the huge flying beast. Indeed, the entire Archean continent is set up with an extremely powerful anti-flight restriction. Zhuowen narrowed his eyes as they flew high in the sky. He immediately felt the faint fluctuation of the restriction in the sky. Zhuowen knew very well that the fluctuation of the restriction was specially targeted at cultivators. Once a cultivator tried to fly in the sky, he would be attacked by the anti-flight restriction and blasted down from the sky. As the flying beasts went deeper into the Archean continent, Zhuowen and the rest became more and more solemn. The closer they got to the Archean Heavenly Tao Academy, the more restrictions there were. Although these restrictions had not been activated and were merely concealed, it still caused Zhuowen to tremble with fear. He knew very well that once these restrictions were activated, they would be seriously injured even if they did not die. The Archean Heavenly Tao Academy is indeed powerful. Zhuowen sighed in his heart. They had set up anti-flight restrictions on the Archean continent and hidden so many formations in the area near the Archean Heavenly Tao Academy. This was not something that any random force could do. Moreover, as they went deeper into the huge mountain area of the Archean Heavenly Tao Academy, the terrain became more complicated. What a complicated terrain! If no one leads us, we will definitely get lost in this area. Duan Jipeng said in horror. The rest nodded in agreement. It was no wonder that they needed an experienced rider to lead them into the Archean Heavenly Tao Academy. With such a complicated terrain, it would be impossible for anyone to get out smoothly. Zhuowen could even feel an extremely powerful aura in this terrain. The moment they entered this place, these auras locked onto them like a hurricane. However, after discovering that they were all riding on flying beasts, the auras changed and ignored Zhuowen and the rest. The deeper they went, the more frightened they became. This was because the deeper they went, the more hidden experts, formations, and traps there were. Finally, the flying beast stopped in front of a huge mountain gate. Everyone, this is the mountain gate of the Archean Heavenly Tao Academy. My mission has been completed, so I will take my leave now. After Zhuowen and the rest got off the flying beast, the burly young man cupped his fists at Zhuowen and the rest, then flew away on the huge flying beast. The small flying beasts followed closely behind, disappearing from Zhuowen and the other's sight in an instant. As expected of the most powerful force in the 100 territories, just outside the academy, there are so many barriers and traps. It's really amazing. Duan Jipeng wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and sighed with lingering fear. Li Yinglong and the rest nodded in agreement. They had to admit that they had really learned something this time. Zhuowen's gaze fell on the huge and magnificent mountain gate in front of him. The entire mountain gate was 100 feet tall, and it was completely white and flawless. It was made of some kind of beautiful jade. The mountain gate was surrounded by white fog, and it looked like a fairyland. Behind the mountain gate was a steep line of sky. Under the hazy white fog, it was faintly visible and revealed a mysterious aura. Why is there no one guarding the mountain gate of the Archean Heavenly Tao Academy? Li Yinglong looked at the mountain gate in surprise, and was surprised to find that there was no one there. Who said there's no one? Look up. Old man Anshi pointed to the sky and said indifferently. Everyone could not help but look up and immediately saw a pair of huge, lantern-like eyes staring coldly at them. What is that? Everyone was shocked and involuntarily took a few steps back. In the sky, clouds and mist lingered, and an incomparably huge black shadow was faintly discernible as it moved through the clouds and mist. Only that pair of lantern-like eyes that emitted a dazzling golden splendor looked down at everyone as if it was looking at ants. Chapter 4507. This is the divine beast of the Archean Heavenly Tao Academy, the Heavenly Dragon Python. Old man Anshi explained unhurriedly. What a powerful aura. Brother Anshi, this Heavenly Dragon Python is probably more powerful than you and me. Li Yinglong said fearfully. Elder Anshi nodded and smiled. The Heavenly Dragon Python is at the late stage of the lawful embodiment of heaven and earth. Even in the Archean Heavenly Tao Academy, it is considered a powerhouse. Duan Jipeng, Ziyang, and the others gasped. The Heavenly Dragon Python was at the late stage of the lawful embodiment of heaven and earth. It could kill them with a wave of its hand. Anshi, who are these people? In the sky, the Heavenly Dragon Python's huge, lantern-like eyes fell on Elder Anshi. Its voice was deafening and explosive. They are my friends. I followed them to the Archean Heavenly Tao Academy with the intention of entering the extraterritorial battlefield through the passage. Elder Anchi said calmly, before entering the mountain gate, I will check them first. Tell them not to resist." As the heavenly dragon python spoke, it opened its mouth and spat out a jet of black mist, enveloping the area. A strong stench assaulted their nostrils. Zhuowen and the others immediately became alert and tried to use their divine power to resist the mist. Don't resist. This is the aura of the heavenly dragon python. It is used to check you. Don't worry, it won't hurt you. Elder Anchi hurriedly stopped them. Hearing this, Zhuowen and the others gave up resisting and allowed the stinky mist to envelop them. After a while, the mist dissipated. The heavenly dragon python did not say a word. Its huge body hid in the clouds above. "Let's go in." The heavenly dragon python's ethereal voice came from the depths of the clouds. "Let's go." Elder Anchi was calm and composed. He stepped through the mountain gate and walked up the stairs along the one-line sky. Zhuowen and the others followed closely behind. After walking out of the one-line sky, what appeared in front of them were giant peaks that emitted various colors of brilliance. On top of every giant peak, there were densely packed buildings, pavilions, and thousands of palaces. It could be said that there were too many to count, causing one to be dazzled. In the center of the many giant peaks was a huge valley, and in the middle of the valley was an incomparably huge square. The square was filled with towering white jade pillars. These white jade pillars were spread out like stars in the sky, dividing the huge square into many areas, such as the martial arts arena, the observation deck, the exchange area, the vending area, and so on. In this huge square, there were many people coming and going. All of them were disciples of the primordial Heavenly Tao Academy. This is the public area of the primordial Heavenly Tao Academy. It's the area where the disciples of the primordial Heavenly Tao Academy are most active. It's also the best place for the disciples to exchange their insights and strength. Old man Anchi pointed to the huge valley in front of them and said with a smile, "As expected of the archaic Heavenly Tao Academy. Even the public area is so huge, it's amazing." Duan Jipeng could not help but sigh. Li Yinglong, Li Ying, and the others exclaimed endlessly with admiration. Compared to the primeval Heavenly Tao Academy, their Void Tier clan was truly extremely simple and crude, and it was completely incomparable. "And this is only the outer court," Old man Anchi said with a faint smile. "Outer court?" Everyone looked at Old man Anchi in surprise. "Yes, the primordial Heavenly Tao Academy is divided into the outer court and the inner court. The outer court is where the outer court disciples, outer court elders, and outer court inspectors gather. It's managed by the vice dean. The inner court is basically where the inner court disciples, personal disciples, sage masters, and other first-level existences reside. It's managed by the vice dean. The inner court is extremely mysterious and is the place where the true elites of the primordial Heavenly Tao Academy reside. Speaking of the inner court, Old man Anchi's eyes flashed with a trace of envy. Obviously, the inner court was a great temptation to Old man Anchi. "Follow me to my mountain as guests first," Old man Anchi said as he led Zhuowen and the others through the huge square. Many disciples in the square recognized Old man Anchi's identity and greeted him respectfully. At the same time, they looked curiously at Zhuowen and the others behind Old man Anchi. Along the way, Old man Anchi also introduced Zhuowen and the others to the huge mountains surrounding the square. Each huge mountain was a lofty existence in the outer court. At the very least, only the outer court elders and outer court inspectors could have their own huge mountain. Of course, some outstanding outer court disciples who made outstanding contributions were also qualified to have their own huge mountain, but they were usually relatively remote and the mountain was relatively short. Old man Anchi's mountain was above average. When they arrived at Old Man Anshi's mountain, a servant immediately waited at the foot of the mountain and led them in respectfully. Old Man Anshi didn't go in. After exhorting a few words, he left in a hurry. Zhuowen and the others knew that Old Man Anshi should have gone to deal with his personal affairs. The next day, Old Man Anshi returned to the mountain and told everyone that his personal affairs had been dealt with. Zhuowen and the others naturally wouldn't ask about Old Man Anshi's personal affairs. Senior Anshi, what about the array diagram? Zhuowen looked at Old Man Anshi and asked. Old Man Anshi had promised him that he would go to the Archean Scripture Pavilion to borrow an early stage, fourth heaven, eternal realm array diagram for him to consult. Zhuowen naturally remembered this. Old Man Anshi laughed and said, Shuxiayu, don't worry. I still remember this. Today I will take you to the Archean Scripture Pavilion and let you choose the array diagram. However, it is limited to early stage, fourth heaven, eternal realm array diagrams. This is my highest authority. Zhuowen nodded and cupped his fists to express his gratitude to Old Man Anshi. Shuxiayu, come with me. The rest of you continue to wait here. After you borrow the array diagram, we will set off to the extraterritorial battlefield. Old Man Anshi turned to look at Li Yinglong and the others. Naturally, they had no objections. The Archean Scripture Pavilion was located at the junction of the outer court and the inner court of the Archean Heavenly Tao Academy. Such a location was convenient for people from the outer court and the inner court to enter the Archean Scripture Pavilion at the same time to borrow ancient books. Between the outer court and the inner court, there was an incomparably huge cliff. The primordial Scripture Pavilion was built in the middle of the cliff, occupying a third of the area. If one didn't look carefully, the Archean Scripture Pavilion was just an ordinary cliff, and one wouldn't associate it with the number 1 Scripture Pavilion of the outer world. In the middle of the cliff, there was a door that wasn't very grand. Above the door, there was a plaque with the words Archean Scripture Pavilion written on it. 2 disciples were guarding the door. Greetings, Inspector Anshi. The 2 disciples hurriedly bowed, and their gazes curiously landed on Zhuowen. Inspector Anshi, this person isn't a disciple of our Archean Heavenly Tao Academy, right? One of the disciples guarding the door said awkwardly, Don't worry. I have already talked to Old Man Shao. He allowed me to bring someone in. Old Man Anshi said lightly. The 2 disciples looked at each other and didn't stop him. They naturally knew who Old Man Shao was. He was the deputy pavilion master of the Archean Scripture Pavilion and had great power. Even the deputy pavilion master had agreed. So how could the 2 of them dare to stop him? Chapter 4508. When the 2 of them entered the Primordial Scriptures Pavilion, Zhuowen immediately felt the tranquil atmosphere in the pavilion. This atmosphere was very strange. No matter how frustrated you were, once you entered the pavilion, your frustrated heart would immediately calm down. The Primordial Scriptures Pavilion was very spacious. There was a public reading area in the center of the first floor where neatly arranged tables and chairs were placed. At this moment, there were many disciples in outer court attire in the public reading area. They were holding ancient books and reading them attentively. Around the public reading area, there were many elegant wooden doors. Behind each wooden door was a huge bookshelf. The bookshelves were filled with all kinds of ancient books. They flowed with extraordinary light and were colorful. There were also many disciples shuttling between the doors, looking for books that they liked. At the front desk of the first floor, an inconspicuous old man sat cross-legged, meditating. The old man opened his eyes and looked coldly at Zhuowen and Old Man Anshi. He said indifferently, Anshi, this kid is an outsider after all. He can only stay in the Primordial Scriptures Pavilion for about 2 hours. If you want to choose a book, hurry up. After saying that, the old man ignored Old Man Anshi and Xiao Tianze. He closed his eyes again and sat on the spot calmly. Shua Xiaoyu, Old Man Xiao's temper is like this. Don't mind him. Old Man Anshi scratched his head and said awkwardly, It's okay. Senior Anchi, lead the way. Zhuowen said nonchalantly. Next, Zhuowen followed Old Man Anchi up the stairs to the upper level of the Primordial Scriptures Pavilion. The Primordial Scriptures Pavilion was divided into 5 levels. Each level had its own corresponding restrictions. For example, the first level was the lowest level of the Primordial Scriptures Pavilion. As long as one had the Great Qian Kuan Tribulation and was a disciple of the Primordial Heavenly Tao Academy, they were qualified to enter the first level. The second level required the cultivation of the cosmic Dharma body. The third level required the ancient starlight, and the fourth level required the lawful embodiment of heaven and earth. The fifth level was the most mysterious level of the Primordial Scriptures Pavilion. It required the cultivation of all in one to be qualified to enter. In the entire primeval Heavenly Tao Academy, only a handful of people possessed the qualifications to enter the fifth level. Old Man Anchi was at the early stage of law phenomenon of heaven and earth, so he was qualified to enter the fourth floor. However, his permission to borrow the books was only at the early stage of law phenomenon of heaven and earth. The corresponding Earth formation map was naturally at the early stage of the fourth heaven of the eternal realm. The higher one went, the fewer people there were in the ancient scripture pavilion, and the higher the quality of the books. When they arrived at the fourth level, there were only a few people left. Furthermore, all of them were experts at the lawful embodiment of heaven and earth level, and they were all flipping through ancient books on this level. After Zhuowen and Old Man Anchi entered the fourth floor, these people nodded to them and glanced at Zhuowen without saying anything. Shuo Xiaoyu, this area is filled with array Dao manuals. You can choose. Remember, you can only choose early stage, fourth, heavenly layer eternal realm array diagrams. I don't have the authority to take away higher level ones. Old Man Anchi pointed to a huge bookshelf on the left and whispered. Zhuowen nodded, strolled to the shelf, and secretly browsed through it. Ancient Absolute Killing God Array, Thousand Rock Supreme Thunder God Array, Explosive Flame Lifeless God Array. Zhuowen browsed through them carefully. His eyes basically fell on the early stage, fourth, heavenly layer eternal realm array diagrams. The rest were basically ignored. In the end, his gaze landed on a formation map in the corner. This array diagram scroll looked ordinary and even a little shabby. There were traces of fire on the edge of the scroll, and there was a strange charred presence. When Old Man Anchi saw Zhuowen's eyes fall on the scroll at the edge, his eyes narrowed slightly. Senior Anchi, why is this array diagram nameless? Zhuowen pointed at the scroll on the edge and looked up at Anchi as he asked. Old Man Anchi smiled bitterly and said, Zhuo Xiaoyu, you'd better not choose this array diagram. It's the only incomplete array diagram on the fourth floor. Zhuowen's eyes narrowed, and he asked curiously, why is an incomplete array diagram on the fourth floor of the Archean Classics Pavilion? Old Man Anchi's eyes deepened, and he said, because this array diagram was left by one of the 5 ancestors of the Archean Heavenly Tao Academy. It is said that the complete version of this array diagram is very powerful. Even if it is placed on the 5th floor, it is still one of the top treasures. Speaking of this, Old Man Anchi's eyes were full of pity, and he continued, unfortunately, for some reason, this array diagram is incomplete. Hearing this, Zhuowen's eyes flashed with a trace of horror. Such an incomplete array diagram was qualified to be placed on the 4th floor. It could be seen how powerful the complete version of this array diagram was. Zhuowen thought for a long time and finally made up his mind. Senior Anchi, I choose this array diagram. Zhuowen pointed to the incomplete array diagram and looked at Old Man Anchi seriously. Old Man Anchi's eyes narrowed, and he said in a low voice, Shuo Xiaoyu, don't be impulsive. This incomplete array diagram is too powerful, and its reference value is very low. Why don't you choose another complete array diagram of the early 4th heaven of the eternal realm? Zhuowen shook his head and said firmly, I want this array diagram. The reason why Zhuowen was so determined to choose this incomplete array diagram was that he had extraordinary confidence in the primordial stone. He was confident that with the primordial stone's heaven-defying deduction ability, there was a high probability that it could deduce the incomplete part of the array diagram. He was looking forward to seeing what kind of secrets and power the array diagram left by the ancestors of the Archean Heavenly Tao Academy contained. Seeing Zhuowen's determined look, old man Anqi knew that no matter how much he said, the latter might not listen. If you insist on choosing this array diagram, then it's up to you. However, you can choose another array diagram. Old man Anqi said helplessly. Zhuowen looked at old man Anqi in surprise. Don't look at me like that. Although my authority is not high, I have a good relationship with old man Shao. If this incomplete array diagram is added to a complete array diagram of the early fourth heaven of the eternal realm, I think he will agree. Old man Anqi spread out his hands. Zhuowen was quite touched. He knew that old man Anqi had chosen to do this for his own sake. Senior Anqi, thank you. Zhuowen cupped his hands and thanked him sincerely. Old man Anqi smiled and waved his hand. You don't have to be so polite with me. Choose quickly. Zhuowen nodded and did not argue. After picking up the incomplete array diagram, he browsed through the other array diagrams. In the end, he chose the Aeon's ultimate divine array. The power of this array was extraordinary. It was considered an extremely powerful offensive array among the killing arrays. Of course, the Aeon's ultimate divine array also had a corresponding shortcoming. That was, it concentrated all its power on killing, and its defensive power was very weak. Once the killing array could not kill the enemy quickly, it would be easy for the enemy to escape from the array. After choosing the array diagram, Zhuowen and old man Anqi prepared to leave the Archean scripture pavilion. Suddenly, two figures came up from the stairway to the fourth floor. It's you. When one of the two figures saw Zhuowen, he immediately exclaimed and attracted Zhuowen's attention. When Zhuowen looked at the figure, his eyes narrowed slightly. Chapter 4509. Two figures, one old and one young, were coming towards him. The old man wore a purple-gold brocade robe, and his white hair fluttered slightly. He had a dignified temperament. Beside the old man was a young woman. She was dressed in green, and her skin was whiter than snow. She was extremely beautiful. Lianrong, you know him? The old man frowned slightly. He glanced at the young woman beside him, and then his eyes fell on Zhuowen, silently sizing him up. Master, he is the Zhuowen I mentioned to you. His talent is extremely powerful. Lianrong bowed and said respectfully. The old man raised his eyebrows, sizing up Zhuowen's eyes with a hint of interest. The moment old man Anqi saw the old man, his expression suddenly changed, and he became uneasy. Anqi greets Saint Master Qing Lian. Old man Anqi hurriedly pulled Zhuowen and bowed respectfully to the old man. At the same time, the other cultivators on the fourth floor also bowed to the old man, and their eyes were blazing with reverence. Zhuowen was moved. He did not expect that the old man with an extraordinary bearing in front of him was actually a Saint Master. In the ancient Heavenly Tao Academy, there were a total of 9 Saint Masters. Each of them had a unique ability to teach, and their strength was monstrous. Back then, Lianrong had mentioned to him that her master was one of the 9 Saint Masters, Saint Master Qing Lian, who was the old man in front of him. No need to be so polite. Get up. Saint Master Qing Lian pressed his hands down, indicating that everyone need not be so polite. Then his gaze fell on Zhuowen, and he said indifferently, "You are Zhuowen?" Zhuowen greets Saint Master. Zhuowen cupped his hands in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing, neither arrogant nor rash, neither servile nor overbearing. Good. With such a temperament, no wonder Lianrong often talks about you. But it's a pity. Saint Master Qing Lian first nodded, and after praising Zhuowen, he shook his head. Lianrong, let's go. After speaking, the Saint Master Green Lotus restrained his expression, brushed past Zhuo and headed towards the 5th floor. Zhuo was a little baffled, completely unable to make sense of Saint Master Qing Lian's words. Zhuo Xiaoyu, you know Saint Master Qing Lian? Old man Anqi looked at Zhuo in surprise. Zhuo shook his head and said, I don't know Saint Master Qing Lian, but his disciple Lian Rong a few times. She once invited me to join the Archean Heavenly Tao Academy. Old man Anqi nodded. No wonder Saint Master Blue Lotus knew Zhuo Wen's name. After Zhuo Wen and Elder Anqi left, Saint Master Blue Lotus and Lian Rong stood in front of a bookshelf on the 5th floor of the ancient scripture pavilion. Balls of light floated above the bookshelves. Each ball of light was the highest level of scriptures in the immemorial Heavenly Tao Academy and included many different categories. Lian Rong absent-mindedly browsed through the light on the bookshelf, but her beautiful eyes looked at Saint Master Qing Lian with a trace of confusion and doubt. Lian Rong, are you puzzled as to why I said, it's a pity after I praised Zhuo Wen? Saint Master Qing Lian's eyes flashed with wisdom as he smiled at the absent-minded Lian Rong. Lian Rong nodded embarrassedly and said, Master, didn't you say that those without Tao roots are mortals in the end, and once someone breaks through this limit, there will be endless possibilities? At this point, Lian Rong hesitated, thought for a moment, and continued, At that time after I told you about Zhuo Wen, you said that you would take him as your disciple. Why didn't you do anything just now? Saint Master Qing Lian smiled faintly and said, Those without Tao roots do indeed have endless possibilities. But this Zhuo Wen is different. His direction has been determined, and it's a direction that even I can't see. What? A direction that even you can't see? Lian Rong turned pale with fright. Lian Rong was very clear about her master's ability. Her master could see many things that ordinary cultivators couldn't see, such as the trajectory of fate, the path of cultivation, a person's karmic luck, and so on. This was the innate talent that Saint Master Qing Lian was born with, and this also caused Saint Master Qing Lian to be extremely special among the 9 great Saint Masters. In other words, I really want to take him as my disciple, but I'm very clear that I don't have the qualifications to teach him. So, when I said it's a pity that my ability is insufficient. Saint Master Qing Lian sighed lightly, and the corners of his mouth revealed a trace of a gentle smile. Lian Rong was greatly shocked in her heart. She didn't expect that her master would actually say such words. In Lian Rong's eyes, Saint Master Qing Lian was omnipotent. No matter if it was a great devil or a great criminal, they could all be taught to be obedient by him. Now, Saint Master Qing Lian actually admitted that he didn't have the ability to teach Zhuo Wen. This was indeed too shocking to her. Although I can't see the trajectory of this kid's fate clearly, but I can feel that this kid's future path is extremely extraordinary. Saint Master Qing Lian's eyes flickered with the light of wisdom as he continued. Lian Rong, if it's possible, it's best that you interact with him more. It might be beneficial for your future. Lian Rong looked at Saint Master Qing Lian in surprise. She didn't expect the latter to have such a high evaluation of Zhuo Wen. Master, could it be that Zhuo Wen is even more extraordinary than the naughty Shiva? Lian Rong suddenly asked. She remembered that when Sakyamuni first came to the immemorial Heavenly Tao Academy, her master had once exclaimed about Sakyamuni's extraordinary talent. Furthermore, he had also asserted that Sakyamuni's future achievements could be compared to the 5 ancestors who founded the immemorial Heavenly Tao Academy. They were the 5 people who stood at the peak of the 100 outer domains. Their status was unimaginably high. Saint Master Qing Lian actually compared Sakyamuni to the 5 ancestors. It could be seen how high his evaluation of Sakyamuni was. Lian Rong was very curious. Compared to Sakyamuni, how would Zhuo Wen compare? Saint Master Qing Lian was silent for a moment before he said in a deep voice, I can't say for sure. I can only say that I can grasp a small part of Sakyamuni's fate, but I can't grasp this kid at all. I only know that this kid's future achievements won't be worse than Sakuma's, or even better. Lien Rong's pupils constricted, and she was completely silent. Zhuowen, who exactly are you? Lien Rong thought bitterly in her heart. At this moment, Zhuowen, who was being discussed by Saint Master Qing Lian and Lien Rong, followed Elder Anqi back to the mountain peak. Shuoshayu, there is a time limit to borrowing the ancient books of the immemorial scriptures pavilion. Generally, it can't exceed 3 months. Elder Anqi said to Zhuowen with some difficulty, Senior Anqi, don't worry. Give me 3 days. After I finish comprehending it, I will return these 2 array diagrams. Zhuowen said confidently, 3 days. Elder Anqi looked at Zhuowen strangely. Although he hadn't studied array Dao, he still knew some common sense. The higher the level of the array diagram, the more complicated it was and the longer it would take to comprehend it. An array diagram of the early 4th heaven of the eternal realm was already considered an extremely complicated high-level array diagram. Even if Zhuowen was an array Dao master at the peak of the 3rd heaven of the eternal realm, Elder Anqi still didn't believe that Zhuowen could completely comprehend it in just 3 days.